shit like that.
John the Baptist says, nope, you extra loud. Am I? I'm too loud? Let me know if I'm too loud. Omega Dre. Take my money because I love Texas and he in the hat. Yeah, man. This is my only cowboy hat, man. I can't say yeehaw though. I cannot say.
Sends his regards. Yeah. You know how I love money.
John the Baptist with the $2. That's a juke joint. Yeah, yo, it is. But y'all, you could play in a regular club. They be going crazy. JT was popular with the $5. Great DJs take no request.
Shit like that.
Yeah,
shit like that.
no
shit
request.
like that. Shit like
Not
that.
even at
shit
wedding.
Like
No hard with my brother. I appreciate you, man. Damn, that shit's fun, man.
You know, shit like that.
I mean, it's fun for real, man. I appreciate y'all 100%. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. JT1. No request, man. No request. What's good with y'all? You see the title. Men are raising these independent women, man. Exclamation point. Now, I meant to say two, but you catch the drift. When you read the title, what y'all think? I'm bugging. I'm on to something. You need more information. You think it's the women raising the independent women because of what they've been taught, what they've been experiencing? What about when the fathers are involved? What happens? Bet Life with the $5 says, hold up. When we get to vote for Florida, fam, you doing us dirty. I'm a native now, been there 14 years. Okay. I'm gonna put Florida on the list. Bravo. I was thinking about you like 2 days ago, man. I'm like, I ain't seen Bravo in a minute. But the funny boy, he says, it's like that here in the South Alabama. It gets below 35 degrees and they shut the state down. No work, no school, no nothing. Hell yeah. Yo, but what about the fathers, man? When the fathers get involved, what are they instilling in the little girls? You know? All the premises in which we paint about the younger generations. What do the old heads always say about the younger generations? They soft. They out of line. They sensitive. So we say that about these young boys. So then what would we, but based on that logic, and if you employ it and then you would talk to your daughters, what do you then tell your daughter? What do you tell your daughter? If you're saying all the young boys are soft, emotional, out of line, the generation's going to shit and piss, and you raising a little girl in said generation to hopefully marry and bear children with those men, but what are you actually teaching her? Right? We can say what we do, but what are we actually doing? What makes the most sense if we assess the young generation of men as such? What do we say? Soft times create soft men, and then we call them soft. So what are we actually teaching our daughters? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me clear up a couple things, man. Let me clear up a couple things that I think people don't understand. When you're talking about women, people say they don't believe in the Bible, don't follow, whatever. I understand that, right? However, the moral compass, it should be innate. However, depending on where you grow up in the construct of what you raised in, so we're in the United States, a lot of what we believe and how we conduct ourselves is largely predicated off the Bible because our country was supposed to be predicated off the Bible. So the reason why we think a lot of things are right and wrong, even marriage is a biblical concept, right? But I just need to clear up the misconception about the Bible a little bit in terms of women. because people just espouse anything, right? And I think we really do a better job of understanding when you want to talk about a submissive woman, right? A woman that's supposed to follow lead, order, etc. You know, we often pop out a Timothy verse, a Corinthians verse, right? But let me help. Let's mine this shit out real quick. All right. Let me show you the women in the Bible real quick. All right. Because I always hear Proverbs 31 and all this other shit, but I don't know if we know what type of women we actually talking about. Right? So let me show you this real quick. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. All right, let me see. Is this the one I like? Yeah, this one's good. All right. You ready? Well, let's get down to business, man. We just have fun, but this is important as shit. Share the link. I need people to understand because niggas is too busy talking, right? Asking for a bunch of shit they not willing to deliver because they don't know what it means. They don't know what it is. They don't have a moral compass, standards, and principle. But then they want to hold a woman to such a high standard, not even understanding what that standard is because they have none. Right? But let me show you the women in the Bible to destroy that theory about the Bible just don't care about women and it's completely chauvinist, etc. These examples are so strong, you don't need that many. You don't even need that many. But I'm going to show you, and I guarantee a majority don't even know that this shit is in here. Get the likes up, get the likes up. You know, our streams do well, man. We be having 600, 800, you know, but when we talking about real shit, we'll see how many we get to. I mean, let me show y'all this. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. This is the book of Judges, chapter 4, verse 4. You may have heard me talk about this before, right? All right. So this is wartime. This is wartime. Okay. The men have gotten instruction, right? That this is happening, right? But the Most High got their back, right? But it's so early. Let me show you here. Judges 4 and 4. Deborah. Okay. Deborah, a prophetess, right? Deborah is a woman who's a prophetess, the wife of Lepidoth, right? She judged Israel at that time. I want somebody to look to see how early Judges is in the Old Testament. She judged Israel at that time. She dwelt under the palm tree of Deborah between Ramah and Bethel in the Mount of Ephraim. And the children of Israel came up to her for judgment. And she sent and called Barak, the son of Abinon, out of Kepedesh Naphtali, and said unto him, hath not the Lord God of Israel, right? So he already got an instruction, like I said, commanded, saying, go and draw toward Mount Tabor and take thee 10,000 men of the children of Naphtali and the children of Zebulun. So she's like, hey, what are you doing here? You were supposed to have been left. Out of these two tribes, you take 10,000 men. Remember, there's 12 tribes, Zebulun and Naphtali, right? And I will draw unto thee to the river of Kishon Sisera the captains of Jabin's army with his chariots and his multitude, and I will deliver them into thy hand. So he has this instruction. You bring these men from these tribes, you go to this river, this is the army you're going against, and I'm going to deliver them to you. Means that they going to take an ass whooping as long as you follow my instructions. And Barak said unto her, if thou wilt go with me, then I will go. But if thou wilt not go with me, then I will not go. What she said? And I will surely go with thee.
Put him in a fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Did y'all know that was in there? Right? But see, here's the thing, Strange, you don't have to not come back, right? We're just thinking about things that are said and what our country, our laws are heavily predicated on, right? So I just want to show you guys this, right? Because I'm not a Christian, that when we're looking in the book and we lean on the book, let's understand what the book actually says. Because regardless of if you believe it or not, we have argument after argument, and a lot of which we think and our principles we stand on come from the Bible, right? You can detach God, look at the Bible, read it, take the principles and apply them to your life. Like Josh, as an example, who helps a lot with This Might Be Risky. He is an atheist, but the tenets of the Bible he can adopt because you can conduct yourself appropriately trying to follow those tenets. You see what I'm saying? So it's not even about if you believe in the Bible, right? But here's the thing. When when people say the Bible talks so down on women, this is Judges 4. What book is Judges? And yeah, ATLian, right? That nigga was scared. Right? And so he was scared, right? And so he said, listen, I'll go if you go. Point blank. But I just wanted to show you that the women aren't just downtrodden and getting destroyed all through the Bible, right? So boom. And she was a prophetess. Israel won this war, and she presided over Israel for the next 40 years too. Giving judgment, right? And as you can see, the men still had to do the things, take the lead, were in charge, right? But her wisdom, knowledge, and understanding was valued, right? Let's just understand that. Let's understand that first. Again, separate if you believe in God, right? We're just talking about a principality that the United States of America was supposed to be built on, right? That's key. Let me show y'all this. Get the likes up, get the likes up, get the likes up, man. Hold on, let me. I don't want to fall too far behind. Lauren with the $5 says, I sent you a Selena song to play. I guess you missed it on accident, man. I should have. You know what? I be like compartmentalizing a little bit when I be thinking about like the Latino brothers and shit. But I did play Mexican OT though, right? So ABD with the $5 says, we teach our daughters to be functioning adults, but we never preach you don't need a man. I tell my daughters to think critically to make better choice. As Ava says, this gonna be good. Yo, shout out. I hope all is well. Yeah, man. I miss you, man. I told you to call me too. All right. Let me show y'all this. Right. So take this walk. You don't have to be a Christian, right, to understand, right, a book, right? Because we often employ it and we take a lot of our principle from it. And it's often used for good and bad to leverage against people's points or to make people's points, but the full understanding is not there. Let me show y'all this. What I want. All right. So this is the book of Judith, right? Let me show you these niggas in the Bible here. Let me see. I think I want chapter 10 now. She rose it. She gave it about one. So look at this. All right. So Israel's again at war, right? They're at war. Okay. I'm just going to expedite. I'm going to paraphrase a bit. So Judith, she's a widow, but she's rich. Her husband left her a lot, right? And she's a devout woman to put to the Most High, right? So she approaches the gates of the people in which Israel's at war with. Now, mind you, sorry, my mouse. Hold on, my mouse died. Right, and so look when she comes to the gate. This is what I want to show you guys. And then let me start. Hold on, give me a second. Okay, so Holofernes is the captain. He's the chief of the army, right? So she approaches the gate by herself. She comes up and took her and asked her, where art thou people and whence comest thou and where's thou go, right? So where you coming from, where you going? And she said, I am a woman of the Hebrews. I am fled from them, and thou shalt be given you to be consumed. So she fled. She's like going covert, right? Like a spy. And I'm coming before Hophernes, the chief captain of your army, to declare words of truth. I will show him the way whereby I shall go and win the hill country without losing a body or life. So she's doing like in the 300 where that guy showed him that path behind Leonidas and them. She's acting like she's gonna do this, right? Now, watch the men. Now, when the men heard her words and beheld her countenance, right, how beautiful she was, they wondered greatly at her beauty and said unto her, Thou hast saved thy life, in that thou hast hasted to come down to the presence of our Lord. Now we're therefore come to his tent, and some of us shall conduct thee until they have delivered thee to his hands. Right? So they're so wowed by her beauty and how intelligent she is, they're gonna bring her right to the captain's tent. If you cut off the head of the snake, head being Hophernes, I mean, people fall. The leader matters, right? So, my bad, I didn't mean to click that. So where was I? Right here, right? And when thou standest before him, be not afraid in thy heart, but show him according to thy word, and he will entreat thee well, right? So they saying, you look how you look and say how you say, he's gonna accept it quick, right? Then look at these niggas. Then they chose out of them 100 men to accompany her and her maid, and they brought her to the tent of Hophernes, right? Now, mind you, he been starting war all over the place. He's ruthless, but she was beautiful and she was smart, and these men melted when they saw her. Okay, she's an Israelite. Okay, let me show you this. All right, so what happens here? She's there for 4 or 5 days, right? And they accept her in. They're giving her food, drink. Her and her maid, you know. They are enamored by her. So now, Hophernes is drunk. All right, this is chapter 13. Now, when evening was come, his servants made haste to depart. Bagos shut his tent without and dismissed the waiters from the presence of the Lord, and they went to their beds, for they were weary because the feast had been long. And Judith was left alone in the tent with Hophernes lying alone upon his bed, for he was filled with wine. So he drunk as a skunk, right? So she tells her maid to leave out, right? She tells her maid to leave out. She's in there alone. So all went forth, right? Bagos spake to Bagos according to the same purpose. So Bagos and her maid left out. So all went forth. She's in the tent by himself, her and Hophernes. He's drunk as skunk, right? Neither little nor great. Then Judas, standing by his bed, said in his heart, O Lord of all power, look at this present upon the works of mine hands for the exaltation of Jerusalem, right? Because this is a war that Israel's probably not going to win, right? They're next up. He's been attacking people throughout the area. For now is a time, help thine inheritance and to execute thine enterprises to the destruction of the enemies which are risen against us. Look what she did. And she came to pillar the bed, which was at Hophernes' head, and took down his fashion from thence, right? So she exposes the top of his head, right? She approaches his bed, hold of his hair of his head, and she said, strengthen me, O Lord of Israel, this day. And she smote him twice upon his neck with all her might, and she took away his head from him. So she does all this, right? She does all of this, gets him to where she wants him mentally. He gets drunk as a skunk, and she cuts his head off, brings the head back to her people, and guess what happened? The men praise her, everybody praise her, but she risks herself for her people, and this right here was a turning point in the war that allowed Israel to get the upper hand. Right? And I get it, it ain't gonna be a million people here for this, but this is Judith, right? She did all that. Niggas was so swooned because she was beautiful. She got that close to the head general, one level above the king, cut his head off. These are the women of the Bible. They had jobs to do. And then when she came back with the head, the men were astonished. But you know what? They gave her props too. This is Judith, man. subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. And I ain't rushing through it. Watch this. Let me show y'all this. This is the book right here. 2nd Maccabees chapter 7. Let me zoom in on this. Yup, it ain't a bunch of people up here yelling and fussing. Okay. This is the book of Maccabees, 2nd Maccabees chapter 7. It also came to pass that 7, because look, we got Judith, we got Deborah, right? Let me show you this woman's name. They don't say her name, but let me show you what happened to this group. It also came to pass that 7 brothers and their mother were taken and compelled by the king against the law to taste swine's flesh and were tormented with scourges and whips. So the king at this time wants them to eat pork, but that's against the law of the Bible. So they absolutely refuse to do so. Right? But one of them spake first, said thus, what wouldest thou ask or learn of us? We are ready to die rather than to transgress the law of our fathers. The king, being enraged, commanded pans and cauldrons to be made hot, which forth being heated, he commanded to cut out the tongue of him that spoke first, and to cut the utmost parts of his bodies, the rest of his brethren and his mother looking on. Now, when he thus was maimed in all his members, he commanded him, yet being yet alive, to brought up to the fire and to be fried in the pan. Right? And as the vapor of the pan was for a good space dispersed, they exhorted one another with the mother to die manfully, saying thus. Right? So there's 7 brothers. He wants them to break the law of God and eat pork. They refuse. You see what happens to the first brother. Cuts out his tongue, cuts up his body, and cooks him. So when the first was dead after this number, they brought the second to make him a mocking stock. And when they had pulled off the skin of his head with his hair, they asked him, wilt thou eat before thou punish throughout every member of thy body? But he answered in his own language and said, no. Wherefore he also received the next torment in order as the former did. So they are torturing these boys one after another, and they are not folding, right? But let me show y'all this. Let me see this. Hold on, where do I want to go? So as you can see, it's the 6 brothers, right? They're all going through it. They refuse, right? And they're being killed in front of each other, right? But watch this. But the mother was marvelous above all and worthy of honorable memory. For when she saw her 7 sons slain within the space of the day, she bare it with a good courage because of the hope that she had in the Lord. Right? Let me show you this. So let me paraphrase this, right? Her 7th son. Where is it at? So what happens is her 7th son, the king, he's young, he's a little boy, kind of gives him a way out, so to speak, right? But he doesn't accept it, right? And they want the mom to talk him into not to eating the pork, right? So let me show you. Let me read it because I'm rushing for no reason. So it's here, right? Where the king is kind of talking to him, but he's not folding. He's not folding. He's going to face the same fate as his brothers, right? So, yeah, she exhorted everyone under them in their own language, filled with courage and spirits, and stirring up her womanish thoughts with a manly stomach. She said unto them, I cannot tell how ye came into my womb. So she's talking to the boy, the little boy, right? Because they want him to fold and they want her to get him to fold. This is what she tells him. I cannot tell ye came into my womb, for I neither gave you breath nor life, neither was it that formed the members of every one of you. So she's saying, no, I can't take credit for bearing you, right? Because she wants to desensitize just the thought that he's looking at his mom to save him, or looking at his mom as like his savior, or, you know, some type of deity or goddess, right? She's detaching that. She's kind of, how would I say? She's making like the fact that she's his mother not a super highlight. But look what she focuses on. I cannot tell ye came into my womb, for I neither gave you breath nor life, neither was it that I formed the members of every one of you. But doubteth the creator of the world, who formed the generation of man and found out the beginning of all things, will also of his own mercy give you breath and life again, as ye now regard not your own selves for his law's sake. Right? So Antiochus, right? Super upset that this happened, that none of them folded, right? That he was the youngest. So he destroyed the young boy, and the mom got the same fate. Let me just show you. Last of all her sons, the mother died. Let this be enough now to have spoken concerning the idolatrous feast and the extreme tortures. But look what she did, though, right? I think it's super duper important. She takes herself. She doesn't exalt herself. She doesn't exalt the fact that she carried him. She gave all the credit to the Most High God. But she was the most marvelous and most courageous. And you could argue, why were her sons like that in the first place? Right? Your mother's your first teacher. Your mother's your nurture initially. Right? But all 7 of them boys were tortured. And when it was time for her to save the 7th, she said, no, don't give me any credit. You go through this. And she went through it too. These are the women of the Bible. Right? The Israelite women of the Bible that I think people don't understand, don't read about, don't credit with shit. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit the like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Yeah, pork. Y'all be laughing about eating bacon, etc. They all 8 of them got tortured and were murdered because they didn't want to eat it. Now this, let me show y'all Proverbs 31, because niggas and all of us are so quick to refer to this shit. But look at the woman in Proverbs 31. Let me see how big my screen is. All right, y'all can see it. Let me show you this, man. The capable wife. How hard is it to find a capable wife? So I'm reading this out of the GNT. The GNT is a very layman Bible. It is translated. It takes the King James and makes it as plain and as modern as possible. I trust this Bible just from doing that one-to-one comparison. So I'm going to read it to you from the GNT. How is it this hard to find a capable wife? She is worth far more than jewels. Her husband puts his confidence in her, and he will never be poor. As long as she lives, she does him good and never harm. Very important. She keeps herself busy making wool and linen. Okay, she putting in work, right? Most people will say, yeah, women work in the house. Okay, let's keep going. She brings home food from out the way places as merchant ships do. Okay. She gets up before daylight to prepare food for her family and tell her servant women what to do. She looks, so the context is this is a king and his mom having a conversation. Okay. Right. So these are people of means, right? Where she has servants, but that we can still understand it, right? And we can apply it. She looks at land and buys it with money she has earned. She plants vineyards. Look at this word. Right? The Proverbs 31 woman. And then she immediately invests it back. Right? She is a hard worker, strong and industrious. She knows the value of everything she makes and works late into the night. She spins her own thread and weaves her own clothes. She is generous to the poor and needy. She doesn't worry when it shows because her family has warm clothing. She makes bedspreads and wears clothes of fine purple. Her husband is well known, one of the leading citizens. She makes clothes and belts and sells them to merchants. She's doing a whole lot of working. She is strong and respected and not afraid of the future. She speaks with gentle wisdom. Important. She is always busy and looks after her family's needs. Her children show their appreciation and her husband praises her. He says, many women are good wives, but you are the best of them all. Charm is deceptive and beauty disappears, but a woman who honors the Lord should be praised. Give her credit for all she does. She deserves the respect of everyone. This is Proverbs 31. This is Proverbs 31. So when you talking about you want a Proverbs 31 woman, she ain't docile. She put in work. She make for sure her family's straight. She has gentle wisdom. That's the key. She finds a way. She wake up early. She go to sleep late. She pours in, and her husband appreciates that. Right? So I think y'all niggas better start really reading to see what it is you asking for, right? And all these misnomers and misconceptions, right? Weaker vessel is strength, right? They are weaker than men generally with strength, right? Just physical strength. But this is Proverbs 31. The same shit y'all niggas been asking for. But I bet the first time niggas read it is when I read it to you. Women too. People don't be reading. Right? And now let's be very clear. The husband is strong here, right? They're not equal in terms of she understands that her husband is in charge, right? But the amount of assets she is and what she does per the Bible, right? The amount of shit she does in the Bible, ain't no fucking woman just sitting around talking about some I want to be in my soft girl era shit. No, she putting in work and pain to make sure everybody good. Mm-hmm. The mother watched her 7 sons die. They tried to save the last one. She said, "No, don't come over here to me. The Most High gave you life. And He'll give you life again when you follow His law." And she took her shit on the chin too, just like her sons did. Deborah was the prophetess, judge Israel. Niggas said, "I ain't going unless you go, Deborah." She said, "I ain't got you." Judith risked her life. First, like, what is it called? Like covert agent. And helped Israel win a big ass war. That's when they took back Jerusalem. Just want y'all to see, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Aaron Rand with the 2000 greetings panel in the chat at the crib now. Salute. Ezekiel Ben Israel. Mr. Parker with the 2000 challenge in Jew read one chapter of Proverbs a day. Okay, I like that. Yo, Shalom, you already know my They just be talking, man. They just be talking. Let me show y'all this, man. Hold on, let me show y'all this real quick. Okay. All right, I'm tired of Timothy 2:12 being misunderstood. Okay. I'm frankly tired of people using it, right, to shut people up in an argument when they're not the men that qualify to shut them up. So 1 Corinthians 14:34 comes early, right? This is what it says. Let your women keep silence in the churches, for it is not permitted unto them to speak, but they are commanded to be under obedience, also saith the law. And if they will learn anything, let them ask their husbands at home, for it is shame for women to speak in church. What's the context? What type of men are they around, right? And then what's the main man they lean on to get proper understanding? But this is what this is referring to. So when you read Timothy, these churches, the church of Corinth, Timothy is heading down to Asia Minor, which is not an easy task to go get the Israelites from down there, right? So he's telling them what they need to do in the church of Corinth specifically, because also in the church of Corinth, they were dealing with a lot of adultery, a lot, right? So he needs them to bring order, but he's having that conversation here with the churches. So when he doubles down in Timothy, right? Let the women learn in silence, in all subjection. Remember, he's giving Timothy instruction. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. For as Adam was first formed in Eve, and Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in transgression. Notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing if they continue in faith and charity and holiness and sobriety. But the context, right? You want to get two witnesses. We have First Corinthians, we have Timothy, right? That's why he's saying learn. So he's talking about when they're conducting services, what is the order of those services? When you have men around that are supposed to be in charge and conducting the service specifically. But if she's talking to Joe Schmo about Joe Schmo shit, you can't just reach in here and apply these verses. And then you're not a man that uphold the codes of the Most High. That doesn't make logical sense. And the last thing before I drop this link, let me show you this, right? Because it ain't everybody either. This is Nehemiah 8. Ezra, chapter 5. And Ezra opened the book in the sight of all the people. He was above all the people. So he's like on an altar, right? For lack of a better term. And he went and opened it and the people stood up. So he's about to read the book of the law. Ezra blessed the Lord and the great God, and all the people answered, Amen, Amen, with lifting up their hands, and they bowed their heads and worshiped the Lord with their faces to the ground. Now watch this. Jeshua, Bani, Sherebiah, Jamin, Akub, Shabbatai, right? All these niggas, all right? All these guys, right? Hanan, Peleh, and the Levites, right? So Moses is Levite as an example. Hold on. Caused the people to understand the law, and the people stood in their place. So it's specific and select men here, right? So they read in the book the law of God distinctly. So they read it word for word and gave the sense. So they discerned, they let the people who are laymen up here, everybody else, say, this is what this means, right? And cause them to understand the reading. And cause them to understand the reading. They don't read one verse and just fucking talk. They read the book of the law distinctly, and it's select men and the priest of the Most High. So it ain't all men talking about, well, I'm a nigga per 1 Timothy. No, it's the qualified men that have that leverage. All the congregation bowed and stood up when these men were about to talk. Okay? I just want to make sure y'all understand. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel. Bro, what's poppin', bro?
What up, everyone? Pastor spoke a word just now. Good job.
Yeah. And you know, bro, you know how it go. It was you know, it'd be easy, you know, it'd be 300 people here, but you know, if you're talking too much about the Bible and shit like that, you know, and if I'm not destroying people, then of course, you know. So I just wanted to break that down, man, just to give people the root of what this shit really be saying. You know? Because motherfuckers just be used, they just use this verse, say, hey, like, no, that ain't you, Playboy. That ain't you, you know. But yeah, I felt like that was necessary for this topic, because we misconstrue what a submissive woman may even look like.
True.
Right now, you got men. You would argue, do they qualify for what a submissive woman looks like? But furthermore, she not just a docile woman. Per Proverbs 31 specifically, right? And then we turn around and say, hey, this young generation is soft as shit. Right? Right? They soft as shit. So what am I going to naturally teach my daughter if that's the case?
To be self-sufficient. Because they're not reliable.
Now, is self-sufficient semantics for independent?
So independent means that you can do it on your own, where self-sufficient means that if you need to do it, you can do it.
Self-sufficient means self. That means you can do it on your own.
You can, but when I said self-sufficient, the way I was raised by my dad was where if I'm needed to do it, I can do it. So if I'm needed to, like if my husband gets sick or something like that, and we still need to drive, we still need to do stuff, I can still check the oil to see if we need an oil change. I can still, do things, change a light bulb if there's nobody around to assist me to change a light bulb.
I don't know, bro. I think you might be wrong.
Independent. When I think of independence, I'm thinking you're making a choice that you can do it on your own. Whereas those of us that want to be wives and things like that, we're self-sufficient until we come across that person, or if something happens, we're able to do it and get it done.
No. So that's a problem. You think, see, here's the problem. You think that you have to separate it because of the connotation that comes with independent.
You're right. I do feel like I need to separate it for understanding.
But why work so hard to separate it? It sounded terrible.
Well, I mean, I say separate it because I do not believe that a father raises their daughter to not want to be a wife. Okay, for fathers that are in their daughters' lives, they're not purposefully raising their daughters to not be a wife or to not rely on a man, right? Because if the father's there, he is showing an example of being that father, and therefore he wants his daughter to have a husband.
So why he keep sending them to college?
Did he send him to college, or did he say,
What's up, y'all? Yeah, why is he sending them to college? Why is he making sure she got good grades? Why he teaching her how to defend herself, shoot a gun? You know why?
That though,
it ain't some smart men that know how this world is.
Yeah,
you have to. You would almost be doing a child a disservice by not showing them how to protect themselves.
So that goes back to what you said, Hamp, about certain men. It's certain men. Is it default that I was taught those things because my father was military? Probably. I don't really see my female friends' dads talking about let's go to the range, or their mother talking about let me show you how to clean a gun. You know what I'm saying? So it really just depends on how they were raised.
I'm saying men. Remember, I just took an hour to tell people about these women in the Bible, to tell them about how strong the women were, right? They have fathers. The woman in Proverbs 31 was doing everything. Yes. So like she said, understood her place, though.
Women that grow up with fathers in their lives, and I'm saying active fathers are going to teach their girls how to defend themselves, how to clean, how to cook, how to defend. They're going to do all of that because they know that, again, despite their wants of them wanting us to have a husband, that we have to be prepared.
Yeah. But what actually happens? How does teaching your daughter do all these things, sending her to school, et cetera, et cetera? But what actually happens?
Are you speaking from my perspective, or are you speaking in general?
What happens when you with a dad, and your dad is saying X, Y, and Z? Is he teaching you how to be a lady?
He's not. I've said this before on the panel. I was not taught to be a wife. I was taught to be self-sufficient and to be prepared.
Yeah, I know. What I'm saying is this. It's always single mothers, right? Here's the rhetoric: single mothers teaching the little girls how to keep on being single, you know, having that energy, right? I don't need a man, etc.
Mm.
The father may not sit up here and say, you don't need no man, right? But I could argue if it's just me and my daughters, God forbid, right? They would probably be much more ready for the earth than if they were just with their mom.
I agree with that.
You're not going to be able to just tell them anything. They're not just going to go with anything you tell them.
I agree with that.
Right? They're going to hold you to a different set of principle and standard based on what their father has shown them. Right?
I agree.
And then you couple that with making sure they tough, making sure they know how to shoot a gun. You know, we send them to college. I'm not paying for no fucking I'm not paying for no education degree or no sociology, no bullshit like that.
Right.
If I pay for them to go to school, it's gonna be something I know could turn a profit. Right? Because inflation is real.
Facts.
But we always talking about the moms. But yo, daddy, like, yo, come on, man. You was with your dad. What happened?
There was a lot of bumps and bruises. So my situation is a little different. My dad was raised, he's one of 12. He's 3 boys and the rest are girls. And my grandparents were together their whole lives. So the balance was the girls were taught what the boys had to do and the boys were taught what the girls had to do. And that's how he raised us. So it was not him talking so much about, now, don't get me wrong, it was make sure that you keep your hygiene up and things like that. But to actually mold me to be attentive to a man, that was not taught. That wasn't taught.
Yeah, man. So I sent the link to John, Aaron. They have fathers, or excuse me, they have daughters.
To teach me. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying. This comment. Go ahead.
It was not about teaching me to necessarily understand the perspective of the man. Where of course, you know, you know, everybody got to eat in the house, so you cook. I'm the oldest child too. So of course I had to help with the younger siblings, but it was never taught that you actually have to be attentive to your mate or your spouse. My dad was extremely strict. There was no boyfriend. There was no boys coming to the house. It was none of that. So when I got to college, there was a period of time where I was kind of socially awkward when it came to boys because I didn't know. I was talking crazy. I was not sensitive to thought processes of what they think. I didn't really care because again, I wasn't taught to care. If that makes sense. So there was a level of empathy that was missing.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, what about this? When you got your dad, right? The level at which you don't give a fuck about what niggas say increases. Right? I got a dad, nigga. Like, you can't tell me anything.
I tell people all the time, like, not all the time. When I first really started dating when I was 18, 19 years old, and a man would be like, you know, I wanna give you this, I wanna give you that. And I'd be like, my dad got me that. I got a diamond already. I got, you know, jewelry. I had jewelry my whole life. You know, there's things I just didn't need. You know what I'm saying? Because my father made sure that I had these materialistic things that, you know, men try to leverage. And it was like, I didn't need that. My dad gave me that. I didn't need your money because my dad gave me my money.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you feel me? And who's gonna say he was wrong for that? Like, it just makes sense. Like this, like your dad, right? My daughter. Here's what I would argue, right? You know, they'll talk about men give you your rights, etc., right? Because you call men to protect your rights, right? Who? These niggas is fat, out of shape, and pussy, right? But I would, if that's the case, though, I argue that my daughter's got more rights than your daughter, not yours, but like your daughter. You know, like a dude, right?
Yeah.
Because the length in which I'm willing to go for my daughter. Everybody think they are willing to go, right? But I'm just saying that to say, if your dad has prowess like that, your dad will fucking crash out for you, no question.
I mean, still to this day, I'll just give you an example. And I'm not saying that, you know, my children's father, my ex-husband, is very much in his children's life. But my dad was like, you know, what he contributed to the graduation party. So, you know, just that protecting, just that, even now as the grandfather, he's still like, what you need, let's get it done, how much you need. Because I'm no longer married, I kind of fall back underneath him. Even though I have my own house, he is coming in as the grandfather and making sure certain things are still met. I'm not talking about my bills and stuff, but when it comes to like extra things the kids need, even though my ex and I can provide, he still makes sure certain things are done, if that makes sense to what Ham is saying.
Well, no, it doesn't really make sense to what I was saying, but it makes sense.
I mean, as far as the protection.
Well, that sounded more so like provision.
Provision. You're right.
Yeah, but I'm just saying protection wise, you know, like, you know, I would venture to say dads even enable that type of behavior.
Yes, they do.
To an extent. If you like, my dad will fuck you up. You know what I mean? Like,
and I think, like you said, it's a protection type of thing. They like you not, and I also believe, because we had a previous discussion about fathers holding men accountable. Like, you know, I'm 44 years old. My dad talking about let me call such and such, make sure he can contribute to his daughter's stuff. Like, that's again, to me, that is provision, but it's also a type of coverage that young kids need that they don't always get. That makes sense. You
kind of talking about what you want to talk about. You ain't even paying attention to what I'm saying.
I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm just correlating to what you're saying.
You're not correlating what I'm saying. You're making good points, but they different from what I'm talking about.
You said protect.
Yeah, but like you grab the mic, pause, and then you just start talking about some other shit. Like, I'm thinking you gonna go off of what I'm saying. You just saying.
I'm saying that they want to protect regardless, like Ham said, and that is sometimes enabling.
So stop saying sometimes.
It is enabling, guys. It's enabling.
Yeah, it's enabling. What I'm saying is your father has the ability to, if there's levels to enabling, definitely. Yeah. As an example, we used to go to church, right? Which I fucking hate that shit. But if my dad went, everybody could go to sleep because he'd be asleep. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, but in terms of just talking about the daughters, you know, like your dad give you that rest. Like, my dad here. And with a daughter, like, you know, my sister, that's probably tenfold. You know? Yeah, man. Aaron John was popping. They didn't say nothing.
What's up? I was on mute. I didn't realize I was muted.
What's good? Let me read these.
What's up? How you doing?
Good. Biz, what's popping? DJ Ham cutting it right now. We must review and recite wholly written in proper context. The backstory provides context to the what is that word? Admonition. Indeed. Harrison with the $5. Deacon Hampton, nah. It's Luke. Never mad about it. A bit of Bible talk. Yeah, we gotta mind shit out sometimes, you know. Gina, what's up, Gina? For the $20 super sticker. Dollar Washer was popping, been a member for 3 months. How many women are wives before they get married? Have kids? That's a good question. I wonder about the kid thing too. Well, I had a different thought about that, but I will hold it. He knows been a member for 6. Has told me I don't know what mom would do without you. Salute to her. Salute to you. Lauren Mack with the $2. Ro, I love your hair. It's gorgeous.
Thank you.
correct me if I'm wrong with the father. I said, bro, do we really have to be taught how to care about someone? Who taught you how to care about your father?
Yes, you do have to be taught. You do have to learn. It is a learned behavior on how to treat people. You do not come out the womb. And if that's the case, then everybody would respect people and everybody would not talk crazy to people. So yes, it's a learned behavior.
Sagu was popping with the $2. Says got custody. She was 16. Breaking habits was hard. Indeed. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. John, what's goody?
Man, I've been listening to you. Your music was good. I'm realize I'm getting too old. Half of it I can't take it anymore. But hey, you good at what you do though.
Thank you, my brother.
But I like how you started out this. I like how you started out this show though, man, with the Bible verse that you went into. And it brings light into a situation where, cause in this space, in YouTube space, you're starting to see a lot of men say stuff, but don't realize the value of a man that need to say what they're saying. You just can't be any man saying this. Like you said earlier, if you're gonna talk about Timothy and Titus and what's happening in Corinth, if you're gonna use that kind of language, you may be that kind of man. I think that's very, very important, because until we get them type of men moving around, women ain't gonna never listen.
Yeah, well, yeah, but like you said, that type of man, right? Because they're not listening, and then we have to say, what is there to listen to? Who is there to listen to?
Correct.
You know.
And then I'm also like the fact. Oh my, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, I like how you brought out Deborah and and then how you brought out Proverbs 31 woman too as well, because it goes to show what men should be looking for. Men do not want unintelligent women. We don't want women that can't get anything done. But if you look at the women in scripture and not just the ones you point out, but even more, most of the women understood their place in society. In the role in the family and in society.
Yeah.
I think that's what men are looking for. It's not that you can't be smart, not that you can't get things done. It's not that you can't go out and do work. Everything that Proverbs 31 woman did, first of all, she honored her husband. She made her husband look good in everything that she did. He was proud to be her husband.
Yeah.
But then on top of that, she didn't lose her. All the things that she did, she never got out of character of making her husband proud to be her husband.
Yeah. She never made him look bad.
Correct. What happens a lot of times in today's society, the men are not talking the right language. And then a lot of times women don't want to stay in their place. And everybody has a hard time with that word, staying in your place. Well, if I gotta stay in my place, then you gotta stay in your place. Don't be offended by what's being said. Just understand that we all have a role to play, and we need to stay in our roles. But I'll let my plane there because I don't want to ramble on too long.
No, it's solid. It's solid. Yeah. No, I think that, and again, it goes back to, and it's not even about blaming. It's about structure, right? So the place is gray because where do the men stand, right? When you ever start a line, right? There was one time, there was like waiting for the plane. You know how you get on the plane and they have the little rope, but it don't contain all 300 people trying to get on, right? And one motherfucker had started the line. The line was like in a zigzag because of where he started the line at. You know what I mean? It was messed up because the line leader messed it up.
Yeah.
Right. So if the man is firmly planted in the right space, right? Her seeing where her place is easier to do so.
Correct.
But if this motherfucker playing double dutch, shit, she gonna be hopping back and forth too, or thinking there's no line here in the first place. He just playing double dutch, or what is that shit where you hopscotch? Aaron, what's popping? Aaron, God, damn.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Oh, my bad, Ro. I mean, 3 Ro. My bad. How you doing, Miss Ro?
That's okay. What's up, John? Aaron, we can't hear you.
Man, somebody take his technology and throw it against the goddamn wall, man. Just get him a phone and call it a day, bro. Good God Almighty. I want to show y'all this too. Let me read these super chats real quick while he finished unbreaking his computer. Granville was popping with the $5. One of them little kids might be Dave Freeze. Let me find out your GM, your BM. So he's singing the lyrics for Drake. Amar was popping and remember. Mac was goody.
Perfect. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Sticker, my brother.
Shit like that.
Correct me if I'm wrong with it, Chelsea. So, who taught you to care for your father?
So your parents teach you, your parents, your grandparents, your family will teach you how to care for people, okay? And care for your family members, your elders, your parents. That's all taught from your family. So what is the point of that's the answer to the question, but what was the point of the question?
Lauren Mack with the $5 says, my dad taught me to express appreciation for gifts no matter the value, but he also taught me that a gift does not mean you owe them something for it. That's a solid lesson. Dion with the $10. What's up, Dion? He said, I'm just showing love to the show. Haven't super chatted in Mo Mac, thank you for locking in.
What up, buzzing?
Mo Mac just became a member. Salute, my brother.
Your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Welcome to the family, G. Aaron, you there? You on mute. You can't unmute.
Wow.
So while you working on technical difficulties, I'll say my last thing I wanted to say to him.
Mm-hmm.
If that's okay with you.
Go ahead.
I'd like to also, you made a good point about too, what are we teaching our daughters? I do agree that a lot of time in this day and time, I think just as many men are teaching their daughters to be strong and independent. And like the word that Ro used, because I think it still means the same thing. She said self-sufficient. Yeah. I think it all means the same though.
I agree. It means all the same thing, but the
Ro, let him finish.
I'm sorry.
No.
I agree, John. I agree.
And I think men are playing just as much role in doing that, raising their daughters, just as the women are.
Yeah.
I think as fathers, what we should be doing is, no matter what society looks like, we should be teaching the principles and standards that we believe in. So if I play my role in society and there's no one around to appreciate the role that I play, well, I did what God asked me to do. So therefore, I lived the life that I confessed that I was going to live anyway, irrespective if I got the reward on earth that I was looking for. Same thing I'm teaching my daughter and my son. You do the role that you was created to do. Mm-hmm. Regardless of who believes in it or don't believe in it, you do it. Don't look for earthly reward. Go ahead. Yeah. I think too much time. I think in this day and time we look for too many accolades and appreciations and pats on the back rather than doing what we're supposed to do as individuals.
Aaron, you got the show playing?
Yes.
Show playing somewhere else? Go ahead, John.
Nah, that was it. I'm letting them play in there.
Yeah, the role in which you were created for. But have we made them independent to an extent as well, just by being a good dad?
I think if you're a good dad, okay, in today's answer your question according to today's time, I think as a whole, speaking to the majority of men, I think we have made our daughters independent. But I don't think but for doing that, we're not good dads.
Why?
We're just dads who adapted to this society and this world.
Well, she has to.
I don't think we should go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Well, she has to conduct herself and be successful in this world, because can you guarantee a man like you could before? Like they would come to your house and make sure they were worthy. Now the world is much, much different. So what makes that father not a good dad? He's messing up because what would
again? No. I'm sorry. I had a delay on my phone.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, what would be the alternative to not prepare her for this earth? Right? Like, we have to prepare them for this
Christian
world.
values, my belief values. I got a bad delay or something going on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you look blurry.
I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna mute up for a second.
All right.
I'm gonna mute up for a second. I think I'm in a bad area.
Okay. Aaron, you there?
You hearing the show?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Is it no echo, reverb, nothing?
Yeah, it's like Borgen a little bit. It was Borgen.
How about now? Still?
No, it's good.
Okay. Yeah. Where are we? Good fathers, independent daughters. I mean, I think there is a difference between self-sufficient and independent. So if we start there, then you can kind of follow the trajectory. I think self-sufficient just means you are capable of sustaining day-to-day life and meeting, Maslow's first three. Independent means should catastrophe happen at any level, you're able to handle that. You're able to handle a lot of unknowns, and you're able to create shit beyond your basic Maslow's, food, air, water, shelter. Or you're able to significantly upgrade one of those without the help of others. I think that's independent. Like, you know what I mean? Your house catch on fire, you can get it cracking.
Okay.
But if you're self-sufficient, you're paying your mortgage, but you're going to call somebody to get this leak taken care of.
Okay. So by definition, nobody's independent.
No one is.
Not by definition. Not semantically speaking, no. But there's levels to this shit, is what they say, right? And there's levels of independence. Like when it comes to vehicles, I'm way more independent than probably anybody here. But there's someone out there that owns a shop that would run rings around me. You know what I mean? But then there's guys that would call AAA because the tire's flat. Not me. I'm going for the space saver. I'm independent in that sense. But we all have a vehicle. We all are self-sufficient in our transportation.
Yeah. So you're saying your expertise can allow you to be more or less independent based on what's going on. Okay, that's fair. And so, but because day to day, like you said, house on fire, I'm calling the fireman. I'm not running in there get shit unless it's my kids. I'll wait for him to do running and get other shit.
Class 3 leak under the sink. Some people will call a plumber. I'm grabbing a wrench.
Yeah, me too.
There you go. Independence.
Mm-hmm. But generally speaking, nobody's independent because we're not expert in all things that we need to deal with day to day.
Not in the absolute sense of the word. No one is. No man is an island.
No.
Perfect. So let's. I need to use it is because the reason I need to use it is because how we use it colloquially regarding women is what we need to mine out.
Okay.
And I'm thinking that fathers. I don't know less or more than single mothers, but certainly fathers are creating independent women.
Of course, yeah.
Because we instill those values that kind of go against, that could be used to push back at a man.
Mm-mm.
Right? Well, as an example, like I teach my daughters how to shoot a gun. Mm-hmm. I make sure my daughters are in wrestling and boxing and etc. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. I'm the voice that say don't take no shit from nobody. I'm the voice that show up to the school if they get in trouble and shit, and do a level of enabling, like, well, what you do to her? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, and when your daddy come.
Yep.
And so when your father's present like that, I would venture to say we would create a more independent women than these moms. Now, let me just push back at this one thing. We don't say you don't need a man shit, that dumb shit. But go ahead, Aaron. What were you about to say?
No, I was gonna say when you open that, you said that we're imparting the idea, or we're giving them the mind or the philosophy, right? That of independence, and I think mothers do that. What we do is impart the skills needed to be independent on them. But the mindset piece is more akin to I don't need a man. They weaponize because we don't run around saying we're independent, right? But we have the skills to be, and we just pass on those skills to the daughter, thinking it will be received and utilized the way we do, where we're not preaching and wearing it as a badge. But that piece, where the philosophy of it becomes, they have to take it on as a mindset, not as a matter of reflex or protocol. That
So
comes
you're right, but you're correct. We're not saying the things, but our actions are loud as shit.
Yes.
And that's the part that I'm really, because when you look at Ro, I'm sure her father wasn't up there talking about you don't need no man. But with all the skills and the mindset that he instilled in her, you don't need a man can come across.
So somebody put it in the chat. It's called interdependent. So single fathers will teach their girls to be interdependent, whereas a woman will focus on being hyper independent, where they'll say, like you don't need a man.
This definition is interdependent.
Say again.
Interdependent. What does it mean?
You're depending on it looks like codependent, but you're depending on someone that's depending on you, and you're depending on each other as independent.
Right.
Yeah.
So that would be the difference.
Yeah.
So question would be then, or Aaron, whoever want to answer it, are we even though you teach your daughter how to handle a gun, or whatever thing you may teach her as she becomes older that she may need in life, I don't think the problem is in teaching, but I guess the question would be, are you teaching her to be the first line or second line?
Oh, that's a good question.
It is.
When she has to be, when you're teaching her, I'm thinking we're teaching her first to be first line, because we're assuming she's gonna be by herself when she needs to be that line, So like if my daughter is purse carrying, right? I'm not gonna say, hey, if you with Johnny, right? I'm gonna say when you're out, and if you purse carry, which I don't recommend, you need to have some slot in that purse that you can grab that gun when it's positioned correctly and shoot through the purse if necessary. Like I'm gonna say it as though you're in a situation by yourself. You see what I'm saying?
Correct.
I guess like how you see what I mean? Like I'm not trying to tell her fuck these niggas, that nigga that you with, but when it hits the fan, you gotta be ready.
Well,
you know what I mean?
John, to answer your question, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, to answer your question, again, somebody put in the chat. I'm not supposed to be in the chat, but I makes sense.
Yo, I'm about to kick
when
you
you
off
watch,
the bro. Stay out the chat.
Sorry.
You are first off. Are they even super?
No.
Like you stealing ideas from the chat like they're yours.
Well, I was thinking the same
I ain't
thing.
done berating you. And
then you said it earlier.
Then you said.
But I said it earlier.
Then you said somebody. Wait. Then you saying somebody in the chat. You ain't even giving them no credit. You just totally just stealing.
I said it earlier. You are going.
You get her out the middle, man. What's up, Mr. Fantastic?
As
you're stealing from the chat, man.
Independent child, your daughter is still going to recognize.
All right. Did you at least give Coach K credit for stealing her interdependent, or you just said somebody?
I didn't say Coach. I didn't know who said.
You know she ain't gonna get that white woman no credit.
How do we know she's white?
You can look at her and tell.
We know Coach K. Salute to Coach K.
Sorry, salute to Coach K. I took a comment.
Who else you stealing from? Go ahead.
I forgot who said it, but the person that said that the girl child will recognize the father. I said that earlier, actually. Whatever the girl child sees, the type of father, she's going to know what she can and what she can't do. So if the father is active, like Hamp is an active father and he's teaching her about holding the gun, she's also noticing that Hamp pays the bills, Hamp takes care of the household, Hamp does these things, and that's also going to influence her decision and who she chooses.
Yeah, 100%. But Ro, why you keep talking about shit we ain't even talking about yet?
But you should be talking about it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
That was the
but
question that John asked.
No, but John and I was having a dialogue. You jumped in and then you go somewhere else with it.
That's what he asked the question.
All right, I'll let you too. Mr. Fantastic,
Brother.
you hear what we've been talking, and I'm actually glad Mr. Fantastic is here, right? Because there was a clip I wanted to play. John and Fantastic was there. Was Aaron there too? Yes, Aaron was there too. The one point I had made, Mr. Fantastic, is when we talk about young boys. Not saying we necessarily, but maybe us, in terms of they soft, they emotional, etc. Right? Why wouldn't we be preparing our daughters to do this shit by themselves if they have to?
Exactly.
Like it just and then look at us, Mr. Fantastic. Let me show you this. Look at us. And I'm not even necessarily thinking about what we were talking about. But look at our conduct here. I'm just gonna hit play. Aaron, what's up? Aaron, unless
Okay.
go ahead.
I did big up Beans a moment ago on some things. Perhaps, just maybe, I only see negative from you, but that's just a possibility. All right. I don't think there's a exclusively belongs to you. I'm sorry, individual. As you move further, I'll move on. Either you're telling the world because the world is damaged. Good. Even though, and then the things that sting, the things that hurt, ignore them.
Damn, Aaron talking a long time.
That's all I got.
Real quick.
Please
I
do.
was watching a show a while back called The Brothers.
Hold
And
on.
To Love You, and I use our
Now,
nurturing.
what I want to ask is this how we have conversations? Like, is this how men talk? Hold on.
What's the setting?
No more.
This setting.
My dad never poisoned his sons. Now that he's dead, that
He's just
No,
how
you
can
don't.
you?
Oh,
You are not going to acknowledge what he said. Why can you blame your dead actions because
Okay,
of your
you
grandma?
acknowledge
You
what
then
he
blame your
said.
grandma.
Because what I want to understand, right, is, because again, we talking about raising independent women, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when we assess ourselves, I'm talking about all of us on a panel, do we exhibit what is desired to submit to? And I'm just using this one because it's fresh, but I'm gonna click through little by little, and I don't even really care what everybody's saying. I'm just looking at our behaviors as a whole.
Let's talk about grandparents. Why you don't have a relationship with your family? Talk about them.
I have a beautiful relationship with my parents.
Hey, everybody chill. It's still on Aaron. Oh, my bad for derailing. Hold on. Hey, it's on Aaron. Aaron, go ahead, brother.
Hold on, let me finish.
You gotta let Aaron go and then you.
Okay, Aaron, go ahead. Go ahead, Aaron.
Joseph, look, I heard your entire story today, right? And in the interest of keeping you from being redundant, I'm going to answer your question. Do you believe that there are good women in the world?
Wait. Hey, Mr. Fantastic, is that a shot?
What?
When Aaron said keeping you from being redundant, is that a shot?
A little bit.
Did Aaron throw a shot?
A little bit.
Yeah, all right. So we do that a lot, and I just want to point out like the little shit that we do in our conversations. Like, yo, look at our conduct. What would you teach your daughter?
Out of the 4.5 billion women on the planet, there are good ones.
It's like finding a needle. It's like finding the perfect needle in a stack of needles. That's how I look at it.
Question.
No, I
You
don't.
believe they exist? You don't believe? So you believe 4.5 billion women are completely evil? This is your honest to goodness belief?
Why you nodding like
I wish
that?
Ali was up here
Because y'all can't believe this man. This man told you who he is, and y'all keep trying not to believe him. Ham, you asked this man twice, hey, would you knock your grandma out again if you had a chance to go back and do it? He said yes. And then Ham said, no, I don't think you understood me. Let me rephrase it, a little more clearly. If you had the time, if there was a time machine today, you could go back and knock your grandma out that way. Would you change it? No.
No, I
Man is
understand.
telling y'all who he is.
No, but I understand that. But what I'm saying is, would you count you nodding like this as childish?
No, it's not.
Hold on, bro. Look at Mr. Fantastic in the corner. Look.
You don't believe, so you believe 4.5 billion women.
So he shaking his head and nodding his head every time Aaron say something. Let me see.
Are completely evil. This is your.
That's not childish.
No, it's not. It's not how it's childish. I'm the only person. Listen, I'm the only person believing this man. I am the only person.
Hold on. I'm not arguing that, but bro, look at how hard Mrs. Fantastic is nodding his head, though.
Are completely evil.
Look.
This is your honest to goodness belief.
Yeah. I wish Ali.
Come on, man. Come on now.
Without you saying anything fantastic, it looked like you was agreeing with Aaron.
Thank you. That's all. No. I wasn't agreeing with Aaron. I was agreeing with Joseph. Joseph told y'all.
Wait. For the record, I was not in disbelief, Mr. Fantastic. What was being said is so intensely profound. I just needed to be very certain and clear that we're on the same page. Because this is an orthodox language we're using. I just had to know.
But same thing with him. That's what I said. Y'all was like, nah, man, maybe I'm just not articulate. And both of you guys are very articulate, which is, I don't know why you even doubt yourself. This nigga understood.
I don't doubt myself. I doubt him. I'm making sure he heard what I needed him to hear.
No, he heard you just, again, I'm saying you're taking away from yourself, brother, because you're very well spoken. So there's no way he can confuse anything you said in the first place. It's just the fact of the matter, there is a little bit of disbelief, like you said, that he would answer this so candidly and so comfortably about there being not one good woman out of UK. And look, shout out to Aaron for the stats. Aaron doesn't even like to break on the stats like that. He said 4.7 billion women, not one good one. And it was always
redundancy has its place when you need to be sure.
And it was always
I'm just looking at us, our conduct, man. We throw a lot of shots.
Oh, I'm an asshole.
All right, let me play this.
I have a few supporters. I have a few supporters.
Look at Bees, right? I don't even know what he's saying, but look at us though. Look at
Bees.
Bees.
Is your honest to goodness belief?
I wish Ali was up here because Ali actually knows me. I have a few supporters. I have a few supporters up here that understand what I'm saying. People like Jeremiah. People like Red Pill Ranger. People like no.
Beans is like, okay, I wish this nigga get off of here. That's what he's look like he's saying.
I believe there's any good women at all.
Yeah, he said no.
Is that what you're saying?
No, okay. I don't. At this point, no. But I'm open. Okay. I'm open to learn.
Okay, great. That's a start. So let me tell you about two amazing women. I would almost agree with you because of my mother. Has said, well, you could never listen. The bar is high, bro. The bar is.
Aaron, question: how would you know your mom is dead?
It's irrelevant, bro. It's irrelevant. Let's just keep moving forward. That's irrelevant.
So he never dated his mama, so he don't know how his mama is.
It doesn't matter, bro. It's irrelevant. Just keep going.
There are two women right there.
It's not because it's just his fucking opinion, so it's not.
Hold on, let him speak, gentlemen. Let him speak.
There are two women right there that I can tell you anecdotally that are amazing, and I'm thoroughly convinced
you
they're
talking about your moms, and I think
they're in my family, and I've seen them. I've been visible to positivity because I think it's because you're hanging on to see who showed.
Your grandma abused on your granddad. You said she bamboozled her. You said she mistreated her. Why do you take accountability from your dad and put on how your grandmama raised him? And as soon as you were talking about your grandma, you don't switch the blame to your granddad. Why don't you do that?
Because I never knew my grandfather. My grandfather was a Rolling Stone. He had kids all over the damn place. He was a truck driver. I never had a relationship with my paternal grandfather. I never knew. I just knew when he died. Wait.
Yeah, but hold on. So listen what you're saying.
Who's the man that bamboozled her though? Is that your
it was my dad's dad. My grandmother was 13. My grandfather was 17. He already had a family up here in New Jersey. He left my grandmother in Georgia He's told her that he was going to marry her.
Yeah, everybody trying to get you to see, brother. Your grandmother became a mother as a literal child at 13, brother. 13.
My grandmother's 81. She's 81. She still talks that, oh, I don't need a man for shit, and I could do bad all by myself, and the only man I need is Jesus. She still talks like that to this day.
Cool. Now, Joseph. Now, one could say that you're still up here blaming women for all of your problems in your life. You know what I'm saying? Doing the same shit, right? So you and your grandma in the same boat, are you not?
That's the reason why I got away from her.
So you just like your grandma. You just like the person you hate.
So Joseph,
you just like the person you despise.
A little bit about your grandmama and granddaddy relationship.
Hold on, JP. Hold on, JP.
JP, tell us where your eyebrows are. Where your eyebrows are? They gone missing?
What are we doing?
Hey, man, locker room talk.
Oh man.
Locker room and barbershop talk, baby.
We old as hell, but it's fantastic.
That shit don't stop. You know, old niggas be the most egregious in the barbershop, Hemp. You know that.
Talking to me?
Drop y'all down. King face. Look, all right, so smoking Joe.
Yo.
Do you also agree though, right? As opposed to pursuing it in that angle, do you agree that your grandma's a victim?
Yeah, she's a victim. I'm trying to show her a different way, and she still want to hold on to that.
Well, no, here's the thing. Do you and people automatically say no because it's like I'm asking a man this. But do you consider yourself to some level a victim of your circumstance? Not saying that you're weak. I'm saying, are you a victim of your circumstance? Were you subject to certain things that you shouldn't have been, but as a child coming up in that construct, you were exposed to things that maybe a child shouldn't be. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So now,
the first time I heard my grandmother say,
"Wait, stop! No, right?" But just think about this though. So if you liken yourself the same way your grandma, but you don't lead with grace when you're talking about your grandma, but she is a victim nonetheless in this situation, right? And so that's wait. Just one last thing. And that's why it's concerning when you say you don't regret knocking your grandma out, because you're not seeing her as a victim of her circumstances as well.
I brought that to her attention. I did bring that to her attention. It's
not her. Should Joseph have been? How should he have seen that? Should he have been more accountable right there?
He can't see it though. He should have been more accountable, but he can't see it.
He can't see it.
Well, let me ask
until the veil is taken off his eyes, he's not going to be able to see it.
Well, it's not a veil. Again, it's arrested development, and it's his unwillingness to just be an adult and accept accountability for his own life. Period.
Well, no, 100%, right? And I think this is a good comment. I would argue, how many of us do this? Or do we, let me ask you, Mr. Fantastic, and when Devin say something good, you got to highlight it because it's few and far between.
Shout out to Georgia.
It's Georgia. So, Atticus, what's up? So, do we just be arguing, or do we sit down and be like, damn, okay, that person was more right than I am? Like, how do we actually conduct conversations if we being real up here? We look crazy.
I would say 60-40 of, hey, I'm just trying to prove my point or whatever. For the most part,
60-40 or 80 or 80-20.
I'll say 60-40. I mean, there's a lot of concessions that are given, even to like the most staunch.
Stop the cap.
No, bro, I'm telling you, even me, bro, I've acknowledged when people have made great points, and I'm like one of the, most right ass people there is in the world.
Not just you. We're talking about the whole space. Not just you.
Well, you're talking about the whole space. I would agree more so with the 80-20 thing, but then you got to throw the females in there too, because the women never gonna concede shit.
We always concede with each other.
That's why I'm saying. That's why you can't say 60-40.
Once you mix it where it was amongst you guys, you guys accept certain principles and certain things. But if it's a mixed conversation, like when we come on the POV, y'all hardly ever concede anything, and it's just y'all don't know this, and a man can't know anything about a woman, and all that stuff.
I beg to differ, and I've said this before, and a few of the other ladies said the same thing. It's certain men that we will do that with because they've given us grace, and
but grace,
on with you know, things that make sense.
Yeah, but
And
grace is irrelevant. And that's the point. You guys do it, and we said this. What was the dude name? Him, your homeboy, the bald dude, the first guy that had smoke. You muted
Master
him.
C,
Yeah,
Master
Master
C.
C. Yeah, Master C. Shout at him, right? So Master C, you guys agreed with, and the women in the chat and everybody agreed with everything he had to say, simply because he was here, you know, pushing back on the red pill guys and the manosphere guys and so on and so forth. But Master C's real life aligns with a lot of the things that women don't agree with. He says his wife pays a substantial amount of the bills. He's not a 100% zero guy. You know, and a lot of the things that just, you know, because he was going against, even when it made no sense whatsoever, and he didn't even have any really pushback, he was up here clowning. Y'all went with it. Everybody was jumping for joy and you know, and waving pom poms. But he never even he didn't say anything of note in 2 showings. Both of the time he was here, he didn't say anything of note. He didn't actually give any actual pushback. But because y'all like him for what he stands for, of course you're going to give him grace. And you're going to agree with whatever he says. That's a problem.
I don't remember what show it was. I just know that I've been on here and I don't agree with everything John says. I don't agree with everything Hank says. I don't agree with everything Aaron says. And if they are making sense, I've always made sure to say that makes sense or I agree. I have not seen, I don't know what show you're talking about, but I've never been on here to say that I'm always right. I've never said that. And anytime certain men that come on here respectfully and have made sense of something, I've agreed with them.
Ro can be something you might stand your toe on, but I would agree with her. She's not that impervious. My experience with her is that she's reasonable if you're reasonable. I would agree with
her. Though. She speak, and I understand she can only speak for her, but I'm talking about the women as a whole, especially, you know, certain individuals with certain personalities that are extremely, you know what I'm saying, just, you know, set in and firm in whatever their belief system may be.
You're mute, Ham.
But men can't concede, women can't concede. I think it's problematic if men can't concede, man.
No, I agree.
You don't think men can concede? I think we can.
Oh, I think we can. We don't. Largely.
We don't. Oh, okay.
In general,
okay,
we don't,
all right.
we don't concede.
Especially in our you know.
Yeah, majority. Yep.
You know,
I think the 20% of men who come up here looking for a good conversation, just they accept and receive dialogue. Those 20% men can concede. Most men can't. Most men get up here and just want to prove their point, fight, no matter how wrong it is, fight to the end. I've learned to let them men just talk and do what they're gonna do.
But I think even when you all were on there with Joseph, I've said this before, and we'll meet him with one-on-one. He suffers from mental health issues, and he has things that have occurred in his life that does not allow him to receive, like Fantastic said, to receive anything that anybody gives him, even young men. And those are the men that, again, our fathers have raised us to be protective from. You know, he's ultimately, I don't want to call him an abuser, but he definitely has some issues when it comes to women and putting his hands on women. Like, that's crazy. And to have those issues.
So I'm not going to.
Particularly when you're okay with putting your hands on women. I just think that, again, he would never be able to receive that because of things that have occurred to him and occurred in his life. He's not going to be able to receive that coming from anybody.
Man, that's kind of rough, bro. That's kind of rough. Good afternoon, y'all. How y'all doing today, though?
I mean, because you guys were on the show and y'all were all telling him, you were all Fantastic was trying to plead with him to get to understand. Aaron broke down numbers. He still wasn't grasping. Hamp did the whole thing. He still didn't understand it. He didn't understand why his grandmother needed that grace and that space. He didn't understand that.
Man, look, the brother just don't like women. I mean, he just has a real disdain and hate for women. That's all it is. Now, the part about, I don't know, abusing them, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if we have enough evidence. Right now, we only heard a couple. Well, I can't.
He knocked his grandma out.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right. Look, I'm a concede. You said men can't concede. In fact, I heard Aaron do it before I got up here, and I'm conceded now. My bad. Go ahead,
and that's why we said Hank and Aaron are one of those dudes. Those are the dudes, guys, that we don't mind conceding to.
Oh man! Oh my God! Listen, man. Just the whole
Joseph,
thing.
the
Conversation.
I tried, Joseph. I tried, but I promise you.
The conversation being had, man, is this. I'll just go back to the original question. Ham answered here. The way we behave or whatnot, what have you, man, that's just us. I mean, we talk about some stuff, and that's why I say a lot of times the stuff we talk about is never going to change. I've seen this happen, and because it's here, it's like, it's not as, I guess, like friendly because we're strangers. We only know each other through the internet and stuff like that, so on and so forth. So it's not the same like in family settings, but we've all been in family settings where stuff get a little heated, people get a little loud, a couple cuss words get said, but nothing really happens. So especially amongst men, so testosterone is what it is. So there's always going to be this level of combative and camaraderie and competition is going to happen amongst men. It's just natural. It's just you just have to maintain in that levels to where it doesn't get too toxic or dangerous. So that would be my take on it as to our decorum, what I'm saying, amongst speaking amongst each other. Because for the most part, I mean, it just is what it is.
So back to Ham's question about men raising independent women. Each of you gentlemen, would you raise your daughter to be protected against someone like Joseph?
You have to.
Well, but any man though.
Right.
But it's fantastic.
Like in particular.
Yeah. But hold on, Ro, sorry. But one thing I think is detrimental is that it is what it is shit though. Like looking at our conduct on these panels, why the fuck wouldn't I teach my daughter to be able to survive on her own? With niggas yelling, cussing, talking shit to each other, can't get a point out, not willing to concede. I'm like, shit. You need to be able to do for yourself because these niggas is wilding. And on top of that, calling the young niggas soft.
Well, that's like I said, that's a part of the course, right? I think you guys were talking about this as I came up. Everybody has to have a level of independence, you know what I'm saying, regardless. So I think we focus in and say, are we teaching our daughters to be self-sufficient or independent and so on and so forth? It's kind of a loaded question. I won't necessarily say a trap, but loaded. But everyone needs to be, independent to a degree because we're no longer living in the times of where, a girl was being taken out of her house by her husband. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It is expected that it's where you're going to get out in the world and, experience, being financially responsible and, staying on your own time schedule, you know what I'm saying? Making your way as an adult and living on your own and gaining an experience versus if we go a couple generations back, that didn't exist. You know what I'm saying? At least not as rampant as now. So it's actually a necessity because if you teach your daughter, like you said, to be dependent upon a man, you know what I'm saying, in this day and age, you're setting her up for failure, especially we're looking at, marriage numbers, the lowest they ever been, they're only getting lower. And like you said, man, I mean, ain't nobody trying to get married anymore. These niggas just want to fuck. I mean, let's just be real.
So that's why but it's important for us to call it out because ever since I've been hearing it, we've been blaming it on single mom raising these independent daughters. But the truth is, a father would be uberly successful in raising an independent daughter because of the type of shit we actually instill. It ain't just talk.
I don't know if I can agree with that.
Well, you've been disagreeing with me all day. There's new people up here. Let them see they disagree too.
Can y'all hear me? Okay.
What's up, everybody?
What's up? So I'll say this. Trying to mitigate again, reality is a real hard game, man. So when you say that it's because of the behavior of men, That's just not something you can change. You know what I mean? Unless you're gonna move to a whole nother culture or some shit, or get a time machine.
No, it's not the problem.
Hold on, EB. Hold on, EB. You can't come up here being a goddamn bully.
Here we go.
Go ahead.
I did want
well, just real quick.
I wanted to say one.
Hold on, CJ. Yeah, please. Soon as a bunch of men get up here, bro, we can't even.
Excuse me, the ladies on the panel, please say hi to the panel and be respectful of the show. If you want to speak, say hello.
Yeah, me and Fantastic can't even finish a sentence.
Every time I hear somebody else talk, I shut up as soon as I see y'all start talking.
Now you just talking about the conversation. Can we talk about the topic? Jesus Christ!
Yeah,
man. The nigga boxed too much.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I was trying to say something back to him. Now I've been talking shit to y'all. I forgot what I was gonna say. Mr. Fantastic, what did you last say?
No, I just said it's hard to mitigate the reality of things in the current state of, you know what I'm saying, in saying that's like the reason as for it, you know, for the men doing it for the daughters. As for that's just like how life is. So you're preparing. You would be a failure as a father if you told her, hey, you know what I'm saying, find a man and let the man take care of you. And like now, that's just a horrible gamble. Hold on, and I know it's gonna get brought up. Y'all seen the Diddy video out, right?
No, what one?
The Diddy video is out. So he did that shit. He guilty as fuck.
What'd he do?
He put hands and feet on her, bro, and like on camera running down the fucking what's name in just a towel.
Oh,
she was going somewhere. Cassie.
Oh, he beat her up for real?
Yeah, it's on tape. So, and that's what they say, right? Older man for the younger woman because he can provide and all this. So find your provider, so on and so forth. I'm not saying the majority of men are abusers. I'm not saying that, okay? Because I'm a big advocate against that. It's still a minority of people, but it does exist. And the younger a girl is, and she has nothing of her own, the more likely she is to stay in an abusive situation because that's all of her, her support.
Yeah, and that's why I want to make sure that we really mind this out. Because again, the rhetoric is these independent women are being raised by women. But when a father understands what you just articulated, we're going to make sure she's well prepared.
Oh, yeah.
If we're calling independent women an issue, I'm arguing that our men just as much at fault. Because we say it a lot, over and over. They coming from these single moms. Nah, bro. If my daughter's only with me, they gonna know how to do all types. They're gonna be looking like Rambo, nigga.
Yeah. I'll take that charge. Listen, I'll concede that point. All that is definitely what's the name. You know what though? I'm conceding the point. I agree with you, but what I would say still is though, due to the fact that brother, there are more single mother homes. Oh, nigga, no, I gotta say this.
Hey,
there are more single mother homes.
That you conceded, you should let that marinate.
It's marinated, nigga. You know what I'm saying? We eating brisket, baby. But listen, that's what I'm saying. So even that's why we talk about that, because again, fathers have to fight. A lot of fathers have to fight for their influence on their daughters, and I'll just leave it at that.
What's up, Hank? He young buck.
That ain't nothing happening.
I'm gonna say something that's good. So I got some.
Fantastic, like that boxer trying to get his last punch in before that bell rang. That's what that was right there.
That's what it was. Rabbit punch.
I know that's right.
Brisket take all night to marinate. He lied about that. Go ahead.
No, but what you were saying about teaching your daughters to be, overly independent. Yeah, I think that's a bad thing. But you know something. You shouldn't want to teach your sons to be overly independent as well. Because, look, at the end of the day, you're going to need a woman. What us men want to believe it or not, we all need somebody. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to go out in this world and face it alone. Because there's going to be some mental shit that you're going to have to go through, and you're going to need somebody to talk to. And maybe your guy friends ain't always available. And if you got the right woman, you can lay some of your burdens in front of her. You understand what I'm saying? You can do that if you have the right woman. If you got a woman like Ro, you don't stand a goddamn chance. You fucked up.
Jesus Christ.
I still love you, bro, but you know we cool.
Yeah, why
But
gotta
no,
be
on
like
the serious
that?
note, I'm just working maybe. You said some when Ham showed that clip. But yeah, look, as a father of a daughter, I made sure I raised her as best as I could, but I put most of that burden on the mother. As a mother, that was her job. What I told her is how to respect a man, how to treat a man, how not to put your hands on a man, how to do
Did you
basic
send her to
stuff.
college?
Did I send her to college? No, I sent her to trade school.
What trade?
Nursing.
Okay.
So something that's going to not only make her money, but be very beneficial to her. You know what I'm saying? But one of the things I had her doing for a whole season, I showed her how to cut grass. I said, when you get your home, you may not have a man at the time, a husband at the time. You still know how to be able to maintain. What if you can't afford to pay a lawn man to come cut your grass every week? You need to know how to do it yourself. You know what I'm saying? So that was some of the things I taught her as a man, teaching my daughter. Now, some people are like, oh, that's crazy. Why would you ever do it? Why not? It's not going to hurt her.
Yeah.
What's going to hurt her to get out there and sweat a little bit?
You're raising her level of independence, right?
That's it.
That wasn't right, him. That wasn't right.
It's true,
that wasn't right, him.
Interdependent, yeah. But independence, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I guess with that example, maybe I would.
Yeah, we just saying it is what it is, and I arguing that a father can make the most independent woman. That's a fact, though, because the amount of shit that we can do that we would show them that a man would come and do, but our daughters are more likely to oh, my dad taught me that. My dad showed me that. I know how to do. That's all I'm saying.
So we definitely have to look. We have to look for a man which I had to learn. You gotta look for a man that
is. Everybody rules. Go ahead.
Okay, can I say something? Or no? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. You got a few seconds.
All right, so I agree with you, Ham. I kind of disagree with Hink about raising your boys to be alone. I think you should be. Hold on, give me 1 second, bro. But I want to talk about that. I want to talk about that concede point. I think men do concede, and I believe the smarter the men are, the more likely they are to concede. And to a point, we got this thing about men standing on their principles or standing on certain things that they say. It's I hear that a lot, and I be like, how come men aren't allowed to change their mind? And they'll give the men kudos for not changing their mind. At least he stood on what he believed in. I was like, and I'd be like, well, if better information is presented, why would you stand on what you believe in? It doesn't make sense. So that's one of the points I want to make. And all right, that's it. I'll leave it at that for now.
Who was you shooting at?
I'm just saying in general, because I hear that a lot. He stood on what he believed in. So as a man, he should get kudos, or we should give him kudos for that. I hear that a lot. So that would make men not concede their point. If you get kudos for standing on some shit that's not true, but you believed it. So
you get kudos. You get kudos when you stand on the point and you can defend your point logically that makes sense, and you don't sway to weaker information. That's the only time you get kudos. If you stand on something that's stupid and just go down swinging with stupid arguments, I don't know what you won there.
Yeah, you dying on a hill is different than you having a logical point that makes sense and you don't waver off it. But
no, but I've heard.
Go ahead.
No, but I've heard that, and I see it a lot, and I'd be like, why won't he just concede the point? So it does make sense, and I think smarter people are willing to concede the point. I don't know. I don't have no statistics to back that up.
Well, what? It actually what you're talking about is this. That's all that is.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna just be windmilling, man. Some more than others. You know what I'm saying? But it just, So salute to the windmillers, man. You know what I mean?
So you always cut, like, we want to hear the more intelligent people talk, but it seems like you'll give more time to the dumber people like JP, or like maybe because you want to mine it out or kind of understand what they're saying, but they're not intelligent. So we really don't want to hear them speak like that. We want to hear the smarter people talk fantastic, cheeky, fatty, So I'm just saying.
Where is
you have to be careful. You have to be careful when you judge. You have to be careful when you judge JP though, because I've made the same mistake sometimes too. Because he will say some crazy stuff a lot of times.
You could
just hold on, young blood.
My bad.
Yeah, and it's just people in general. We can judge people based on how they normally talk and how they normally carry themselves. True, I'm not saying you can't do that, but sometimes people they may say it different than we're used to hearing it. But if you listen to what they're saying and take it in context what they're saying, sometimes you can find some jewels. You have to be careful throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
That's not true. It's like JP. Hold on.
CJ, just real quick, CJ, brother, I greatly appreciate your wisdom and your youth, brother. Listen, if you gotta go motherfucking searching for jewels all the goddamn time, man, you need to find a different jeweler. Okay, some motherfuckers, some of these niggas, you gotta cut their hand off and pry open each finger to get one jewel out, and it's a 1/4 carat diamond. Okay.
Yeah, it's like a broken clock. It's like a broken clock. Yeah, it's gonna be right twice a day, but you wouldn't go to the broken clock to look to see what time it is, because it's right twice a day. You're gonna throw that shit in the trash. You go buy a clock that works most of the time. You're not gonna be like, oh, let me go check the broken clock to see if it's right.
Oh, you just but what I'm saying is okay. You have to listen to people though. Just listen to people in general. Just listen.
We listened and we figured out he was dumb.
No, what it is,
hey, go ahead.
What it is that people will rank themselves when they talk, and the crowd will do the same. I'm not really ranking anybody like, okay, this nigga's dumb, let me not listen. I'm trying to understand. Also, those rankings are subjective.
Yes,
that's true. But a majority, it's a baseline for what majority of the people believe. That's why Fantastic never get booted off the. That's why Fantastic never get booted off the show. But JP always get booted off the show because people people usually agree with, like, people understand who's the smartest in the room.
He has a fan base too, right? So there's if you have a fan base, it's gonna be hard to boot.
Why does he have a fan base?
Because he has a great channel.
Because he be spitting shit that people want to hear. That's to the point.
He has a great channel, but here's the thing. Like I said, it is subjective. And you see, now here's the other thing. If Mr. Fantastic was saying absolute dumb shit, you still wouldn't be able to kick him off. He still got enough fans where you wouldn't be able to him off.
He wouldn't have that fan base. Yeah, he wouldn't have that same fan base if he was just saying a bunch of bullshit. He would be JP.
JP has fans.
But they not up here keeping them up. They not up here keeping them up.
I be understanding what JP's saying.
Yeah.
Like I do. So I'll re-say it. I'll re-say it. They call me the JP whisperer.
Him, you got a gift that most people can't do. You actually can listen to hear people.
Yeah.
All right, I want to say one more thing, because I watched the video from the last show and I was watching the live chat, and they was talking about my voice, and my shit a little squeaky, and I be mumbling a little bit. It's a little squeaky, and I be mumbling a little bit.
You're getting better.
Fuck y'all niggas in the chat. Y'all niggas ain't perfect.
Wait. You just was telling me listen to the chat because they bring Mr. Fantastic back, but now fuck the chat. But you just
I said I agree though. I acknowledge that.
Wait, so is it fuck the chat or not fuck that?
I'm just saying these niggas, they be in there hating. I'm saying they not perfect. They not coming up here giving they 2 cents.
Wait a minute.
Like my boy Devin. I fuck with my boy Devin too. But my boy Devin was up in there talking shit. I think, I'm not sure. And I'm like, nigga, you be up here. Oh goddamn, and don't say shit.
Hold on now.
God, I thought my bad, Fantastic. I fuck with Devin though, but he do that shit. Goddamn, and don't say.
Devin, hey, now, so CJ, what's your argument? Because Devin, I love Devin. That's my man's. Devin don't be saying shit 65% of the time, and he don't get kicked off.
I fuck with Devin too, but I'm just saying,
CJ,
you can't be
hold
talking
on.
shit in the.
You and Devin are the same person. You don't be saying shit 60% of the time. They don't kick you off.
I'm always chiming in. Don't play with me like that. You always want to hate on your boy.
Now, let me ask you a question. How many times have you come up here and said, I don't really got nothing to say right now. I'll chime in later?
Don't you? And I still chimed in that show, and you always take that narrative on me like I just do that shit all the time.
Y'all throwing all kinds of shade today. Shade.
And then they kick off because this why we need independent. Because you see how we talking. Look, and then EBD be saying smart shit and always get kicks off.
EBD don't be saying that. EBD be windmilling too much. My bad. EBD be windmilling too much. You windmill too much, bro. Let me finish giving my evaluation from the other day. Hink, my boy Hink is just too manly. He be man. And then he be windmilling a little bit too, feel me? Who else? My boy Uncle Rick. I fuck with you, Uncle Rick. But you be kind of like, you just too holier than thou. You be like, oh, you niggas. When I was making that point, like, I like pussy. Like, so you like pussy. So what do you like about it? The feeling, motherfucker. What else? What? Like, it's just you be trying to be like, act like you just holier than thou. But I fuck with you, and I like that you went back and watched the video that I did the other day. I mean, you went back and like thought about what I said.
That's just the way you take it, though.
You was like JT. See, I could do it too. JT. No, you don't remember saying that?
No, because that's what it is, young God. Right? This the problem with us, right? I'm trying to give you honest advice. I'm not saying when I did it, it was right. That's what y'all don't get. That's why I said the other day, the reason why y'all don't listen, because it's something that's so innate that y'all want to do, that whenever somebody points it out, oh, you think I'm not holding, I got kids, I got a baby mama. And I'm telling y'all that wasn't the right way to go. But because you want to fuck, you willing to put yourself in that situation that I'm telling you was wrong.
But I'm 33 with no kids. So you saying you like, and we did. My bad.
Bro, that's not the point, my guy. Right? And again, if you made the right decisions, I salute you. Listen to what I'm saying. Right? I salute you. But there's plenty of people out here that's out here doing shit and is listening for somebody to tell them the truth, right? It's not that I'm trying to dog you out or put it against you or I'm holier than you. That's not me. I'm saying when I did it, it was wrong. And for you, it's going to be wrong. That's it.
I understand. I got you, brother.
So yeah.
It sounds like a standard that should be applied evenly is what I'm hearing.
What you mean?
Like when Uncle Rick was talking, when he speaks, what he's saying is, I'm not saying, how I moved in my life, it was wrong and it's wrong for you too, meaning like it's an even standard. There's no, but what about this and what about that? When he talks in general, it sounds like it's a standard that should be applied evenly without, much caveat to it. That's what I hear when I hear him speak.
I feel like it seemed like he don't give people grace to understand why would they make the mistake they're making. It's like, you like, he was asking me, so pussy feel good. Yes, you knew it felt good when you was doing it. So don't act like it's not gonna feel good now. It's like, don't give me the grace to understand that you know what it felt like when you was doing it. Don't make it seem like, y'all shouldn't do it because it's wrong and don't do it. It's the weird dynamic.
All right, CJ, and I can see that point, right? I understand what you're saying, but again, my point is, even with that all being said, it's still the wrong way to move. It's still the wrong way to move. It was wrong for me. It was wrong for the people before me. It was wrong for the people before them. It's just the wrong way to move. It's not.
Rick, the hard part about what you're saying though is they don't want to hear what you're saying. They don't want to hear what's right. They just want to keep doing what's wrong. What's right, they don't want to hear that, man.
No, I think it's wait a minute. I think it's more than that. It's I think how he delivers his message. For some people, it sounds accusatory, like you prosecuting a case. For other people, for me, it's you're saying something from personal experience and you're giving life lessons learned that should be a standard across the board. Fuck all the bullshit. That's what I hear. So I don't take any offense to it. But if you're having a back and forth with somebody and you asking them questions or rhetorical questions that you know the answer to, and some people don't want to play that game, some people do. I'm willing to play along because I'm curious to see what point you're getting at and the overall message and the result to what you want it to be. I'm willing to play that game since you're willing to play it. But I want that message that you're trying to deliver. So I don't take any offense to it. And people talk and communicate in different ways. So I understand how he talks. I understand John the Baptist talks. Because in reality, we all deal with different personality types every day. And we have to moderate how we communicate and how we listen and how we and not take so much personal offense. You can do that with people you know. People on a panel, it's different. Because when we say Jay Prince, when CJ's talking about Jay Prince, I understand his dialect. You can say that he's dumb or whatever, but I'm pretty sure he's smarter than a lot of people if you went to where he lives. So it's just different. I find knowledge in everybody's contribution. I don't care how silly or stupid you think it is. Someone can tell me what to do and how to move or what not to do and how to move.
Wait, EBD, what did you say he's smarter than who?
No, I think he's smarter than people who live in his neighborhood. If you go to his neighborhood,
that's not saying a lot. What does that mean?
It says a
lot. Uncle Rick, my bad. I didn't hear what you said. My shit went up. My bad.
Yeah, but it says a lot. He's a single father. He's doing what he's supposed to do. He has his own. He's a hustler. How can you not learn from that?
You don't know the intelligence level of the people around him. So to say he's smarter than the people around him doesn't mean anything. That's all I'm saying.
You can't be dumb and have your own business and raise your children.
You can't be dumb and do this. And you can't be dumb and do. You can't be dumb and do those things, brother.
And now I'll say this and leave it alone. Hey, Ro. It's like I'm gonna say it and leave it at this, right? Somebody gotta love y'all enough to tell y'all the truth. That's just keep it a being. I know it don't seem like it because we on this thing and we ain't ever, but I love my people, bro. My entire life has been dedicated to the betterment of melanated people within my family and my neighborhood. Did I go about things the right way all the time? No, I did not. But the media and society, and a lot of times your parents, your friends, your associates are too afraid to tell y'all the truth of how shit really looks, bro.
Can I say? I don't mind the advice. People just want empathy when you give advice. They want you to understand that you know the situation that they're in, or if you went through it, don't act like you never been through it, or you don't know how good pussy is. So you're like, hey, never get pussy.
On doing what you doing. Go ahead and
see what I'm talking about. See, here he goes again. Here we goes again.
We're showing you what you want that to look like. But what he's trying to tell you is sometimes you just need the cold hard truth, the hard truth.
So that's not shooting the hard truth by saying, that's not shooting the hard truth, bro. That sounds like a woman. You feel like you went too hard. No, I don't. I said I don't mind that advice, but when you give advice, you don't act like if I've been through something and I'm giving somebody advice about going through it, I don't act like I don't know how good it was or what they're doing, like why they're doing the things that they're doing. Especially if I do, like I know pussy is good, so I know you want it. So don't act like you don't know that.
Right. So let me. I'm gonna leave it because CJ, you good with me, bro. I appreciate the young gods, man. So I'm gonna say this and leave it at that. Between player to player, right? What's understood don't need to be explained, my nigga.
But it's an audience of people out there that's listening to that need that.
But it's gonna always be an ass attached, huh?
Wait, I didn't catch that. My bad.
I said it's always a but. It's gonna always be an ass attached, right?
Well, I wonder. So
I'm just saying it's all the people that's watching it. Well,
CJ, you got a bad connection. I think we can hear you though, but you just off.
Yeah, you organ in and out.
Yeah, I mean, we constantly assess and be nice with popping. I'm gonna get you in. I just based on what their dialogue is, we constantly assessing the messenger, the message, etc. And we put a lot of emphasis on it just need to be said how it is. But where did that get us? How did it benefit us that we weren't explained why we were doing things? Do it because I said so. Kids, shut the fuck up. Don't ask no questions. Were there real benefits to that?
Yes.
Like what? If you and now before we assess the benefits, look at our culture, look at our people, look at black people in society, and then we need to say where those benefits, where you see them today from how we were raised.
Can I add one more thing and I'll be quiet? And this is probably the problem where people think that the people. No, my bad.
You're damn what I'm talking about. Go ahead, CJ.
I care, bro. I heard you, brother. But I'm saying, like,
So
the facade is
you
what.
just went hard, him.
No, the facade is what people look at and think like, oh, you wanna act like you never been through the situation. That's what people don't like about the internet people. Like, you act like you never been through the situation, like you never went through it. So give people the same grace that you would have gave yourself, or talk to us how you would have talked to yourself.
Well, CJ, I was actually expounding on that. We understood when you said it the first two times. But what I was expounding on is that delivery, just give it to them straight, pause. What are our benefits as men coming up now and today? And then look at our culture. So did it actually work? Or do we need to reassess it? That's all. So let's do this. John, you can reply. Uncle Rick, you can reply what's popping. I just want to get B Nice in. He got skipped over 4 times because he's young and we don't give a fuck what he got to say. Go ahead, B Nice.
You muted, Nice. Be nice. You muted still, bro.
Put him in a fucking bedroom. Get him out. Put him in a fucking bedroom. Get him out. Put him in a fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Put him in a fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Put him in a fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Buddies.
You keep talking, man. And you shut the fuck up. Huh? You keep talking, man.
And peace to everybody
and
on the
you
panel.
shut the fuck up.
Shit.
What's
up,
bro?
Y'all, man, happy
Hey,
Friday.
what are you doing here? I thought I tell you to go fuck your mother.
And again, CJ, it's all love, bro. Believe you me. You can come and eat at my table. You feel what I'm saying?
Be nice.
It's the same, brother. It's the same.
Yeah, I think so. I can
Be
hear
nice.
a little bit.
Nah, we can't hear you.
No, I can hear him for a time being. When he initially said something.
Really?
Say something again. You fixed it, but then you broke it.
Saying shit. That's fantastic.
No, I heard him say, "Hey."
No, that was EBD.
Yeah.
Oh,
They can't hear him. It's fantastic. Come on, Miss Fantastic.
Brother.
Hey, EBD, you want to get back in?
My mind ain't playing tricks on me, goddammit. He said something. Y'all ain't gonna make me. I know it was Texas Day today, nigga. But you gonna make me look crazy.
Reboot that computer.
Well, for the topic of raising independent women, like I have a daughter 22 now, right? I mean, I wouldn't say that men or single fathers teach their daughters to be quote unquote independent. I think that's a different type of thing. I think we teach our children to be self-sufficient, whether they're a man or woman, right? Boy or girl. We teach them how to do things so that they don't have to rely on anybody else, not just a significant other. We would teach our sons to change the tire. We would teach our daughters the same thing because we want them to be able to be functioning adults when they get older. Now, teaching somebody about relationships is different because you can't really teach that. That's just something that they're gonna have to live. That's a lived experience. When what you want to teach your daughter is to always let her know that she can come to you for any kind of advice for a relationship. Well, I'm dealing with this boy, and I'm dealing with this guy, and I'm dealing with this situation. Come to me for it because I'm your chief problem solver in your life. And that's kind of what I would want to instill in my daughter. Not that she don't need a man, she don't need a this, she don't need a that. She just needs to focus on her career. I wouldn't want to give my daughter man qualities and have her testosterone driven and having her match me and having her imprint on me. I would just want her to be functional enough to where she's single, she's all right. She's in a relationship, she's all right. Like we want stability for our daughters, not chaos. I would say that
100%. But if she's single, all right, relationship, all right, sounds the same. If she's single, let's say she's going out on her own, what are you not going to teach her that's testosterone driven? Are you not going to teach her how to defend herself?
I mean, I think self-defense is probably more supposed to be masculine, but I mean, in this day and age, I mean, self-defense, everyone should learn at least a minimum standard of self-defense so that no one's vulnerable, everyone walks with confidence, things like that.
You gonna teach her how to shoot?
Hell, no, ask your question when you get a chance. Whenever
Yes, sir.
Only reason I don't know about that is because women be emotional, and if she's in an argument or something, I don't want that to be her subconsciously, for that to be an option in order to either make a point or she feels some sort of way, or he was doing something with this homegirl, so I shot him both.
When you look at violent crime in our community, you don't think that's emotional?
You mean the shootings or violence?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that in a house like
Well, no, what I'm saying is you pinpoint women are emotional. That's something I've been wrestling with a little bit.
What do you mean?
Because even if you just take the panel as an example,
okay,
when it's all the women, it's not as difficult to moderate.
Okay.
But with the gentlemen, it is. It's trying. It's trying at times.
I got you, but there's aggressive and intellectual debate, right? I mean, we think about Congress. All the men are yelling at each other, this and that. That's always been throughout time.
Let me ask you a question. If you change the octave where you wouldn't know it was a man or a woman, would you deem it emotional?
It depends on their behavior, because I don't think emotional. I don't think emotional is gender based. I just think the amount that it is existing within the body is different.
Well, except for when you said women are emotional, so quite literally you made it gender, right? They're driven like that. But when you assess men and how we go back and forth and argue on the Congress floor and etc., is that emotional?
Yeah, it's more emotion. It's more emotion. It's emotion meeting logic.
Huh?
It's emotion meeting, like, if I'm trying to prove a point, the arguments that we have up on the panel.
You know how many fight? You know how many?
No, hang on. Let me finish.
No. Because it's about to be for naught. Because look at the conduct. Have you ever been punched in the face or punched somebody in the face for stepping on a shoe?
No.
Sorry, it's the wrong person. I punched somebody in the face for stepping on my shoe before when I was young.
Wow. Okay.
That was regular shit.
But was it new? A brand new shoe?
Maybe.
No.
Yeah, I understand if they're brand new shoes.
It was probably Tim's.
I don't know. I couldn't relate.
But I'm saying though, when we talk about emotions, I honestly, I'm starting to just look at this stuff like, yo, because so what do you call it? Remember, Miss Fantastic said it is what it is. This is how men talk. But that shit is emotional.
No, I never said it wasn't. I said it's emotion meeting logic. You're trying to make a point. Two people are bantering back and forth, or we're all trying to make a logical point, but it's met with emotion instead of logic.
You really?
Yeah. It's why nobody can get a word in.
But that I'm uncertain if they're being emotional while trying to make a logical point.
That's what
I would argue if the point was a logic.
You would argue the what?
If the point was logical to begin with.
Well, think about now, right? Everyone can make a logical point now because we're able to sit and listen. But when it gets all hyped up, that's more emotion, right? So nobody can get their logistics all the way through. You see what I mean?
I understand what you're saying. I also think that it's important for you to stand on that point because we've been saying it for 6 years. But is it actually true now? Like, are women actually more emotional? Because a nigga will crash out over his bitch way faster than they crash out over us. When you go to the hood right now, the first grave about $1, the second one about a woman.
Okay, got you.
Shout out to Travis Rudolph.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to understand, like, where are we at?
Yeah. I mean, I make general statements, but there's going to be outliers all the time, depending on the environment as well. I mean,
it's interesting. Go ahead, John.
Can I say?
So I want to make a comment, and I'm gonna ask a question. The comment I'm gonna make, what y'all just talked about, I think men are way more emotional. I think men are way more emotional, but there's consequences to pay when men are emotional. Women can be emotional, but there's really not too much consequence they can enforce when they're emotional. It's just dangerous for them just to do it without no recourse. That's just the comment I want to make. The question I want to ask though is, for those of us who are raising daughters, whether your daughter is in her 20s or you got a young daughter, if would you walk your daughter down the aisle and give her to her husband if she has not lived in your house? If she not lived in your house for the time, if she moved out at a certain age, would you still walk her down the aisle and give her away?
If she did what?
If your daughter moved out,
yeah,
on her own, let's say 20, 21, right after college, whatever the case may be, and she lived on her own for like 8 to 10 years.
Yeah.
Then she decides to get married. Would you give your daughter away? And under what condition would you do it?
So if she
why would you
disappeared,
though?
what did she do wrong?
No.
What, I'm confused.
I'm not saying she did anything wrong. She just moved out on her own.
She was just outside the house, is what you're saying.
Would I still walk her down the aisle? Yes.
Say it again.
Would I still walk her down the aisle?
I'm in a bad area right now, so I can't hear none of you guys are saying. So my bad.
Yeah. Hopefully that question came from you being in a bad area.
Look, to answer John's question, I don't see it as an issue. I mean, for me to walk my daughter out down the aisle, even though she moved out after college, I don't see why not. Now, it depends. Now, if she's into that same sex shit, well, that'd probably be the only issue that I have. Other than that, no.
Yeah, with a man. Yeah, she's marrying a man.
So the premise is this, right?
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm okay with that.
So the premise is this: when a father gives his daughter away, he's actually saying to that husband, for her to be a wife, I've watched what she's done over her lifetime, and I'm saying to this young man, I know that what she's experienced, what she's been through, I'm giving it to you, that knowing that she deserves your protection and welfare for you to take care of her. Now, you kind of have an idea what your daughter is when she's living in your house. But when she moves on her own, what do you really know about your kids when they move on their own? So you're making promises to that young man that you may not actually know.
Well, the promises aren't mine to keep, though.
Communication with your daughter? I mean, you still not having no interaction with her after she moved out? I mean, did you lose communication with your daughter? You're not having no interaction?
I can't.
Is she not under your covering because she gets an apartment? Well, is she not under your covering because she gets an apartment? Like,
we can't hear you.
No, I'm asking y'all. I know you can't hear.
No, she's still under your covering. She's your child, right? But the promises, you don't make no promises to that man. The questions you should be asking that man is, do you know what you're getting yourself into? Do you understand my daughter? Right? And what you are willing to tolerate and not tolerate for, hey, don't put your hands on her. Don't you ever hit her. Right? If it come to that, send her home. Right? But it's not my job to keep a promise to a man that's choosing my daughter as his wife. That's her job to keep those promises that they have between each other. Right? Yeah. A lot of times as parents, we believe that we should be really involved with our children's relationships. No, you shouldn't. It's between, especially if it's a marriage, that's between her and that man.
Yeah.
I think that conversation that you're talking about
before the marriage, you also got to ask your daughter, do you remember the teachings that, that myself and your mother has taught you throughout this time? And hopefully you have, and you implement those teachings. And with this man, you should be presenting them and show them that you've been raised right and properly.
I mean, if you raised her right and you have a relationship with your daughter and she barely moved out of your house, and then 10 years later she wants to get married, I'm hoping that you know who she's marrying. And number one, and number two, before they even consider getting married, if they talked about it and both agreed to it, the first people they tell is their family members. Hey, I'm engaged. They update all their social media statuses. They send out the evites. They want to have a wedding, or they want to do whatever it is they want to do. But the first thing that usually, especially the women, will do is tell their parents, I'm getting married. I got engaged. Look at my ring. Da, 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 da. So the conversation needs to be had right then and there. I mean, not then and there, but it needs to be had to where, do you both know what you're doing?
Well,
no, it should go before that, EBT. In fact, I should know that she's seeing somebody, let alone engaged. If she's seeing somebody, okay, well, let me have a conversation.
Right. I know what he meant.
My bad.
Can you guys hear me?
Well, Yeah, we can hear you
Hey,
well.
shout out-
Okay.
Even when you like, I know Hank's daughter. Hank, your daughter's a little older, right? She's like 20.
She's 28.
28. So she
Yes, sir.
married and all that yet?
Yeah, she's married.
But before she wasn't, don't you get all the phone calls? You know what I mean? I need help with this. I need help with that. Can you come help me? I don't, if she live in proximity, can you come help me? Can you help me change the tire? Like that is covering. That counts 100%. And then once she gets a man, what's ill? I've seen it, just dating, right? And just being around, the dad to get less and less calls. Like this girl I was dealing with before, and then the dad's like, man, you don't call me as much no more. Well, she got help, so you know what I mean? Like when another man is present, the dad could probably feel that presence in a different way before even maybe knowing.
He should.
Yeah.
I think he should. My daughters know if you got a man, don't be calling me for certain stuff. That's what your man is for. Right? Mm-hmm. I'm hands off until it's time for me to be. That's and to address the point that EBD said about knowing your daughter, like you will never know your daughter the way her husband knows her. Yep. Right? The type of woman your daughter becomes to you is a totally different woman than the woman that man sees. Just like you're a different man for your wife than you are for your mama. Facts. Right. So again, all you can do, guys, and I said this before, you have to try your best to lay the foundation so that those morals are built on top of that. So when things go crazy, them children have a place of a baseline, right, to come back to. Right. And hopefully it's not setting subjectiveness in the person they with. Y'all know what I mean? Yeah. Right. It's something that's rock solid. So again, me personally, like I said, I just believe if a person chooses another person to be at your most intimate and your most weakest, right? Because that's what women do. They're at their most weakest and most intimate with the man, right? Yeah. They don't look at it like that, but that's what it really is.
You think both of us?
Say again, sir?
Do you think that application has the same?
It does, but like my brother said earlier, the repercussions is different. You know what I'm saying? That's so it applies, but the repercussions is different.
Yeah.
So I just believe in being hands off, because the worst thing to me is when a woman can say, "You told me to do this," against my man, or a man say, "Hey, why you tell me to do that?" No, make your own decision. Make your own decision. You're the person who has to deal with the ramifications of if you are not with that person. So.
Word. Okay, that's an interesting path. John, are you back before we get be nice? You good?
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I don't know what y'all said, but I guess
said yes.
Okay, so and the thing, one of the principles why I asked the question was because if we're raising these independent daughters, and I know we are, because it's majority of us are really doing it. Are we telling these young men when they get married, "Hey, you married a strong, independent woman"?
Are we telling them that? No.
Yeah.
My question is this, right? I don't think independence is the problem. I think it's the attitude associated with it.
Correct. I'm not disagreeing with you on that one.
Right. So let's dig into this a little bit, right? When you teaching your daughter how to change a tire, or cut the grass, right, or mop a floor, is there an attitude in it? Because for somebody to have an attitude, you look at the word independent, and automatically when it comes to a woman, that you see a certain attitude attached to it. Where did that come from? Because Hink's independent, but when you meet Hink, he's like, "Hey, brother, how you doing?" There's no attitude attached to it. Where does the attitude come from? Right? Is that something that the fathers, because like Hamp said at the title of the show, we're raising independent women, right? We tell our women, our daughters, "Hey, I want to make sure you know how to do this. You get a decent job so you ain't got to rely on no man." Is there an attitude attached to that, or where does it come from?
So to answer your question, I think it comes from society. I don't know how it got into the culture, but for some reason, when women hear in their mind from their girlfriend, strong, independent, "I don't need no man," that's not exactly what fathers like myself would teach my daughter. Like I teach my daughter to be self-sufficient in the sense of like, okay, you're not married right now, you still have to be able to take care of your car. But she also understands that as me being her father, I'm her covering for right now. So she understands that as when we're out in public, when I'm taking her somewhere, she knows that I'm her protector, that I'm looking out for her, that she's going to fall, that when she's living in my house, I'm going to provide the food, clothes, and shelter for her. But then it's going to be when she gets married, she understands that that's going to transition from me to her husband. But in today's culture, women are saying, I can do this all by myself. That's the independent mindset that I'm saying, that if you know your daughter is that mindset, do you tell that young man that this is a strong, independent woman, or do you just walk her down the aisle and give her away without telling that man what she is if he doesn't know?
I can tell you, I can speak to the attitude part. The attitude part is rebellion against the idea of patriarchy and male-led households and things of that nature. The attitude would come from every time you do hear not only independent, but I don't need a man. It's an incomplete sentence that would preposition to say I don't need a man. I don't need to listen to a man. I don't need to respect a man. I don't need to be kind to a man. I don't need to listen to a man. I don't need to cook or clean for a man, and I do not need to be obedient or compliant or respectful in any manner. So that is where the attitude comes from. It comes from a thinking that says, I have a choice now. I do not have to comply, and I do not have to respect you, and I do not have to listen to you, and I do not have to obey you. And there is a society that allows my behavior, that endorses and tolerates my intolerable behavior, because I can turn it on at home, this shit, and not face any consequences. But when I go to work, all of a sudden you don't hear that kind of shit. It is, here's your coffee. Let me pick up this phone call and have this nice voice. You hear it. They don't talk that kind of talk while making a dollar. They talk. So
EBD, that mindset. So EBD, that what you just said. Do you, if your daughter's that way, do you tell that future son-in-law before he becomes your son-in-law that this may be the woman that you're marrying? Do you tell him that?
Yeah, I would.
I would tell him that. I would tell him that. I'm like, first of all, if you don't know, if my daughter is behaving in that first of all, if she's behaving in that manner, that I consider that a failure on my part as a father.
And so therefore, if you would tell them that, also I would say one step further as fathers, we probably shouldn't walk our daughters down that aisle and give her away.
If that's the context, I would say I wouldn't, because I know the outcome, and it ain't good. It ain't good. It ain't good or healthy for someone who says or believes that they don't need a man to be walking down any aisle. They need to be walking into a therapist's office. They need to be walking into a church. They need to be walking into something. You have to have the healthiest mindset in order to marry, because the biggest decision that you'll ever make in your life. You're actually committing to someone for the rest of your adult life. It's not a car or house, 30 years, 20 years, 10 years, APR rates, none of that, because all of that can be undone. A marriage is not supposed to be undone. It's supposed to be forever. At least that's the idea. But nowadays, with all the laws and crap, now it's just as optional as ever. It's just, I mean, it's that's what I would teach, that it's a forever decision, and you better be sure.
I'm just saying, like, I wasn't even trying to go off the deep end of that, right? Again, I'm asking, right? So independence is universal between men and female. Would you guys agree? Right? We're all adults. We all have to be able to take care of ourselves. You have to be able to know how to balance your checking account, your savings account. You got to be able to make money and utilize. You got to have a place to live. You got to have a car if you stay in an area that requires it. You got to, you got to be able to entertain yourself, because life get boring real fast. Everything, right? So again, why is it that the understanding, again, the name of the show and what the discussions have been ad nauseum, is that an independent woman has a certain attitude attached to it? Does that come from the fathers telling them, hey, I want you to be able to change your tire in case there's not a man around, or your husband or somebody to do it for you, or it's late at night and a tow truck can't come out there? right? Like what Hink said, I want to show you how to cut the grass, because once you get a house, you might not be married at that time or have somebody that could do it, or money's tight, right? You get a new house, like the brother said in the chat, he in escrow, he can only send $5 on the super chat, right? And you might have to cut your own grass. Does an attitude of I don't need no man, I'm independent, blasey skippy, does that come from the fathers teaching her to be independent, or is that picked up somewhere else?
The father.
Explain.
So she lives in this earth, coupled with the things that men tout that they can do. Now she can do them. So when she's conversing with men, she can stand up and challenge those points that he would normally have in his favor. I could change the tire too. I can cut the grass too. I can do this too. I can do that too. And then you have society, saying, perpetuating maybe it's the negatives that come with that. So now she has that, her mom and her dad empowering her to do everything that man is supposed to be able to do for her that she couldn't do herself previously.
Yeah, but Hamp, as a father, we also got to remind us, when you have a man in your life, you need to step back and allow that man to do his role, whatever the role is. As a father, I know him.
I understand. What if he ain't good at it?
The young man who's not good at it.
So like, for instance, so like let me give you an example, right? So like, let's say I teach them how to do like what I do. So a 60-inch TV, TVs are light nowadays, right? I can hang a TV, no bullshit, with an amount I already know in 10 minutes, right? That'll take niggas like a day to do. It's a project, but it just depends on, I just know how to do it. So now let's say it's something like changing a tire. I've taught her how to change the tire well. So the man get out there, he's supposed to be playing a man's role. Take this motherfucker an hour to change the tire. Right? My daughter, because now she could have done, I could have done that shit in 20 minutes. Instantly, it's gonna add so because she knows how to do it. When experts are watching you do your job, it's different than when people don't know better. Like if Uncle Rick came to watch me DJ, I would have a different, even when Uncle Rick in the chat and I'm DJing, right? I have a different level. Okay, let me make sure I get this timing right. If I don't see him in the chat, I may not have that in my head as much. You know what I mean? Just as a tangible example.
Yeah. Like I completely understand that. So I see what you're saying. That I can concede that point, that it could be taken that way, right? Yeah,
she gonna be sucking her teeth, Uncle Rick. This shit.
Right.
Right.
Because that's what. I'm sorry.
No, what I'm gonna say, and I had a situation like that. So my daughter called me, Daddy, could you do this? I said, no. First of all, I said, why you asking me? You got your husband now. I said, do me a favor. Tell your husband to call me, and then we'll talk about it. And if I need to coach him through it, then I'll do that. I went over, showed him how to do it, so the next time you have a situation, he knows how to do it. But don't come doing that. That's disrespectful to your husband. I don't like that. I don't play that game. And if it takes him a goddamn hour to do it, allow him to do it. Let him learn. Because please believe me, it took me a long time to learn a certain thing. It took me an hour. It may take you 20 minutes. But guess what? On that next time, won't be an issue. I got it now. I have to live and learn. And I showed him. So now he knows how to do it. Guess what? The more he does it, the faster he's going to get. So be it. Allow him to learn. But you as a wife, you can't overstep your boundaries. Do not do that. And that was a teachable moment I had for her. We have to teach our daughters and remind them of what we told them.
No, but it makes sense, Hamp. Now that I just read Heather's. Heather said her issue dating when she was younger, that her father was very handy.
Is it free?
Oh, my bad. Right. So, but to address your point, like when you DJing, right? I'd be like, okay, he just dropped it on the one, right? Yeah. Okay, he used the stem, right? He got his cue set up. He had a playlist set up. So when I see you DJ, right? Because I know how to DJ and I understand the concept. When I see somebody who don't DJ, I'd be like, nigga, what, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like I've been at parties and be like, why y'all got him up there?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I can understand it, because you want to be, in my opinion, right? A woman wants to be with somebody that's more smart, that's smarter than her, right? More capable, right? So being more competent, right? So if she's looking at you and she has these skills, right? And you don't have them, I think after a while that will wear on her head.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Like nigga, I can do this. You can't.
Yeah, like enough is enough. Like,
Right.
come on.
You see what I'm saying? So I concede that. I hear what
Yeah,
you're saying.
you see what I
That
mean?
makes sense.
And,
Yeah,
it's,
that makes
and she might not even be that type. It's just gonna be like, come on, bro. You know, and it's gonna slip. Where the fuck is your daddy? You know what I mean? Like,
right. And think of that over a lifetime.
Yeah,
Right.
hell yeah.
For a lifetime of dealing with a bunch of dudes that's inept. So I can understand that. That makes sense.
Yep. Damn. All right, let's do. Did Be Nice talk when I had?
No, I
off?
didn't. I didn't.
EBD just took over, didn't he? Be Nice.
I mean, I don't know what was wrong with my microphone, but it's still not working. So,
Right.
but what I wanted to say is, it's not the. So this is way back, but what CJ had said about what Uncle Rick had said is that you're giving prescriptions for things, but the problem is we don't know what we're trying to fix. So it's like you can give the prescription, okay, yeah, don't do this, have dick discipline, all these different things, but at the end of the day, we're looking at the dating market and we're not seeing anything marriageable. So what is the actual goal of all these things when there's no benefit to the thing that is supposed to be the thing we're working for? So that's the main problem that people are having with, you know.
Yeah, and I understand, but and Be Nice. I admire you, young guy. You said some real shit on one of them lives, bro. I made a whole live on it. It was phenomenal, bro. Shout out to you. Right. So and again, this is two different problems, right? So I listen to what I'm saying. This is why I think it's so important when you don't have context with a person, right? So again, we're going off just the conversations that I have when I pop on a panel in general. Now, this is just my stance, right? And I understand that you guys don't understand my stance, but I completely agree with the young fellas now saying that the quality of women that's available for you guys is kind of, you know what I'm saying? It's probably past, right? And I'm not saying have dick discipline, right? I'm saying get you a girl that's good and takes care of you and that you trust and understand that you can fuck her as much as you want. Right? But then that's the fucking paradox y'all saying, right? That's the paradox, right? Well, I'm out here trying to get a wife and there ain't no wives out here. Right? So even with that being said, and this is the point why us as a people, we just a snake eating its own tail, right? And the same point, our young men understand that the quality of women is out here is not up to wifely standards, but still they keep sleeping with them. Right. And at that point, they become the very thing that they say they hate, which is a baby mother. And then the cycle simply continues. Right. So the problem really is that, and I said this before, and I don't see it ending because ego and pride play too much in our community and nobody want to lose. Right. At least not lose the way they don't want to. Right. That it's over with because our young men, again, they use us as examples, even though y'all say y'all hate the OGs, right? Y'all take the very worst of us and use that to justify your bad behavior, even with not you in particular, but as a whole. You know what I'm saying? Right?
I don't think it's justification, though. I think the problem is they're seeing what works. So if the majority of the people that they've met in their life, or parents, or like their dads, or anything like that, are these type of people, and they got these certain successes, they have these kids, they have a life for themselves. These are things that any person, any man can look at and be like, yeah, I want that. So if they're doing certain things that they've been taught and it's not working, but yet when they look at the OGs and the worst of the OGs are doing a certain thing, yet they got these desired outcomes, then it doesn't look that crazy to become like the crazy OG.
That makes
because
sense.
you're still looking for the same outcome.
Yeah, that makes sense, and I completely understand that. So to address that point wholeheartedly, right? If you want to get what I got, you got to lose how I lost.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
you got to
facts.
lose how I lost. I didn't get here just by happenstance. I bumped my head. I made mistakes, right? So if you're saying that you're willing to make the mistakes, by all means. If you're willing to eat those costs and deal with them as a man, I ain't got no problem with that. No man should. Right? But the whole thing is that if that's what you understand the game to be, play the game and play it to the best of your ability. But understand it's going to be some losses. It's going to be some sacrifices. It's going to be some crow eating and some ego smashing. Right? But if you asking me how to do it the right way, the most productive way where you win on all fronts, it takes restraint. It takes discipline. It takes pre-planning. And it takes focus. And that means you can't focus on pussy because it feel good.
Preach.
Does that make sense?
Preach.
That makes sense.
Okay.
That makes sense.
That's a good point.
The problem I have with it is you said something about if the young men act a certain way, which is like we just have sex with them, but the majority of young men aren't having sex and having kids. It's the minority that are doing that. So we actually can't defend any of the women from the people that are going to do the wrong thing because they don't listen to the people that do the right thing.
You think that's that when it says sex? And I think Mr. Fantastic helped me navigate this before. When we talk about black men, is that still true? What's
sex?
That? Not having sex.
I don't know.
No, it's not.
You out there fucking like a motherfucker.
It doesn't sound true, but that's from my perspective.
You told me you blew my show off because you was having sex.
I mean, what does that have to do with anything? That's just
good choice, young fella. Good choice.
Like, Mr. Fantastic. Really?
Go ahead, be here.
I always be here.
You people will always be here.
God,
I think that we talk about statistics all the time, but
hold on, EBD. Before you fuck up all the laughter, can we finish laughing first? Jesus Christ, man. We can't even finish laughing around EBD. All right, EBD, go ahead, be long-winded as short as you can, and then we'll get GA Boy in.
Man, I want to take 5 seconds. I'm taking 5 seconds. What I was gonna say was, when it comes to stats, I think how they're measured. I think how the black community measures up against stats are a bit different than your normal average stats. That's what I meant.
Yeah,
100%. I think the reason for that is because our culture is slightly backwards. We agree with people that get the majority of the audience. So if someone has a million followers, but someone that has 200,000 followers says something that's true, most of our culture is going to agree with the person that has 2 million followers because there's 2 million people there. So we don't actually look for the things that are right. We look for the things that are the most popular. So that works for the women too. So if the most popular guy is a drug dealer, then they want that because that is the most popular thing. Even though he may make money a certain way, the person who has 200,000 followers, or isn't as cool, or just, he's going to college for a computer science degree, that's not the same. So they look at it as not the same. They look at it as the drug dealer is cooler because most people around me want this. So this is definitely better than the other option.
Yeah, I mean that's biblical. When a rich man talks, people shut up. Yeah, that's
it's not rich shit. Though.
Well, you're saying influence, right? You're saying a popular person.
Nope.
What are you saying?
It's popular, but not like popular as in like people are converging on this person and this person has a lot of influence. It's just they're popular in general. So okay, this guy's a drug dealer.
Popular if it is popular. What do you mean?
I mean, he's popular because of his job. He sells drugs to people, so everyone knows him.
So he's popular?
He's popular, yes. Popular.
But what?
But he's popular in a different way, which means he has more influence to people on the streets, in the school, all that sort of stuff. The guy who's a computer science major, he may be the best in the TSA team, but it's not popular in the sector or area that the girls are looking at. They're not looking at the smartest guy at the robotics competition.
Okay. Oh, you saying so?
I'm saying?
Isn't everybody subjectively popular though? I mean, aside from people like a Michael Jackson or a LeBron James, but generally speaking, in your niche,
Yeah.
you'll be popular.
Yeah, 100%.
You know,
I'd agree.
but no, I was just saying it's biblical because it just says that when a rich man speaks, right, and there's a lot of entendres in there, right. It just comes with influence. People hold their tongue. You know, when a poor man speaks, people will brush it off.
Yep.
You know, so.
But the problem is, the guy who is the 200K followers, he's not just a regular guy either. He's not just a regular common person either. He has value, but it's because the way society looks at it, they don't see that as valuable. It may be valuable in the world, but because of the way society looks at it, they don't see it that way.
Yeah, that's sound. Let's get Georgia Boy in. Well, Georgia Boy, what's popping?
What's up, fellas? How everybody doing today? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. What's popping?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. What's up, fellas? I just want to address this topic, man. I'm actually raising a daughter myself, and I will be the first to admit that, yes, I am raising my daughter to be independent. You know, I'm also raising my son to be independent also, because at the end of the day, man, when you have kids, man, you want them to grow up, and you really don't want them to need anybody for anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a difference between need and want, in my opinion. My goal is to raise my daughter to not need a man for anything, but to want a man to be in her life. You know, there's a big difference in that. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot when you go off need, when you go off a need, man, it comes off as desperation, and when you're desperate, that draw resentment in the long run. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm teaching my daughter, of course, to go to school, get educated, get the job she wants, and then one day she find a guy, you know what I'm saying, that she wants. Maybe it'll work out. You know what I'm saying? My daughter, she's not gonna talk back and do all of that because she's raised in a house with a mother and a father. I take my daughter on daughter dates. I take her on trips. No, I do. No, that's no cap. That's no cap.
I know you take her on trips, but she gonna talk her shit.
I mean, yeah, but it's not. She really don't like. She has a brother and she has a dad, bro. She's not. I'm just talking about my daughter. She's not. She don't do all that mouthing back to her brother or to me. She kind of listens. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not trying to say I got a different one, but she listens to when her brother or her dad say something to her. You know, we have gender roles in my house. I know some people don't believe in them, but we have them in my house. You know what I'm saying? My daughter, she's a little lady. You know, she does what little ladies do. She don't like sports because her mom got a brainwash thinking girls don't play sports. You know what I'm saying? Like as far as, you know, basketball and shit like that, you know, but yeah, man. I mean, I agree with you, though. I do think the guys or daughters do raise their daughters to be independent. I mean, that's the only way we kind of know how to raise them. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to raise them to just have to depend on the world for every damn thing. We want them to know how to do shit on their own. Because, like I say, I feel like when you just depending on somebody, you're setting yourself up to be let down, hurt, and out here looking bad. So, of course, yes, I'm raising my daughter to be independent. I don't think it's a bad thing. And I think Rick said it. Independence isn't a bad thing. It's the attitude that comes with the independence, you know?
Yeah.
And
would you agree? You the problem?
How is it a problem? What's the problem?
You the problem. Uncle Rick the problem. I'm the problem. Mr. Fantastic the problem. Hank the problem.
So we're wrong for loving our. We're wrong for loving our.
Ain't the problem.
It's not about
we're
loving.
wrong. We're wrong for loving our daughters and providing everything they need while they're in our covenant. Like that's what we're supposed to do as their father.
Nope, that's not the problem. The problem is, you said, don't need them, you want them. So
yeah,
pretty much, if you look at people as a want, then you don't actually take care of them. So you just want them, but you're not like if someone's rich and they buy a new Lamborghini. They're not going to take care of that Lamborghini because they already have a lot of money sitting in the back. But if you're desperate for something and you need that car to get to work every day, and that's the Lamborghini you bought, you're going to drive that thing like it's the most important thing in the world because you need it.
Yep.
So,
but my daughter, listen, my daughter growing up in a household to where, at the end of the day, if we're talking about dollars and cents and how to survive in this world, her mother don't need her dad. My wife is a high earning woman. She makes a lot of money, but she wants her dad. And her mother, she see her mother take care of her dad. She see her mother fix her dad plate. She see her mother wash her dad's clothes. See, it's a difference between wanting her dad and needing her dad. We're talking about dollars and cents. My wife is a high earner. She makes enough to pay every bill in the house without me being there. Just like I make enough to pay every bill in the house for her being there.
But at the end of the day, your wife needs you.
Yeah, she needs you, not just for the money aspect. She
needs
you.
Yeah, she needs you
Man,
for an emotional aspect, for the security aspect. You know what I'm saying?
I hear what y'all. Hey, listen. I hear what y'all saying with this macho man stuff. Y'all want to feel like a man and feel needed, but it's 20.
It ain't even macho.
No, listen. No, but listen. I'm gonna be honest. It's 2024. It's 2024, y'all. Man, a single woman can survive out here, y'all. They don't need us to cut the grass. Getting your grass cut is $30. That's $30. Getting your car fixed, they got mechanics.
So
you know what I'm saying? It's like
the problem with what you're saying now is we're not taking into account how the world's situation actually is in reality. So if we have inflation going up, a lot of different things are happening at the same time. Foreign enemies, the world is not safer than it was before. It's getting more dangerous. So at the end of the day, you teaching them that they don't need anyone is actually going to not benefit them as much as you think, because the world will change in a way where they will need a lot of people and not just themselves.
I hear what y'all saying, man. Like I say, I want my son and my daughter to want the person in their life, man, not need them. I mean, I'm really not coming off of that, because it's like I feel like I'm just not. You know what I'm saying? I want you to want the person in your life. I don't want you to need nobody in your life.
At least you stand strong on what you believe in.
Because when you need something, a big resentment is grown, and it's just I'd rather you want something and be happy with the decision you made of what you want and make it work.
I told y'all, Georgia
What's up,
boy,
big
the
dog?
problem. I told you.
He's standing strong. I gotta give it to him, man. He's standing strong on what he believes in. He's standing strong on it.
Believes in it. Yeah, that's for sure.
Oh, let me read these supers, y'all. I'm getting behind. Man. Okay, so at least we minded out that Georgia boy the problem. Okay, we getting somewhere.
I'm not the problem though.
Shit. Ali was popping. Naf been a member for 6 months. He said, "What up, though? Just checking in from the clouds. Salute. What's up, my brother? Hope all well. Trying to get to the $2. Says, shalom. What's up? Harambe drizzle white dust on Jack's salt. Jesus Christ. With the $2 says, don't mind me. I'm just here to cyber stalk Aaron. Aaron was having connection issues. Carmelo with the $5 says, we have people talk while the movie is playing, and the other pay attention to the movie. JT with the $5 says, yeah, once you knock out Nana and say that you'll do it again, it's safe to say you don't like women. Ari with the $2 says, RIP Airman Roger Forston. Yeah, man, that was unfortunate. I actually had a whole show for that too. Callie Bev with the $10 says, in hindsight, my dad inadvertently taught me I don't need to rely on a man because he got me if my back is against the wall. Also, not to accept gifts / money because men will want the cat in return. Salute the Ron. Romello. Perfect. He said, for the extension and play the E&J song. I got you. Salute to Romello, man. We on the way to 100K like he always say. Where is it?
And when I'm feeling broke, E&J bomb.
Mr. Fantastic. There's music playing, bro. You can't put this nigga in the middle. Hang. Watch out, Mr. Fantastic.
And when I'm feeling broke, E&J by my side. Henny like $40. This shit like
Salute. He think he too cool to dance, bro. This nigga, man. I hope
he locked in on fight mode, man. He can't waver, bro. Fight mode.
She in fight mode? Oh, my bad, Mr. Fantastic. My fault. Tony Golden with the $2 says, EBD, if a dwarf is taller than a midget, it means 0. The Fantastic frozen? Oh. Add a kiss with the 50 pounds. Salute. He said, extendo, salute to you, him, and the entire panel. Please play the E&J song for the kid. All right, I got you, man. Let me see. Oh, John can dance.
And when I'm feeling broke, E&J by my side. Henny like $40. This shit like
Oh, Uncle Rick, you ain't tell me you had that. I gotta go get my shit. As A with the $5 says, EBD, that was kind, and I agree that JP is not a dumb person. He is hurt by a couple of people who get his goat, and play victim to the masses. His goat. King Kuta with the $5 says, just sending love for the channel. Salute my brother in escrow. So all I can afford for your cowboy ham is I'm broke, baby. No doubt. DJ with the $5 says, my bad for dropping. I'm in Vegas. My phone overheated. Thanks for having me up, Ham. Great show as always. Yes, sir, my brother. Good shit. Aaron with the $2 says, I was just kidding when I said I picked the best 304 for you. But when I said it, you pushed back on it. But this is the CJ point. If we never taught ABC how I'm gonna do X, Y, Z.
And hold up, apology, Aaron. They all hoes, bro. Just stop, right? Is she your hoe, right? That's what I be saying. Y'all never watching me, right? If y'all's at my channel, y'all already know the stuff. If y'all listen, I done said it on Ham's channel. So
yeah. Aaron with the $5 says, Georgia boy, you're going to teach her she needs a job, but not a man when jobs are retired from a marriage lasts forever. Seems counterintuitive, no? Culture Clinician was popping with the $7.77. He said, a woman should be self-sufficient until she can be interdependent. She should want and need. That's a feminist talking point. I have 3 daughters. Aaron with the $5 says, it's 2024 and the forecast is clouds with a slight chance of a fucking drizzle. Culture Clinician with the $2 says, if woman was made for man, she needs him. Hank Deasy with the $2 says, you never hear a man say he doesn't need a woman. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Georgia boy, you want to reply to any of those? I'm driving and all that. Georgia boy, can you hear me?
He's making a left turn right
Can
now.
you hear me, big dog?
Yes, sir. I can hear you now. You want to reply to any of that?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, bro, like I said, man, like she's gonna want a man in her life because she grew up in a house with a man. So that's not gonna be something she don't know nothing about a woman being single and all of that. We're a product of our environment, bro. She's growing up with 2 married parents. That's gonna be something that she's just gonna know is normal. Like it's a lot of stuff that when you grow up, some stuff are just normal. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be normal. I'm not going to have to teach her that. She grew up with a man in her life her whole life. So her wanting a man, she's going to know that's just a part of the course. So that's the part I'm just trying to I don't have to teach her that. She's going to know she needs that. You know what I'm saying? She know how her life was. She's going to want to give her kids the same or better life. And she's going to know there was a man in the house she lived in her whole life.
Do the majority, and Ali, I know you used to work with kids. Do kids learn very well through seeing?
Definitely.
So
but majority of the youth at risk didn't have their mothers chose themselves. They didn't choose the fathers.
No, just I'm just listening to what Georgia Boy said in terms of she's in a dual parent household. Will she be likely to try to duplicate that in her life? Even if he doesn't tell it, even if he doesn't say it explicitly, hey, get you a husband, get married. If he doesn't say it, but she sees it happening on a daily basis, is she more likely to try to replicate that?
It's strong chance she'd be more likely to try to replicate that, especially if they valued each other and they had certain gender roles. But if her father is telling her she shouldn't need a man and want a man, and then you go outside the door and see what everybody else is doing, she could separate herself from that. And that's what typically happens too.
Yeah.
The daughters being raised in households are picking themselves over a family.
No, I'm not telling her she don't need a man. That's nothing I would never tell her out her mouth. I would never say that.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, Jordan, I thought you said you tell her she should want a man, not need her.
Want her. That's what you said, bro.
No, I'm raising her to make sure she's self-sufficient so she doesn't need a man. I didn't say I'd say that, though. I'm raising her. Right, but you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying...
This is what you just said.
Oh, Jordan Boy, say it again. We confused. Well, let me speak for. I'm confounded.
I'm raising my daughter to make sure she's accomplishing all her goals, being as successful as she can, So she's not out here living to saying I need a man. I'm not telling her, hey, send her
Stop
down.
right
Hey,
there. Stop right there. What did you just say? What
Go
did
ahead.
you just say? You just said she don't need a man, so she don't need a man. You just said it again.
But I'm not sitting. Yes, but I'm not sitting her down saying, look, young lady, you don't need no man in your life. I'm not saying that to her.
That's what you saying, family. I get what
That's what you
saying,
showing
but that's
her.
what you saying.
That's
No,
what
that's
you're
what he.
teaching
No,
her.
that's
That's
what
what
he's
you're
saying.
teaching
There
her.
ain't no showing. That's what he's saying.
Well, look, hey guys, I gotta go ahead and pick up my independent daughter from school real quick. I'm gonna be back up here though. I'll be back. Let me go. I'm about to run here and pick her up from school.
Well,
So
what
I'm
if
gonna
she
be
says
right
she
back
don't
up in a
need you
minute.
no more? She take an Uber.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right, dog.
Do you guys believe that as a father, that fathers we set unfair expectations on our daughters of what they should see in a man, or that what a man should do or be or bring or be to her?
To some extent, yes. We think that she's gonna know. She's gonna inadvertently know how to make a good decision on how to size up a man or a good man. Let's just say, like she's not gonna be able to tell the players from the real ones until we tell them. This is how I used to move. I was a player. My man over here was married 20, 30 years. This is how he moves. Tell the difference, know the game. But it's ultimately, no matter what we say, it is going to be her decision in the moment. You just want her to have the best information available for her.
The same thing we say,
No,
Ricky,
I
about
think
how
that's
we
what
can
he's
make.
saying.
We can make. Oh, go ahead, Rick. Go ahead, Hank.
Oh, go
I know
ahead,
you
Hank.
already-
What were we saying? Did I get that wrong?
No, well, I thought you. Well, maybe I need clarification. Are you saying? What was your question again, Rick? Are we setting on that?
Yeah. As fathers, do you believe that as fathers we set unfair standard or precedent as far as what a man should bring to our daughters, right? What they present to them, right? Because as we know, right, we're established on a certain level in our lives because times were different, money was different, right? Society was different. So if we teaching our daughters, as everybody say, this old school way of thinking, but the men are more modern, right? That we see out in there, is that unfair to our daughters, right? And a standard that basically that the young men nowadays can't even meet because of economics, societal standards, right? I mean, when we wanted a girl, we walked up, we holler at her, and if the vibe was right, we'll hug and pull and kiss on her neck. You know what I'm saying? Hit the back of the nape of her neck, right? But nowadays, a dude do that, he gonna get called a creep. He might get called a weirdo. He might get called the police on him. Some guys might beat her up because some girl spaz out. You know what I'm saying? So are we setting an unfair standard for our daughters of what to expect from the young men out here nowadays?
No, I don't think so. As long as we educate and teach her and let them know how it was, how we approach maybe their mother or the wife that we have. We respect them. They approach them in a respectful manner. Don't go ahead, just come to AA shorty and do all that. That shouldn't work for you. That shouldn't work for you as a young lady. That shouldn't how you expect a man to come at you. Now, if he comes at you respectfully, then you can respond respectfully. If he comes with you disrespectfully, then if you came at him disrespectfully, say that don't come at me like that. You can come to like that. Don't come at a woman like that.
Well, Rick, no, I can't agree with that because again, like you said, the lingo and everything is totally different, right? Even for us, like shorty or whatever they refer to females as long as you're not calling no bitch or no hoe. I mean that's just how kids talk. So that's why I say you have to be extremely careful. My bad.
But
go ahead.
But it's fantastic. I understand that's how they talk. Doesn't mean you don't have to accept that though. Right?
Yeah,
don't call me shorty.
I don't
want you to address me. I wouldn't tell my girl say it's okay to you accept a man to call you shorty. No, I know that's what the slang is. But if you go into an office, is that how you were talking slang? Would you talk to your supervisor in slang?
So are you gonna handle your relationship, your intimate relationship, like your business relationship? No, that's why they're separate things. Everybody code switches. So this is why I say.
But are we
go ahead.
talking in slang all the time on a regular basis?
Well, I agree with you there. Of course, she shouldn't have a guy that should just be, some hood booger ass nigga. No, I'm not saying that. But at the same time, I think to Rick's point, we have to not impose our ways onto ways we don't understand. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he can't be doing this and this and this is, well, this is what kids do. You know what I'm saying? Nobody fucking like he better open up your door. Nobody opens up doors no more, man. So if you're telling her, you give her a real something that's realistic to you or something that's good for your times, she could be, you know what I'm saying? She could be missing out on a perfect fucking dude that the only thing he don't do is open doors. You feel what I'm saying? Open a car door. I mean, open car door, not necessarily what's but like her car door type shit.
I understand what you're saying, but there's nothing wrong with having those high expectations.
Yeah, but yes,
there's
it
nothing
is.
wrong
Now
with that.
I disagree with that. It's definitely something wrong with having, and now you're making the point that we were making. So see, now it's starting to come out. When you're telling your daughter that she's got to have pretty much like the ultimate man in the earliest stages, you're setting her up for failure, and now you're being unrealistic. Because even you, me, and nobody other man on this panel at 20 years old was the perfect man. You weren't the ideal man. You were just getting introduced to manhood. So when you tell your daughter, well, he got to make this amount of money and he can't do this, and he can't do that, he can't do this, he can't do that. Now you basically fucking dating for her, and she's passing up on somebody that she's has a possibility of growing with, and somebody that actually has interest in her because she's, you know what I'm saying, knocking niggas out of the door, you know what I'm saying, simply because they're not to what my daddy say you should be doing. Now at the same time, again, she just be accepting any and everything. No, of course not. She shouldn't be accepting, you know, the hood niggas, the bum niggas. She shouldn't be accepting any of those type guys. But what I'm saying is there's already this extremely high standard set for black men specifically already. Again, 100K ain't no money. Nigga, you ain't got no, you ain't don't want. So what I'm saying is you have to be extremely careful when we're telling the girl, like, hey, listen, your daughter, I'm sorry, not girl, but your daughter to be, okay, cool. These things right here are absolutely, you know, without a shadow of a doubt, red flags you shouldn't even entertain. But, you know, give some grace. And if the guy has potential and, you know, hopefully you and your daughter have enough of a thing where you can meet him or whatever and vet him in somewhat kind of way and let her know the flaws and things that you see. Because a lot of times, you know how that shit go too. You can tell your daughter exactly, hey, that dude's a piece of shit. Hell, damn, your daughter, your sister, your aunt, or your cousin, or whoever. Hey, man, that guy right there is no good. And you know what they're not going to do? They're not going to listen. So that's why I say you just got to be careful, man, because, you know, the things you use it as a dad, especially, you tell them not to do or what not to do. That's what they, you know, they may gravitate to.
So do you believe in that we teach people how to treat us, right? Do you believe that?
Of course. 1000%.
That's what I'm talking about. So if a young man comes up to you and say, hey, shorty, and my daughter, I prefer you not to address me like that. So now he has to make an adjustment, either come correctly or move on. You have to teach people how you want to be, right?
Yeah, but now that guy,
I want you to approach me. I want you to come at me. Okay, you seem like a cute guy. You seem like a nice dude. I just don't like your approach. Now, if you came at me differently, maybe you could have got a different outcome.
Well, yeah. Now I'm gonna just walk away and I'm gonna go to the next girl that's gonna accept it, and not make a big deal out of something minuscule. Now you're teaching your daughter to do the things we don't like. You're teaching her to do the things we don't like women to do to us. Is it really that big? Is that really big of a deal? Was I being whatever? Did I call you a bitch, a hoe, a slut, or whatever, or get your ass over here, some shit like that? No, I'm speaking to you again in common, like, general public lingo or whatever, for what the reason may be, or so on and so forth. And I'm just trying to introduce myself.
You're speaking to him in slang. That's how you're speaking to him.
Yeah,
but not every woman is with the slang.
I'm with you, Hank. Hank, but
makes sense.
Hank, I promise you, Hank. If that man fits the wickets, he can say, get over here, bitch, get over here, hoe, and she going. You feel what I'm saying? So you're kind of building up something for her to just have another disqualifier for the non-perfect nigga. For her non-ideal nigga, she gonna say, "Oh, you approached me wrong, so now I can just use that excuse to get you out of there." But if he pull up in the Bentley, the Rolls, or even the Benz or whatever, or he's 6 feet 6 nigga, all the sixes, no devil worshiper type shit. You know what I'm saying? She going regardless. So that's why I say we have to be. I'm with you, Hank. I'm not saying you don't want your daughters to accept anything. You want your daughters to have a standard of how a man should treat a woman. But at the same time, you do not want to instill and amplify the disqualifiers women already have for a guy that just may need to get in the door. You feel what I'm saying? The perfect fucking
for her.
I understand, but I don't think knowing how to address a woman is to have a standard for any man. I don't think so.
It's not.
And if that's the case, then goddamn, what is your standards?
It's subjective. That's what I'm saying. You're putting the way you look at it and your approach on everyone else. And again, you're going to eliminate a lot of men from that, because when I'm approaching a woman, it's supposed to be casual. I don't have to come to her as like, my queen, how are you doing today on this morning or this eve? No, motherfucker. I'm not gonna call you no bitch and no hoe and no shit like this. But hey, what's going on? How you doing?
You could say instead of saying, hey, shoulder, hey, how about saying hello? How you doing this morning?
Or hey, well, again, it's like you're saying, hey, well, listen, how about this, Hank?
Wait, can I say
you don't
something?
like the word shorty, right? So I get you. Would you accept love? Hey, love, how you doing? Would you accept that? Would that be disrespectful also?
Yeah.
Shorty is fine.
Hold up, pause, niggas. Y'all, I'm talking about if you a man talking to a woman. If a man walk this, that is something that, especially like Hank's age. I was saying talking to a woman. Chill out. So Hank's age and people are that, hey, love, how you doing? You know what I'm saying? What's going on or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. It's slang is just, again, it's just something that I guess bothers you because you link it to niggas, which I understand. But there are, little pet names, little whatever that you call a woman that isn't whatever, just to like break the ice, just to, show some form of, interest. And, I'm just saying.
That's true.
Every generation has their own language. Every generation has their own language. Every single last one. When we were 20-something, we were saying that shit's tight, is this, is that, is whatever. Every generation has every 20 years, 10, 20-year gap of parent to children. The children have their own like language of how they approach people, what's cool, what's lit. I don't know what the fuck that was until 2015. Like there's a lot of language. So when we were coming up, we also had more social muscle, right? We did the cold approach. We hit up the girl at school, we hit up the girl at the mall, things like that. What we're not recognizing though, when we're raising these daughters now in the 2024 range, is social media. Now they're getting approached on social media, so they have more options. They have more options, therefore men are more disposable, as it were. It wasn't the high school sweetheart that you're in love with forever and a day. It's this other dude who has a jet, G5, plane, Lamborghini that you saw on Instagram or whatever, and they're addicted to the lifestyle rather than the life. So there's a whole bunch of factors at play that we just didn't have to deal with when we were growing up versus now.
So one thing I see a problem with is Hink doesn't, okay, I won't say he doesn't understand, but he's not taking into account what turns girls on. So when you have a guy that like walks up to a girl and he says shorty, he may not even say that all the time to everyone he meets, but he's saying that to like break the ice and kind of like just show that he's interested. So if he didn't do that, then it wouldn't be attractive. If he just went, oh yeah, hey, how are you doing? They'd be like, oh, what is he talking to me for? So you're not really giving them an in or an out on the interaction with you. If you say shorty, they know, okay, yeah, you think I'm attractive, okay, I'm uninterested, bye. That's an easy understanding in a communication or in a conversation that, okay, this person's interested in me, they're calling me pet names. Okay, yeah. That's easy to pick up. But if they're not saying anything, if they're just saying, oh yeah, like, how are you doing, ma'am? I hope you're having a great, wonderful night. Can I help you to your car, ma'am? Like, they're gonna be like,
yeah.
Are you just a weirdo trying to help me out, or are you interested in me?
I disagree. I disagree with that. Be nice. It's all depending on how attractive she is to you, right? If she's attractive, if you walk up to her and you say, "Hey, Miss Lady," "Hey, ma'am," and she find you attractive, she's still gonna say something to you, right? So I hear what y'all saying about the lingo, the stuff, but I guess it's all depending on the situation, where you at. You know what I'm saying? And what the energy is, right? I mean, a lot of times it don't even take you saying nothing. When you look a girl in the eye, right? And she looking at you and you just walk up, "Hey, Smiley, how you doing?" You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just, I think the attraction overrides that. You know what I mean? If she's attracted to you, it'll override a lot of that.
But like you said, according to, you listen to these females, Rick, and the dudes that I would say get the automatic he in there, you know what I'm saying, no matter what,
I say that's less. That's definitely less than half, and probably like 20% of dudes. Some dudes will have to put some type of work in. You have to make some type of thing, and she not just go, you know what I'm saying, put the pussy in your goddamn, you know, in your hand, you know. But when you talk about these approach things or whatever, man, just it's just real important to understand keeping your daughter safe, but not fucking making her prisoner. You feel what I'm saying? Keep her safe, but not make her a prisoner.
Y'all
Because
see how we keep coming back to the same spot every single time?
my bad, Ali. What I miss?
We come back to the place of what a woman desires and how to keep her safe when we speak about how the condition of our women are, regardless of the father being there or not. And when Hamp was talking to GA boy or Georgia boy, he was talking about what she sees. So even if the father is there or isn't there, if she's emulating her mother who talks bad about the father to the son and the boy, and there's dudes going running in and out the house and she's watching what her mama does, it's gonna have a bigger impact on her than what you tell her anyway. But then we come back to a place and go, hey man, if she likes you, she'll do this. If she likes you, she'll do that. Does she like you as the man, as a God-fearing man, as a principled man, as a good man, or does she like you for the type of guy she can use? Like we stray away from the point. What kind of women are we dealing with today? Are we dealing with God-fearing women? Are we dealing with women who follow their fathers? Are we dealing with women who follow themselves? So does it even matter if she like you? Because fantastic, she'll like you Monday for what she can get out of you, and then when she don't get from you what she wants, she's out the door. So
Well,
we still appealing to the women, and we are the problem. Hence the show today, because we'll tell. Oh, go ahead.
Well, that's what I say. I get what you're saying, but on the topic today is just saying, are we perpetuating the whole thing to where, you know what I'm saying, just as much? I tell you, I still don't agree it's the same level as the single mothers do. As a father, you have a duty to your daughter, and like shout out to Zero, y'all might know who he is, but daughter niggas, right? I'm a proud daughter nigga. You know, before Kobe died.
Fantastic. I'm with you 100%. What's the best thing you can do for your daughter?
The best thing I can do for my daughter, to show her what a great man is. Show her what a great man is.
So she can get married, right?
Yeah.
That's what fathers used to do. They actually used to go find the man for his daughter to be with, right? But now what fathers will say is, all a nigga want is sex. Don't trust no man. Watch where you are. We talk down on guys. And we tell them, hey, the only man you should depend on is your father. So we make her a daddy's girl. Just like the mama makes a mama's boy, we make her a daddy's girl.
You know, and I don't agree. And like I said, I don't agree with that. I don't think most.
But you do it.
No,
you doing it right now. You protecting your daughter. You're not trying to find a man that she can marry. You're not teaching her how to love a man. You're not teaching her what to look for from a man. You're not teaching her how to cater to a man. Fantastic.
I can't.
Just sitting her to be catered to.
You know, the dynamic of it makes it that way. It's go. If you're not in, and that's why I said. Then Ali, you actually making my point. The other point I was trying to make to him. So when you look at the majority of relationships, as to where these girls are not growing up in households with fathers.
But those not the ones. But fantastic. Not to just to interject, brother. We not talking about them. We're talking about the ones that have dads and how we doing the same thing. Like first, I told my daughter she can't have her first. My second oldest daughter, she can't have a boyfriend until she's 40.
Yeah, but that was hyperbolic.
I know, but she's 6. She's like, okay. And then she said, "Daddy, this boy tried to talk to me, but I told him I can't have a boyfriend until I'm 40, right?" I'm like, "Yep."
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, man. Listen, you have to have a level of protection.
Fantastic. This is my main point, family. All the brothers come on here talk about women submitting. Don't no man yet on here said I'm gonna teach my daughter how to submit.
Hold on. I've been saying, okay, so that's not fair because
I'm not John the Baptist. If I haven't heard it, I apologize.
Yeah, you're right though, Ali. Nobody has said.
But nobody
it.
comes on here and says this. Nobody teaches.
No, because I introduced the topic earlier when I said, if you walk your daughter down, would you walk your daughter down the aisle knowing that she's not the type of woman that should be married?
I heard that, John Black. I heard that from you. You're right. Right.
Well, that's right. But Ali, I was still saying this.
You being reasonable.
So even the way you doing that though, it wouldn't be you having a direct interaction with your daughter. It would be your daughter seeing how your wife interacts to you.
So whose lesson is it? So whose lesson is it then?
What do you mean?
No, I want us to delve into that. Whose lesson is it?
I think it's ours, Uncle Rick.
That's what I'm asking, because then we can address a totally different argument.
No,
that's why it's interesting, man. Like, go ahead. My bad, Fantastic.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying, right? So I as a man can not teach my own daughter how to be submissive to a man. That should be something that she should be learning through seeing the interactions of how her mother treats me. other women of other cultures would tell you this. That's why Puerto Rican women, Hispanic, Latino women,
Yes,
African women, so on and so forth.
They'll
They
be side by
learn.
side.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Go ahead.
they'll be
Ham.
side by side with their mother cooking and
That's what I'm
etc.
saying. So
Their
you see,
mother, their
so-
mother would even pull them to the side and be like, "Hey, blah blah blah, whoop de whoop."
yeah.
Right?
So,
Go ahead, Mr.
so
Vitale.
that's
We've been
what-
cutting you off. My bad.
So that's what I'm saying when we say this thing about, well, are you teaching your daughter? I know Hamp say, so we talk about those that have them. I mean, I'm in my daughter's life. I have, what I'm saying, but I'm not married to her mother, and me and her mother have, we ain't been together in fucking 9 years. So her mother's, I'm never going to be able to have her learn that from her mother because we don't have the interaction. Now I'm, what I'm saying, Mama, go ahead, Ali, go ahead.
So who's she gonna learn more from, you or her?
Obviously, that's what I'm saying. But Hamp
That's
said we're
what
not talking about that. So that's why I don't want to jump into it.
Oh, but that's the most.
Well,
That
yeah,
is
it's
important.
talking
But we'll
about
go
the
that to
single
the
mom.
later. Then the
Yeah,
main
this-
thing I think we trying to address is the detriment we do to our daughters. If
Yeah.
we talk just as bad as about the men, and we're worse because we're actual men.
Yep.
Like the mamas, we do
Yep.
we do worse because she daddy's girl.
Yeah. Yeah, because Ali, if you say niggas ain't shit and you sitting there as a nigga,
Yeah.
it's really like, God damn it, my
Watch where
daddy
you go. That's all
Yeah.
they're looking for.
Yeah.
Your daddy always here though.
Yeah. Yeah, facts. my daughter came home the other day, Ali. She's like, Daddy, what's the boy name? Sharon or something. Said, he said his daddy's stronger than you. I told the teacher. Right? Because in her head, it's like, no way. You know what I'm saying? Like,
But the thing is, we take away from how powerful the women are. That the woman teaches the boy or the daughter to cooperate by the way she values the father. What Fantastic was saying is she's watching the woman follow the man, and she's watching how her mother loves a man. It's the woman. And if the daughter has a great father, phenomenal father, and she's seeing her mama be fast, she gonna be fast.
Yeah.
It ain't no matter how good. And there's rare daughters who will follow their father and love their father, aspire to be like their father and be a woman like their father wants. But for the most part, they're gonna follow their mother. That's how impactful a mother is. They teach the boy and the girl. They're the heart of the family. We can protect and provide as much as guidance we want to give. If the mother isn't guiding the children with what the father is saying, hey, good luck.
yeah, I think that, well, that's a different. Let me see what Aaron wanted to say. Then we can chase that down too, Ali.
Fantastic. I think that's you said a lot, and I kind of lost a lot of it because what? No, man. You said a bunch of stuff, and I saw exactly why women have a hard time choosing the right man, because a lot of stuff that you're allowing to go through the cracks. One thing, for example, is how we address women. There's nothing wrong with, excuse me, miss, ma'am, if she's clearly older than you. But see, men don't have a standard. That should be a standard. I don't give a shit about shorty, cutie, sweetie, pie, all that. No, the standard should be you don't know this woman, okay? You don't know who she is. So there should be we're too informal. There should be a formality that we approach people with, because that's what you do with your job. So why don't we do that with one another? Are you telling me that your job is? I said in the super chat, jobs are retired from. Relationships last forever, but we treat jobs with far more delicacy, and we approach them with greater decorum than we do one another. Why can't we just have a standard as men and say, "Excuse me, miss," and then they have to respond to that. They have to acquiesce to that. We're acquiescing to what they want, which is changing ass language. And now we got to follow what's the appropriate nigga shit to say today. No, fuck that. No wonder we out of control, because we don't keep shit simple. And then to say you can't tell these young bloods, to do what you did. No, all right, yeah, but you're speaking in absolutes. We don't have to be so black and white, all or nothing about it. There are certain things that worked in the past that should be passed down, and there are other things that just didn't make the fucking cut. They don't cut the mustard because we've evolved away from them. We got to have the intelligence and discernment to be able to delineate the two. Everything that was done in the 50s, the 40s, the 30s, I'm talking about 18, right? We don't have to do that today. But if we're agreeing that a family unit was successful then and a family unit successful now, then why can't other things carry on into the future? And why can't we continue to teach them? This is exactly why we're falling apart. We don't know what we're doing. We don't have any standards, and we're letting this shit go to the wind.
Okay. So hold on. Let me address it, Ali, because he taught me. So listen, again, ideally, I understand what you're 1000% right, but you know what I'm saying, the world unfortunately isn't ideal, and what I'm telling you is that to have a major just paradigm shift of where everyone goes back to being so formal in intimate settings is just unrealistic, Aaron. It's not, Aaron, we'll even do this with people. Hey, what's up, sir, or whatever. Hey, my brother, what's going on? Okay, my brother isn't that's informal. That's not professional. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. So that's what I'm saying. When you're trying to make an acquaintance of someone, being a friend, you're trying to be intimate with this woman. It's supposed to be informal. It's not supposed to be quote unquote, ma'am, miss, and all this other shit and all.
Why?
Bro, that's the society we live in across the board, and that's not just niggas either.
You said supposed to. Why? You said supposed to. Why is this supposed? You said supposed to. I'm asking you, what do you mean when you say it's not supposed to be formal? As if to say that is the correct way. That is how it must be. It is inherently necessary to be informal. That's what supposed to mean. You said it's not supposed to be formal. Why?
Well, I won't say. Well, not necessarily supposed. Let me see what's the word I'm looking for there. It's
expected.
Not even expected. It's situational, I guess. Do you make the determination, right? However you want to approach an informal personal relationship with a person is there is no supposed to. Let's just say that there is no I have to approach you as sir or ma'am or whatever. All these different things. That's not a problem. That's not a problem.
We paradigm shifted away from that, and you're saying we can't paradigm shift back?
Yeah, I'm saying, hold on. First and foremost, no, it hasn't been that way in over 3 generations at this point. What are you talking about?
But we shifted away from it, though. I understand that, and that's a problem.
So I'm saying we shifted away for a reason because.
And what is the reason?
You have to have an understanding. Aaron, you have to have some off time. You have to have some shooting the shit time. You have to have some shit where you don't have to you can just be yourself. You can relax and you can be informal. You can tell the jokes you're not supposed to tell in a professional setting. You can call a person the name or use profanity because it's not in a professional setting. And I'm not talking negatively. I'm just talking about what's name. When we're building interpersonal relationships, there needs to be, my opinion, this is my opinion. I'm not saying, in my opinion, it needs to be a form of informality in order for you guys to see if you match personality wise. If everybody's just business, you know what I'm saying? So how do we know who you really are if you're just being so fucking personal? I mean, so professional.
You want to answer to that? You want to answer to that?
Mike, go ahead.
I can answer that. Relationships follow an evolution. When you meet a woman, do you go straight into fucking?
No.
Do you go straight into talking about sex?
Well, what is straight? We're straight into.
I'm talking about do you walk up to a woman? Do you walk up to a woman, disrobe, and then engage in amorous converse with her right there on the spot?
It's not right on the spot. The same day, but not right on the spot.
No, I'm saying on site. It's on and popping.
No,
right, because you have to follow an evolution of familiarity. You have to get in there. All I'm saying is, when you first lay eyes on this woman and she lays eyes on you and you want to catch her attention to start a conversation, excuse me, miss, my name is, and then go from there. You don't have to ever call her miss again. It doesn't have to be business all the time. But you don't, there's a time and place for everything. And this informality and these jokes that you're talking about speaking, and this time that you have to let your hair down, you do that around your familiars. You don't do that with people that you just meet. For what? They don't know you.
Man, what y'all talking about?
Yeah. So let me test a couple. So Aaron, like when I was outside, I'd be like, one thing I would usually say if I was trying to get her attention, I'd be like, "Pardon me, love." Is that bad?
Love? No, I don't think it's bad, but I'm sure someone would. But pardon me, miss, and pardon me, ma'am, are like the tuxedo. They always work.
Yeah,
we'll never go out of sight.
For old ladies.
No. What did I say? Ma'am, if she's clearly older. Miss, for your peer or younger. See, you don't even understand the state. This is why they say chivalry's lost and gone. Because it is eroding away because we're allowing this nigga shit, this informal shit to come in.
No, it's because
This is why they can't. This is why they can't tell a reasonable choice for a husband and a Pookie or a Ray Ray, because we're all using these nigga tactics. There's no definitive behavior that a woman can identify a proper man. That we're standing too close to one another.
I disagree 100%. Women, so you can't go away from the 60s and go away from the.
Ali, real quick, can we test out the ones that he before you? I want you to say it, but I just want to hear what you can't say. So I'd be like, "Hey, ma, that's absolutely out there."
Yeah. No,
get him out of there.
It shouldn't
Shorty,
be.
Love.
No,
Shorty,
words mean things. What is ma?
Red bone. Hey,
what is ma?
Red,
your mother?
Yellow dress.
Short from mama.
Love is like it's an term of endearment for further down the line in a relationship when love is actually entering the conversation.
So wait, so what? All right, how about thickums? No, absolutely
no.
not.
No.
How
2 seconds.
Listen, hey, Ham. Hold on. Now, hold on, Ali. I'm gonna steal this, Ali. Now, listen. Now, what Aaron wants is gonna eliminate that pussy that same day, because ain't nothing like when you say, "Hey, Red, hey, thickums, hey, whatever, and she turn around, she get that motherfucking smile. Who you talking
This
to?
is your problem.
But we doing
That's
it again,
because
though. Back here again.
Hold on, Ali.
It don't matter.
Ali, before you get too heavy-handed, I just want to mind out what you can't say, because this is I never heard about it.
Let me close out real quick what he just said.
Aaron, we gotta keep.
All right.
Can you go, Ali? Like Ali said, like, psst.
No.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Damn.
Yes, you can.
You
Yeah, you can, but you shouldn't.
Hey,
you can, but
and
here's the thing. You know why red works? You know why red? You know why red lands like you said it was fantastic? Because niggas, men, there's no standard, there's no principle where we collectively stand on, and that's why we're falling apart. Because we say it all the time in these conversations, how men do not have a standard that we all adhere to.
Aaron, you're doing the him conversation. It's not. It's because women have changed. Men,
last one.
If men didn't get results, you know what? It's like when you get them calls on your phone. Hey, Mr. Aaron, a different language asking you if they can get your money. They get money from other people. They're gonna keep calling. Let me finish, Aaron, and you got it. It works. That's why men do it. If it didn't work, they wouldn't do it. It works.
Did you hear what I said?
So
it works because someone else is doing it. We're not acting. Let me finish.
Go ahead. Aaron. My bad.
We're not acting in unison. Yes. Therefore, someone else is going to do some dumb shit and it'll work. But if we all adhered to a standard, the other thing wouldn't work because it wouldn't exist.
Wait, so Aaron, hold on. I got one more and y'all can go.
Excuse me, listen, man.
Aaron, how about if I'm like, you're...
No. You see, niggas are good at telling white people wait. Niggas are real good at telling white folks they can't use it. We have white folks all over the globe fucking shook to let N begin any word. Because I acted in solidarity and said, you motherfucking Peckerwoods better not ever call us nigga, whitey, right? That's what we said. And what happened? They won't say it. Well, then why can't we control the shit that come out of our mouth?
Aaron, last question. How tall are you?
6'5".
See, this coming from a nigga who don't got no type of problem.
6'5",
football player, big strong ass nigga. See,
you wrong. No, you dead wrong. You dead wrong. I've made it clear many times. I have a long history of being bullied. Trust me. You
play Division I football?
Yes.
Right tackle, left tackle.
Wait, left.
Left. What handed was your quarterback?
Right.
Yeah. Damn it. You was the man. I don't want to hear this shit.
No, wait, Ham. I'm gonna give you an article. Do you know I hate football? He's gonna kill me. Watch.
Aaron, to elaborate on what you just said, the part of the problem is cats have got way too comfortable where that's all they know. They don't even know any other language but that informal language like what you're talking about.
Can I say
something? Where we are?
My ex-wife was in HR. She had multiple times she had to turn down individuals because that's how they explain themselves. How to try to talk about their resume, to talk about their job history.
Right. Can I get a life-saving response, please?
All the time.
Right. I get dropped. He pandering. They didn't pandering up here, man.
Can I explain?
No, the thing is that
because hold on, before anybody else goes, is the way we approaching women going to change the quality of women? and what we getting.
Yes, because it's the type,
No,
it's
it's
the
not.
type of woman that's gonna answer those type of the way y'all talk sometimes. You can't get mad.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on. Wait a minute. Whoa, my money here. Get the fuck out of here. Get him the fuck out of here. Put him in the bedroom.
Niggas want me dead. Put prices on my head.
To cock my shit and I pop my
All right. I don't know why. I don't know why John picking with Mr. Fantastic and Ali.
God damn.
Because we dark skinned.
He on that Jesus today.
He said I'm dark skin too.
But I'm saying though. I'm
Mr.
saying though.
Fantastic, they kick Ali for 10 minutes apiece, man.
It's a crazy.
Damn.
Rick, let me finish real fast. Let me finish real fast. I mean, go ahead, Ham. You got to finish up?
Yeah, I'm good. Go ahead.
Okay. No, but what I'm saying is that these cats done got so used to these cats done got so used to talking in slang all the time so much. I know Be Nice said, well, he hink you out touch. Okay, maybe. But guess what? My son knows how to have that conversation. He knows how to turn the slang on and off when he needs to. Now, of course, my son's hamster the motherfucker because he takes out the mouth sexy motherfucking ass. Maybe that's the case. He don't have a problem with getting girls. He can talk to girls in slang, but he knows not to. He talks slang with his boys. I hear him in his room talking slang with his teammates. Cool. But he knows how to turn that shit off. It's not like it's all the time. Some of these cats talk like that all the time, where they can't cut the shit off. That's all they know. That's their main language. That's their main conversation.
You're right.
The women like it.
Okay.
What I explain,
the type of women they get, they can't get mad when they get those type of women that respond and answer that. Those be the same type trash women they'll be talking about a month later, complaining about, oh, these women ain't shit. Well, look how you got that heifer. Don't get mad.
So the thing that I kind of disagree with is, even if your son were to move a certain way and didn't use slang, right? There's a thing in society now called corny. So if you do anything that is supposed to be done the normal way, then you are corny. So at the end of the day, if you were to come up and be like, oh yeah, like, what's up, you know, or like,
checkmate,
hello ma'am, excuse me, they'd be like, corny ass, because they're expecting you to make it interesting.
Thank you.
They want the situation to be interesting, so they don't want, okay, excuse you, how are you, I'm good, you know, what'd you do today, I did this, I went to the store. No, like, they don't want that. They want a pipeline to sex.
Remember the episode where we introduced ourselves to people? We played the game. What the fuck are y'all talking about?
No, what are you talking about?
Aaron,
y'all couldn't keep up is what I'm talking about.
Aaron,
keep up with what?
Hold on, let me answer the question. Aaron, the women responded to what
shit,
you said because publicly that's what they're supposed to say. Aaron, the men that are up here, and no disrespect, fam, you married, okay? If you're out here now, or you've been out here in any recent times, what we telling you is the shit that works is none of the shit you're talking about, okay? All right, just like B Nice said. Aaron, you know who Michael B. Jordan is?
No, yes, the actor or the basketball player.
Yeah. So Michael B. Jordan was voted the world's most attractive man a couple years ago. You know what they called him?
No, I don't care.
They called him fucking corny. They took away from a dude. Hold on, Aaron, follow me now.
I'm following.
They took away from a dude that the world said is attractive. We know he's successful. He doesn't have any kids.
Lauren Harvey got rid of him.
Yeah, all of these things. He hits every fucking wicket. And because he seems like a nice guy, he's a lame.
Facts.
He's corny. And he's the fucking apex predator of any fucking manhood, Aaron. So that's what we trying to tell y'all. They lying to y'all. They say this shit.
This is why Pookies and Ray Ways win.
Okay, it's the informal shit.
They
win. To take you serious, Aaron. What gets me to take you serious and not put you in the phone as fucking Uber or food or Mr. Fistic or whatever the fuck, to where you're getting some.
Hold on. Since you missed the formal, did your wife make you get married before you had sex with her?
Who? What? Me?
No, the other you.
Come on, Ollie. What's his
That's
name?
what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. You see that right there. You
Aaron,
see,
can't
hey,
come up-
wait, whoa.
Aaron, no, you started sunning first. Y'all don't know how to talk to women. You should come up to women and say, "Hey, miss, excuse me, miss," and you say, "Be informal."
That wasn't a shot or a clip.
Hold on. If you telling brothers to be formal, it takes two. The women have to be formal. So if I'm gonna be respectful to a woman and I'm being formal, she better be a formal lady too. She gonna make me wait till she married to have sex, which means she's a virgin as well too, right?
No.
Okay.
Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said earlier when I said you
hear what I said?
No, Ali, be quiet. Do you understand, please, and listen?
Be quiet, brother. I'll listen to you. Don't tell
No,
me to be quiet.
you haven't listened. You can't listen if you're talking. That's why I'm telling you to be quiet. And then I said, please, now, if you're gonna talk, that's fine. I'll be quiet.
I wasn't talking. No, I'll be quiet for you. But don't say that. I was already quiet before you had to say be quiet. There you go. You got the floor.
Listen, you missed the part where I said you don't have to bring every single thing from the past forward. We don't have to look at this as a all or nothing situation. You do have the ability to be a little bit fluid. Do you understand that? But there are certain things that can work or that are easy. So, for example, I'm not finished and you're talking. Do you see? Now is a good time. Is it appropriate to say, please be quiet?
I'll be quiet.
Thank you. We agree that marriage, the nuclear family household, is a successful way of going about things, correct? Okay. That is a formality that existed long ago, and we're doing it today. But there are certain formalities, like how you address a woman, shorty, that didn't make it. Sometimes things won't make it, sometimes things will. You can't say because you want this, then you have to want everything attached to it. You don't. Because if you want shorty to come in the picture, marriage has to go out the picture. Using your logic.
Can I respond?
Go ahead. And then Uncle Rick, you up.
Her showing up as a virgin and her supposed to show up for a man not having sex was the only real thing a man was getting outside of the quality of a woman. That was the main thing you got that she could give you that no man could get. When you give your wife a hand in marriage, when you give her a ring, you're giving her something she never got from any other man. When we get women, she done gave everything she can give a man to all the men before you. You're not getting nothing. All you're doing is getting used vagina. So the fact that she showed that's the most formal thing she could do is the fact that her legs were closed. So if you're asking a brother to be formal, I'm with you if you're saying not to go too far-fetched in today's society, then expect the woman to make sure she's showing up virtuous as well too. If I'm telling her, if I'm going to speak formally to a woman, that's all I'm saying.
Now watch this. You ready? You can fix all of that. If we're more formal and if we separate ourselves, the quality specimens from the low-lifted specimens, and I said low-lifted on purpose. If we behave in a way where the separation is clear, then it'll be a little bit easier for women to make better decisions. And if they make better decisions, there's a greater likelihood that the family structure will stay a little bit more intact, which means there'll be more men in the household that can continue to bring back and restore things that work, like maintaining a woman's virtue.
Okay, so what's more important, the way we approach her or the fact that a woman makes sure that she waits till she's married to get married?
Momentum.
No, I didn't ask you that, brother. Don't deflect. I actually
I'm not deflecting.
What would be the biggest solver of this solution? She
Answer
waits
again.
till she gets married to have sex, or the way we approach her?
The way we approach her.
Hey, checkmate, man. This is crazy, yo. Hey,
How was it checkmate?
Because if she waits till she gets married for us to be with her, to have sex with her, this will solve all the problems. Man can't have sex. We can't do nothing unless we get married.
No,
to
it
her.
doesn't.
Excuse me. Let me finish.
Okay.
If I came at a woman the wrong way and she pushed me, hey, that's not how you talk to a lady. Then a man can correct it as well too. So if she's a lady, men will have to adjust to the lady, and in marriages what happen. If I just walk up to her, say any kind of thing, and she's still a hoe, just because I approached her in a formal way, don't mean I got a wife.
Checkmate. We shouldn't have to wait to adjust to them.
What?
We make the adjustment out of principle. We don't wait to adjust to their behavior.
No, you're wrong
We
again.
move on principle. We move on principle. They follow.
That's you're a great man, but that doesn't mean you getting a hoe doesn't make you a bad man. It still shows your value. What gets a woman a wife is the fact that she's a good woman. You supposed to get women and children. Marriage is for her. It's not really for you. It's for the woman. So if she wants marriage, it has to be a good woman to get married. What do you get if you're marrying a hoe or a woman who already has sex with other men?
What I'm saying is you're going way far down the line. We haven't got.
I ask no questions. I'm asking you not to give context of what you want to give. What I'm saying is that if she arrives as a wife, right? You believe you're a Christian. A man that finding a wife finding a good thing, right? It's gonna make men marry. If you have sex with a woman, doesn't stop you from being a good man.
Who said I'm a Christian?
Oh man.
I think you guys are talking past each other when it comes to like the approach. I understand, Aaron, what you're saying. I'm telling you, it's a generational thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, Uncle Rick. Go ahead.
Rick is next.
Go ahead.
100%.
No. What I was saying is, I'm hearing you guys talk back and forth, and you're making this argument about how you should approach a woman. But the reality is, it's a generational thing. Ma'am, miss is an older generational thing that I say to older women older than me. My mother, my grandmother, my auntie, a stranger on the street who's older than me. They all get the ma'am and they all get the miss and they all get the can I help you and let me get the door for you. I don't let them ask or give me an option. I do these things out of respect for my elders. And I think what you're saying, Aaron, I think what you're saying is we've dropped the torch or the baton that we're supposed to pass to the next generation to say, hey, this is how you move when you're talking about respecting elders versus talking at younger, be nice, talking to them about how they approach.
It's not a hang on because you're already off, so it's not a hang on.
You're way off, man.
What you're saying is not.
You're off, EBD?
He's halfway there.
No, he's not halfway there. If all the men on this panel,
he's paraphrasing what I'm saying. He said,
if every single man on this panel was formal, the quality of the woman determines if we're going to have marriages.
We're not talking about that.
Did you listen to him?
That's what we're talking about.
No, that's not what he said. He said, Aaron, I think what you're trying to say is, so how can you say he's off on that?
I'm saying you guys are having two different conversations because I understand what Aaron is saying and what I'm hearing and what John Henry is saying. And the traditionalism of men is to pass on the baton of behavior of how you treat women. Older women of your peers, younger women. We dropped the baton. I think that's what Aaron is kind of getting to. And I'll leave.
Yes. Question. Hold on, Ali. Hold on. Question: did men drop the baton or was it knocked out their hand?
Knocked out.
Well. First off, we have to agree that we didn't pass on some baton that didn't exist when it comes to macking to talking to women. So, there's been slang terms used to approach women since beginning of time.
I mean, that's correct.
The slang just changes. It just
wasn't
changes.
all formal.
And this, again, what we're disregarding is who gatekeeps what.
Yeah, and it's also not disrespectful to use the slang of today's age, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
But what I'm saying is, and you're saying that lowers her expectation of some sort or how she deems you?
No,
because it's always slang. But I
didn't say that either.
No, I'm saying we're assessing why you're saying that we need to standardize, right? Do we want to use ma'am and miss to keep a standard, and that standard will do what for who if we do it?
It will better separate those who have the discipline and the comportment and understanding of what I'm saying. They are easily separated from those who are laissez-faire with what is arguably the most important thing, and that's a first impression.
Understood. But if this is no different. So I hear what you're saying. I hear what Ali's saying. But let's talk about in real world terms.
Hold on, Rick. Let me play this real quick, Rick. Man, I guess this shit new, Aaron. We just came up with Shorty like they wasn't just
right. And see
how that pertains, Ham.
This what we're having. This what we're having, like a false realization of what really goes on, right? It's no different than what Be Nice in them is saying, right? If you a dude with a certain decorum and you out here saying, hey ma'am, how you doing? Hey Miss Lady, how you doing? And you ain't getting no rhythm, you gonna pick up the appropriate term that works. It would be no different than everybody. Hello, madam. Hello, Miss Lady, Smiley, how you doing? That interaction will still be gatekept by the woman. right? That interact. Yes. Hold on, Aaron. Just hold on, right? Hold on, right? The interaction of what she picks up to accept as acceptable when you're walking up to her will still be gatekept by her, which is why slang is so popular now, because that's what works. That's what get their attention.
There's proof and evidence on this very channel that what I'm saying has worked.
What you talking about? The when y'all was talking to girls at night?
Yeah.
But let's keep it clean, right?
It's laziness and lack of creativity.
Nope. I'm not gonna let you get that off, Aaron. What that is people's perceptions. They're looking out in front. But like I said, if I see a woman and I'm out and about, that energy and how me and her go together gonna be different, right? This is front facing, right? Things gonna look a certain way. I understand everybody want to play the role game like it was real. It wasn't, right? The same way that Mr. Fantastic tried to talk to Lauren and she came at him with some weird Spanish shit. Right? It's on the woman that you talking to accept that interaction, right? So if it's you being a gentleman, that gives her that she'll accept, then that's fine. But if it takes slang for you to get, then that's fine too, right? That doesn't define her as a woman. That means she's just of the times.
No,
right?
I'm not saying
it still comes down to what will get her attention at that point, is what I'm saying. And I'm not saying your point isn't valid. I'm not saying your point is valid, isn't valid, or be nice.
That is going to define how a woman responds to what I say to her. It's going to let me know what type of woman she is.
Who she is.
That's what that's going to do. Yeah. If I come to you, hey, shorty, that lets me know what type of woman she is. Oh, she go for any bullshit. I'm just going to get some ass and get the fuck on. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
Now I need to come at her different. I'm going to come at her more respectful. I'm going to come at her more classy. Shorty, oh, you ain't shit, bitch. I'm just trying to fuck. Yeah.
Now I know where your father is.
Yeah, that's how I'm gonna treat you. But if I come to you, hey, ma'am, and you reciprocate, oh yeah, that's the type of woman I need to be dealing with. That's the type of woman I want to be with, a respectful type of woman who carries herself in a more respectful type way. Now I'm gonna go in for the detail, like I think what Ali was saying. If she's going that type of woman, I'm gonna know because of conversation how it's gonna go. If she's gonna stay in that ladylike bag, then she's gonna stay in the lady bag. But if she start acting in a whore type of way, then I'll put her in the whole the category of a hoe, and I will treat her as such.
Supposed to be feminine 24/7, right? It's how you weed them out.
I love Hank and I love Aaron. They haven't been outside in a very long time.
That's not true. Man. I was outside 2020.
Well, you can't.
I was outside 2020.
You was outside. You took a time machine back.
No, man.
And to be fair, I agree with the sentiment that he just said, but that wasn't the sentiment that was being presented. So kudos.
Well, no, it's evolving. There are many sentiments that are missing here, and that's what I'm saying. We're getting so laser focused on one thing, and what I'm saying is, it's a macrospective approach, is what I'm saying. There's a lot of things that have gone out that shouldn't have gone out. That's just one of them. That's why I say chivalry as an entity is being eroded away. There's many different things. And Hamp, do you know, I was in the club and nightlife business all the way up until COVID bounced. The nightlife is how I met. I was in the street, man, a lot. Just because I was married.
So you should know what people are saying and what type of results.
Yes, and I know that. I know exactly what people are saying, and I've seen it be successful to nothing. I've seen it lead to one night stands. I've seen it lead to single parent households. I've seen it to children out of wedlock. I mean, I've seen it be successful to getting ass.
Let me read these super. I gotta catch up. Okay, but it did. I mean, Yeah, I mean, Rick, I think you were right by acknowledging it's under, huh?
Run one quick statement.
Yeah, you can. As soon as Ali make your statement, as soon as I'm done reading, you can jump in.
The reason why nothing working is because the only place women are submitting now is in the bedroom. That's why. Just keep it real. They don't submit nowhere else but in the bedroom. That's why it ain't working.
Yo, it just I'm so taken aback by it though. EBD, I ain't gonna hold you. I used to walk up like, what you looking at? all types of shit I used to say. Like this, what like I don't. Let me read these super chats. Aaron with the $5. So if she is to give her kids the upbringing she had or better, the thinking is and must be that she will need a man to solve that equation. Aaron with the $2 says, Georgia boy doing what the mom wives do to their sons. Aaron with the $2 says, black parents hold on too long or quit early on kids. Damn. Granville with the $2 says, here so I don't get fined. Better be. Marcus Evans with the $2 says, what's good, everyone? What's popping? Lord, the more y'all describe different chores, the less they sound gender specific. I know how to change a tire, but I don't want to. Most chores I don't want to, but they are required. Expectations sound subjective. Changing it, well, I don't even believe that. Romello with the $5 says, just remember the panel agreed tea leaves may be better off dating a white girl. Who said that? Who said that? Which one of you niggas said that?
I don't know, but I agree.
I agree with him too. In 2024.
Damn, so wasn't me.
In 2024. In 2024, daggone right. You see the whole Philadelphia Eagles.
Let's get ABD and Ali out of here till we finish the super chats.
You can get me out of here too.
Get you out of here too? Beat it. Who else said that bullshit? Be nice.
Wasn't me, boss. Wasn't me.
Be nice.
Wasn't me.
Get me out of here.
You got to fucking send me on my way, man.
That nigga too honest, man. John Henry with the $10 says, I open quote unquote all doors again. This goes back to what I've continuously stated, that others quote unquote standards of men have changed over the generation. Hank isn't wrong. Fantastic is merely using modern approach. Sexy Red was popping with the $2 says, you got to work on your macking skills. That's a fact. Aaron with the $2 says, most women are not wives. Even some moms, sis and child. John Henry with the $10 said distinctly, Hank is looking at this the exact way I and others from my generation approached females back in my youth. We didn't call girls bro or nigga like it's seen today. Aaron with the $2 says, father, there is most women are not white. What'd you say, Aaron? Father there or not? Most women are not white material.
If the father's there or not, then it doesn't.
Oh, okay. Fathers, men aren't okay. Aaron with the $2 says, most men are not made to cover a household either. God damn. Aaron with the $2 says, difference between learning gender and marriage roles. John Henry with the $10 says, Aaron is speaking truth. Discernment and discretion is not the practice in communication as it once was. The world doesn't have to ideal fantastic. The world doesn't have to ideal fantastic, nor should it be so damn relaxed as well. Scorch Earth with the $2 says, I was told saying young lady was offensive. Damn. Oh, he tried to drop his brothers, but they came back. We have a standard of good guys, but why do they finish last? Women don't want them until it's too late or no one wants them. Nahar with the $10 says, lead with a quote unquote, excuse me, beloved. That tells her two things. One, he's respectful. Two, oh, he thinks he's smooth. Sounds like a good first impression to me. Just like an up north thing. I'm saying beloved. Salute to Brian for becoming a member.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Let's do it. Romello bro Ali. To bring the brothers back. Homeboy gets your 5 memberships.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
That's what I want to test. Ladies, let me see if the slang is too much for y'all. I want y'all to finish this line in the chat. What's up? Let's slide. All right. And then just see if y'all know the last 3 words. I just want to see some. Uncle Rick. You know what I mean?
Damn, it's trash.
I just want to see something. What's up? Let's slide. All right. And I just want to see if y'all know. I just want to see something real quick. Aaron with the $5 says, I got a complaint at work for calling a woman ma'am. It is not the trendy coat top hat era in New York. Saying shit like that get you clowned by even old women. God.
Trench coat.
Trench coat, yeah.
She wasn't worth anything.
Mama Hancho became a member. Salute.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
As A with the $5 says, if Unc Rick said, "Hey, miss" or "ma'am," a woman will respond in an amicable way. If Jordan did that, he might be corny. It's the man that makes the difference. Striking it rich with the £5 says, "Be nice, Ali, and Fantastic are correct. Aaron's advice will get you turned down from good girls and bad girls alike. Learn from guys still in the field." As Abe with the $2, Aaron change is always hard. Stand on it. As Abe with the $2, it's not generational. Miss always works at any age. John the Baptist said, "With a drop hand for the music disrespect." What was them songs? Is fire. Truth and reality. Oh shit, this Red Ranger with the $5. What's poppin' says, "I suggest come at them like hoes, and if they not one, they will let you know real quick. Never respect a woman more than she respects herself." Harambe Jack with the $5 says, "Don't mind me. I'm just here to cyber stalk Hank, Ricky, and Aaron." Pause. John Henry gets a special shout out, and Ilkon gets some acknowledgement. EBD get help. Lauren Mack with the $10 says, "Are the men unable to focus on their roles as men and fathers, or are the women really the leaders in all this?" God. No matter the topic, it tends to come back to women's being women's fault. So, Christine, what's poppin'?
Shit like that.
Good, man. We miss you. All right.
What's up, man? What's up? You know, I've been in the clouds, hearing this conversation, and I finally got in. So now my days off now is going to be Thursdays and Fridays, so I might be able to join in every now and then. So peace to everybody in the panel.
Y'all, look,
we got the lords up here.
Y'all know Kasim ain't got no job, man.
I know.
Crazy like a motherfucker. You sound crazy as shit.
Come on,
that don't even sound right coming from you.
Yo,
come on, Tommy.
Kasim, let me know
good to see you, brother.
You need me to come talk to them white folks, man. I don't like how hard they working you. Pause, man.
Yeah, well, they paying me a pretty penny, so I'm putting up with it for now.
All right, let me know. They let you know that one of your young boys will come through there and tear shit up. You heard?
I got you, man. I got you.
John Henry, what's popping? Yeah, we can skip Aaron here.
I'm working from home again as I normally do. So I happened to see the topic today, and I came in at a good time.
Why are you trying to flex with that shirt on?
Oh no, it's just something to keep covered up. That's all. No flexing required.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Go ahead, John. My bad.
So I guess going back to what Aaron is saying, and I guess what Ali was saying, where he said the reason they submit in the bedroom, the reason why is because the standard has already slipped. So that's why Be Nice, Fantastic, and Ali look at things a certain way, because this train fell off the tracks decades ago. So everything you talk about, walking up, calling a girl, call her bro, pardon my language, calling her nigga, and all this other type of stuff, that's because of the failure is now a daily thing, the way that we communicate. You have too many people here who are part of the proud to be loud, authentic self generation, which means it's unacceptable when you look back at what used to be in place. So therefore, anyone talking the way we are, of course it sounds strange, it sounds offbeat, is because it's been allowed to run its course too long. That's why if you walk up to a woman and say, "Hey, excuse me," or "Hey, can I get a moment to speak with you?" Or "Hey, I'm too old to have a silly conversation. Let's go ahead and talk straightforward." You'll get these looks because that's not what's done now. You can walk in and say, "Yo, shorty, oh, what up, girl? Yo, bitch." I've seen the guy walk up, "Yo, bitch, come here," and she actually walked over, because that has what's happened to the level of communication. So it's not a thing of saying, was the baton dropped, was it knocked out of your hand? It's all just fallen. So therefore, people have learned to accept this as the norm. So when you see the way that they speak nowadays, shake your hand or not, Ali, but it's a fact. You prove it.
Y'all afraid, y'all afraid of women. That's what the problem is.
You're out your mind.
Y'all afraid of women. You afraid of telling them.
I'm standing on principle.
You're not standing on principle.
I'm standing on principle.
You keep saying we. Of course you can.
What does it say? One mic.
You put my name into it though. I wasn't gonna say nothing. You said keep shaking your head.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish up, John.
So again, just to finish it out, we are at a point now where the standard has been dropped, and what's been allowed to happen here are the loudest folks, again, proud to be loud, authentic self, has become the guideline. So what we hear is pretty much what we've gotten away from. Aaron, Hank, and myself, we can all look at the time where what we're saying, it was common, it was expected. Now it's a thing of, yo, nigga, like when I'm sitting in the panel watching, even you have sometimes calling up, yo, nigga, hold up. I'm like, yo, when did this become a standard? But again, that's what's accepted.
Who, do y'all or who?
No, just amongst the later generation, Y and Z. That's all I'm saying. That is just something that's commonplace now. But again, I'll leave it at that.
What, the N word, or what do you mean?
No, calling a girl, talking to a girl, say, "Oh, yo, nigga," pardon my language, but you know, we didn't do that back in the day. We didn't call girls that. We didn't call them bro. You know, we didn't do all this. There was a certain distinction when you spoke to her. So again, I yield.
I think the reason for that is because you looked at them differently. So if you look at women as a maybe not weaker being, but not equal to you, then obviously you're going to treat them that way. But if you look at them as an equal, and then you're dating them with the not exactly thinking that they're an equal, but trying to use that ideology because obviously they want you to feel that way. And if you said, okay, you know, men and women aren't honest to most girls, they're not gonna talk to you because they think that's wrong. So it's like what you have to do is kind of just be a martyr for your own cause. And if you decide that this is the way that getting women is the easiest, and you may be doing or saying slang terms and that's the best way to do it, then I don't really see a problem with that.
So be nice. You look at women as equal. Be nice. You look at women as equal to you.
No, I don't. But I can't
what it
tell.
sound like.
I can't tell most.
I mean, that's illegal. You're calling the dude, bro.
Because
that's equal.
Wait.
So
be nice. When you be trying to get numbers, you say bro.
Oh hell no. But
yeah, I say nigga to like Asia in them.
If I'm just talking to a regular girl that has no relational or like connection to me in like a sexual way, yeah, I'll call them nigga and bro. I don't care. They're just people to me. I don't think, oh yeah, this is a woman I'm talking to. Like, I just don't care.
But be nice. You looking at them as equal.
Yeah, conversationally as adults, yeah.
God,
if they're my woman, then it's different. If they're my woman, then it's different.
Ain't
But
no
women in
woman
general,
equal
I'm
to
not
me.
just
What
gonna
you
be. I don't feel the need to waste my time being super respectful to people that aren't going to be respectful to me. So at the end of the day,
you haven't spoken to them, be nice. I mean, you're exactly the same logic that I just spoke of. Notice, guys, the nonchalant approach, and really to give it a man. I'm 54. How old are you? And this is not a son.
20.
I'm talking about generation. Okay, 20. What type of knowledge?
Wait, one more time.
What I'm saying here is that this is not about sunning. This is about just describing. That's all we're doing. We're describing what I'm talking about. So you're 20, I'm 54. Like I said, I've lived 2 lifetimes to about 3 generations to see what it used to be based on what you were growing up in now. You are a product of what I'm saying of the slip standard. Your approach, your thing of just talking about, well, you know, just a common everyday woman. The thing that used to be spoken of is courtesy is given, respect is earned. Today's generation doesn't even give courtesy before they're already wilding out. And that's the point that I was just trying to make.
John Henry, let me ask you a question, fam. Remember back, because you and I were like one age, one year apart. Remember back in the day when, you know, the rap and hip hop culture, they used to, you know, call women bees and hoes and stuff like that in lyrics. Remember this woman named Queen Latifah? And she came up with this song called UNITY. And remember how she took that stance and how she said, hey, man, you're not going to be calling us a bitch or a hoe anymore. And they really took that and they ran with it. I don't think that there was anybody else to really pick up the torch, you know, from that to continue it on in order to sustain it. Right nowadays, it's like, you know, no women was really standing up for that, you know, vocally in their lyrics or worldwide. So I think within that point, somebody dropped the ball, man, and that's where it is today.
Now remember, at the same time that she also, just a second, Aaron, and I'll yield to you, not to respond. Yeah. Now remember, at the same time, we're talking about 1989 again. Be nice. You won't be able to relate to that, man. This again is not sunning. This is just a fact and experience and just describing. Because at the same time in 1989, You had Salt and Pepper, who dropped a cut called Independent Woman, that pretty much was telling men that I wear the suit, you wear the dress. Pretty much letting the guy know that, this is how I do it. If you want to be a part of it, get in line, wait for it, putting themselves forward. So yes, I agree. At that point in time, it rolled as far as the standard. That's where it started going down, and it kept on going down. Oh, peace out, Rick, by the way, missed you. All right, I yield.
You y'all said that song came out in 1989, right?
Yes, Unity of like 89 or 90 for Unit ITY. But Salt and Pepper, they had Black's Magic. I want to say like 89 or 90, both in the same time frame.
Okay, I'm born in 91. I know Queen Latifah from being.
I came out later in 89.
She was born. What I'm saying, what I know Queen Latifah as was a lesbian dyke.
Yes,
in a movie who was calling people nigga and calling people bitches. So that whole unity stuff, to me, that's just an act.
Yeah, I don't.
Over the head. That's just how I'm saying how the millennials and the Z's, how we looking at it, is a bunch of hypocrites. Aaron, yo, bro, that ma'am and stuff, that shit don't work, bro. That shit don't work. It don't matter if she old or young. It depends on the man. Somebody said it in the group, in the chat. It depends on the man. If the man says it in a certain type, but I just came out of the chat. If the man says it a certain type of way, it's fine. That all depends. I could prove this. At my job, I'm not going to say where I work at, but at my job, we have classes that we have to do each year. Each year, we have to do a sexual harassment class. I work with over 50 women, and most of them admitted that it does not matter about sexual harassment. It depends on if they find the guy creepy or not. If the guy is a creep to her, there's sexual harassment. If the next dude do it and she think that he's attractive, he's fine, or he's funny, it's fine. Women are hypocritical. So all of that, the words and stuff he's saying, I see more success rate with dudes calling women, hey, yo, bitch. Hey, yo, come here. Slapping her ass. I done seen it. That's the life I see. The guys following the old ways, like you said, that's why I said trench coat and top hat. That shit don't work nowadays. That shit
Wait. You think I'm championing? You think I'm trying to suggest that this is a better way to be successful with getting women?
No. What I heard was saying that there's certain words that you gotta say to a woman, and that shit don't matter. It's all about if she likes you or not. If she likes you or not, you can say whatever the fuck you want to say to her.
Whoa. Why does that matter whether she likes me or not? What is it I'm trying to get accomplished?
When I first started sending them chats at you, you said this, ma'am. There's certain words that you could say, and you said that we have moved away from that. John Henry just said we moved away from a lot of that stuff of how we spoke on.
And that's a failure, is what I was saying, Aaron. It's not something to be proud of. I'm saying that you exist in a failed specification that you do that, hence why you have the mindset, and the women as well. This is how we operate. I never said this was positive. I'm saying you guys grew up in the failed aspect that Kasim and I were talking about, where it started dipping down.
But Aaron, I'm not saying what you're saying isn't bad.
I'm asking you, what did I say? What am I trying to get accomplished?
The words that you were saying, the way that you approach women, and what I heard is that's not how that works nowadays. In 2024, that's not how that works with women, bro.
Why does that matter? How it works with women, it's not what I'm trying to get accomplished. I don't care, but it's not about success with women. It's about raising a standard.
They don't care about damn standard. That's what I'm trying to
and
get you
I don't care that they don't care. Men should care because we are the standard bearers.
Okay, I wish EBD...
You want to follow women, go ahead.
I wish EBD was up there, because to the last time when I was on this show, I was trying to tell the men that the reason why younger men fall for the certain type of women that they do is because women are killing all of the men type of standards that we try to set. So they don't care. That's why women aren't getting married, because why should I give a fuck? If I see this nigga next to me, he's getting 30, 40 fucking women a year, And I'm over here trying to be nice and be a gentleman and keep on my morals and my standards, and I'm getting put in as food nigga, Uber, or I'm getting or she laughing at me with her friends and shit, calling me a simp behind my back, and then going to fuck.
What type of woman are you looking for? Are you looking for the one night stand woman? Are you looking for a woman? Are you looking? What type of woman?
That's how it works.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me finish talking to the man.
What he said, y'all the OGs.
What type of what?
Go ahead.
Why y'all dismissing what the brother's saying? If it's his,
I mean, you just as old as us, dog. What are you talking about? You act like you ain't a young motherfucker.
All right, this part. It's not. They're approaching women. Period. He's not shooting in the mud. We're not reducing them down to that. He's saying when approaching women, that generic old school approach, right? They don't like it, right? You're not perceived as having the swagger that they want. That's it. It's not even about being in the mud or not.
And Aaron, you're in your.
That doesn't. Wait, but you got to ask. Does that matter to what I'm saying?
Yes, wait, Aaron,
hold on, Aaron. Don't over pursue. Well, the reason why it matters is because you're saying two things. You were saying when you approach a woman, you say ma'am with her age or miss if she's our age, I guess, right? You're saying when you approach, you say miss. They're saying that doesn't work. You're also saying we need to standardize and take slang out as norm, right? So we can be seen with more decency and decorum outside of women. If we create that standard as black men, the women will follow suit. But those are two different things being said. He's addressing the former.
So Aaron,
No. All right.
Hold on, Aaron. Hold on. Don't talk too fast. Let him respond to what I said to make sure that we're on the same page before you keep going.
The latter is the overall point that I'm making. The former is what led us here. That's why I said I don't want to get too hung up on how the approach. Everybody's so hung up on this approach. Everybody's the missing man. No, that was just an example. I'm talking about over. That's why I said it's a macrospective argument that I'm making, that there's been a gross loss in standard decorum among men, and we're allowing women to lead us. We're acquiescing to their behavior, and they can't make a distinction between who's to be chosen and who's not. Quite frankly, we can't either, because it's all left to debauchery. I'm saying across the board, there should be, listen, across the board, men, this is how they got us, because they divided us. We don't operate in solidarity, not with a unified front on any standard. If we did that, they would acquiesce, Hamp just said it. And this is exactly how they killed us. This is how they got us. They tore us apart. Men aren't men anymore. They're not operating together.
This is why the young men don't listen to OGs, because y'all still keep correcting young men on how to move and perform better. Hey, if she not for you, go to the next one. Vet better. Look for the red flags. There's no correction for the young ladies or the women that you're speaking about as well too. The women are leading us because you don't want to correct women. That's the problem.
The conversation was men specific today. It's men centric.
When you're gonna come back to this conversation again, the men keep telling brothers to do something different than what they're already doing to get better women. They keep telling them to go to the next women. Don't lose the decorum. Stay exactly how you are. Nobody are telling women how to love men and how to adjust and be better. So all men keep doing is keep going to these women over and over. Hey, ma'am, how you doing?
Is that our job?
Get the hell out my face and go to the other. Hey,
go ahead, man.
Y'all talking and y'all keep talking down on the brother, but it don't work. So when he see other brothers getting women and they disrespectful or don't show no kind of decorum or no respect, they gonna start being disrespectful to get women. But it's not. It's not disrespectful to them. It's the way they like being communicated to. So if they see
but Ali, doesn't that matter what type of women they're getting though? Does that matter?
So you're doing it again. You're not addressing.
Hold on. Listen, I'm speaking. Shouldn't that matter? And that's what I'm saying, though, Ali. Ali, that's what I'm saying. It depends on what you're looking for.
It's such an abundance of it that's the women that they're speaking to. It ain't just if all the good women are gone. If most good women are married, that's the market.
But it's just women though. They're not even like down in the dirt. It's just women. And here's the thing. You got to understand, in communication, generally speaking, if you guys coach any type of kid, right, you have to get to their level and then you raise them up, even in just standard communication. So when I'm coaching the kids, I might be like, fuck out of here, XYZ, da da da. And then once we build that rapport, I'll gradually start to groom them and raise them up into where they sit in front of the class. They got proper conduct and decorum. They say yes sir, no sir, no hands on your hips, etc. But I gotta first break them down so they understand that I understand because I've been there before, and you know what I mean. And then we can get them here. You know, you got to break through a barrier first. The barrier is that communication with the Riz involved.
I went on the show. I was a couple shows happened on your show. Fantastic said it, and man missed it completely. He said in order to fix this, man have to completely stop dealing with women completely and practice dick discipline.
Yes.
We got to the point where we're doing what women are supposed to be doing. We're the women.
Yes.
So now you're telling men to practice dick discipline. We don't tell women to practice pussy discipline. They supposed to wait till marriage. So brothers are going to keep having sex. It's their biological imperative. All the men on this panel had sex until they found their wife. They didn't wait till they were married. They were busting down women, and they came across the right woman, and then they bust down their wife, and they married her. That's how most men ain't going, hey, sweetheart, how you doing? You find this lovely woman that you conform to.
You motherfuckers sound weak as hell, man. Y'all
be calling brothers weak. Y'all can't.
Y'all be let y'all.
Yo, old man.
Ah, here we go with this bullshit.
Yeah, old man. What you doing all that yelling for? Why y'all yelling at the young boy like that?
Yo, Aaron,
Aaron in his early 40s.
He's in his early 40s. Okay, the woman who went and complained to my managers is gotta be pushing 60, bro. I call her ma'am out of showing respect for her age. She went to my managers and said she didn't know if I was trying to call her an old lady or be disrespectful, or I was saying it to be nice. But still in all, I had to sit down in that office and told, we know that you have a standard of how you talk to women, but you gotta be careful with what you're saying. You said miss. We're dealing with women who don't even know their gender. So me walking up to a woman and saying, how you doing, miss? Now, what if she don't feel like she a woman?
That happened to me.
Dangerous situation.
Wait, bro. But look, that story right there, I'm gonna talk that.
That's a work.
Granville, you didn't speak to nobody.
What is you doing something at work got to do with out in the streets? So if that's how you acquiesce at work, then that's their work. But hear what I'm saying though. If you out in the streets, your supervisor ain't gonna come get you when you out in the streets. You out in the club saying that your supervisor ain't gonna reprimand you at the club.
The reason why I use that story is to show you that's a woman who pushing 60. She's supposed to know that ma'am and that stuff is respectful. She didn't take it as respectful because she thinks like the modern woman.
She is the mother of the motherfucker.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with you, fam.
Single
mom. All right, guys. This is what I was also talking about. The men's panels. For some reason, we can't keep proper decorum, and just on the panel alone. So just in terms of standardizing, let's see if we can try it. We got like 20 minutes. Did before y'all finish arguing? Did Kasim get to go?
No.
Right. Not yet. Now, don't get me wrong. It's a great conversation. You know what I mean? I just want us to get it out more cleanly. Let Kasim get in, then we'll get. How you say your name? Saeed. You on mute, bro?
Saeed. Yeah.
Saeed. Okay. How old are you, bro?
41.
Okay. 41.
Yeah.
You went to jail?
Nah.
Damn, you look young.
Take care of myself. I gotta take care of myself.
Hey man, I'm proud of you, man. Hey man, salute to the jail niggas. And we'll get Granny in last when we feel like hearing him. He can just wait.
That's
Go
my
ahead,
cousin.
You know what? I was just from an era where it's not what you say and it's how you say it, and I'm gonna always believe that. I'm gonna always believe that when you approaching somebody, you gotta have the right energy, and you gotta be in that right energy before you even start bumping your gums. If you're not in a certain energy when you approach, that whole conversation can go wrong. And Aaron, I deal with a whole bunch of younger women from 24 to like 28, right? So every engagement or conversation I have with every specific woman, I got to watch my energy and make sure my energy is in the right place so they don't take what I say on a certain level. And I'm a big firm believer in that. A lot of men don't know how to control their energy. A lot of men don't know what their energy is and how to have the energy to make sense when they speak an individual. That's why some people are getting other results. And some people say, like, damn, Kasim, like, there would be no way that I could say what you just said, that person. I said, you want to know why? Because I'm in the right energy and the right diction, so that person doesn't take an offensive. And it's something that you have to learn if you want to have better results when you're dealing with people.
Yeah. That's overall solid.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
Them
that.
four
Shit like
questions
that.
ahead.
The same people who keep pushing that.
All right.
Would women rather be with a God-fearing man that got principles and righteous, or a man that let her do whatever she want to do?
She want to be with a man and let her do what she wants to do.
Thank you, one. How about you, Hank?
What was your question again?
Would today's woman rather be with a man that's God-fearing and righteous and got principles for each other, for both of them, or a man that'll let her do whatever she want to do?
Now, I believe these younger women probably would want to be with a man that let them do, but older women probably want a God first man.
How about you, John Henry?
I think the question is skewed, but in the context of the question, what you're asking, if we look at this slip standard, I want to say that she wants to do what she's going to want to do. Your second option. That is the standard. Again, I'm being honest.
You being honest. How about you, Aaron?
Me or the who? Me?
That's you, that Aaron. Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna want to do what they want to do.
Okay, checkmate. But respectfully, I love y'all.
No, again, checkmate because of the flaw, because you live in a broken standard.
She ain't trying to hear all that God stuff. She ain't trying to hear about what you should do, how you should do. If you're not taking her where you want to go, she ain't trying to hear none of that.
Again, Ali, you're not here. It's because of the broken standard. I'm out.
But John, here's the key to his question. His question wasn't loaded. It was a fair question, but John, to your point, because it's broken, it makes him right. And your answer it plays into it because you have to answer as such.
Exactly, because of the broken standard, because the time was dropped.
It's broken.
It was not dropped. Hap told you they knocked it out. They pushed for feminism. They pushed for Hold on. You do me a favor after this show and type in sexual liberation and feminism and what it did. It opted out her father telling her what to do, a man telling her what to do, her going away from traditional marriages. She wanted to have casual sex. She wanted to have premarital sex. She wanted to do pornography. She wanted to go away from her family. They made the choice to get knocked down the baton. They don't want to be traditional.
Ali, that's why I super chatted. Ali, that's why I super chatted and said, if the father and the mother's in the house, it don't matter.
She got the dildos and the ropes.
Well, one thing in terms of who did what, generally speaking, the majority of men don't have no standards for themselves. I mean, that's
no, they don't.
Period. Niggas is pussy. Niggas don't hold themselves accountable enough. We don't have laws, statutes, or commandments that we hold ourselves to, so that when she comes in our life, we have a standard that we hold ourselves to, so she has no excuses. We don't have that, right? So if you don't have a standard and a construct in which she can prescribe to, what happens then?
You took accountability right away from
No. What I'm saying is men ain't accountable. You don't have a code of conduct in which you live by, no matter what. And so then when we ask women not to do X, Y, and Z, and then when they look back at us, we don't have a code written on our wall.
By what though?
We don't have a code written on our wall in which we prescribe to, so now they have no excuse.
She still got to submit based on your
Aaron said that.
And that's what I'm saying. You're right, based on your principles, which you don't have.
No. I said even based on your principles in the book you read, she's still supposed to submit to man, even if he's not following the word.
No.
1 Peter 3 says that.
No.
Yes, it does. Hold on.
No.
Hold on.
Ali,
no, not at
Ali,
all.
let me ask you. Ali, let me ask you a question, fam.
Hold on, my brother.
And read Cali super chat, please.
Nigga, you yelling at me? Go ahead, Aaron. Your big ass hand, nigga. We can see.
Ali, that wasn't checkmate. It was check. He said, "Go ahead, Aaron."
Okay, go ahead. Hey, go ahead, my brother. Go ahead,
That wasn't checkmate. That was check. Here's checkmate. Why do I want that woman?
That don't even make sense.
Yes, it does. What was the question you asked?
Listen,
you can't just.
These
what was
young
the question?
brothers, hold on. Let's
What's
hold
the
on.
question?
These young brothers that come on these panels, are we just gonna say they just degenerates and they these sorry brothers? A lot of brothers that come on here are trying to have solid conversations. That intent.
Yes, the question you asked.
Y'all don't, the most of women, all panels y'all see, they hate men. They talk down on men. They want to delete men. They don't want to do nothing towards men. They don't have these type of conversations to bring men and women together. They have conversations to talk down on men and why you shouldn't follow men. So we're intentional. Brothers are still trying to take care of the community, still trying to be leaders. Just because he broke doesn't make him disqualified. Just because he don't know how to change a tire doesn't make him disqualified. We still judge a brother by the heart. He can still outsource certain things. Y'all are justifying all these ways of why a man ain't a leader. Why? Because he broke.
Ali.
All right, you're not going to run away from the checkmate by changing the conversation. The question you asked was, which women prefer today to be up under a God-fearing man with order, or to do what they want? Now, I said to do what they want, and you said checkmate. Why?
Right.
Why is that me?
They don't want a God-fearing man.
Because they don't want.
Why do I?
They don't
wait.
want the thing that you're talking
That's
about.
not all women. That's not all women.
If I'm trash, no. If we all trash, I'm trash, right? She still would pick me over the God-fearing man.
I don't want her. I don't want her. That's my point. And she ain't the only one in the world. That's what I'm telling you. That woman doesn't matter to me. That's why it's not checkmate.
But they're rare to you. Why you take what?
The men,
they're rare and they're there.
The men aren't God-fearing. The men don't have principle standards. So that's out. And why are you going to 1 Peter?
And because on 1 Peter's hold on. On 1 Peter 3, it says, likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your husbands, that if any obey not the word, they also may without the word be won by the conversation of the wives. That's why I went there. Because even if he's not following the word.
No. Go to 1 Peter. Read verse 1.
1:3. Peter's 1:3. I just read it. I already read it for you. Likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands. That if any obey not the word. So if they're not obeying the word, you still have to submit to your man. That also made with if any obey not the word, that they also without the word be won by the conversation of their wives.
Read it one more time.
Likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands, that if any obey not the word, they also may without the word be won by the conversations of the wives.
Mm-hmm. And then when you keep going, what do you think it's saying? What do you think it's saying?
It's saying the same thing that in Corinthians, in the 1 Corinthians, it's saying.
Do you think that it's saying that if the person doesn't follow the word, you obey him anyway?
You still subjection to your husband, yes.
Yes, you chose.
That's exactly what it says. You chose your husband. That's exactly what it says.
And then you're likening that to 1 Corinthians.
You may be won over by the words of the wife, by the conversation of the wife, to follow the word, but still submit to your man.
Yeah.
And then you're likening that to 1 Corinthians 7.
So 1 Corinthians, on one part of 1 Corinthians and on another part of 1 Corinthians, it talks about, one part says, even if you're married to someone, they don't follow the word, that they can be sanctified by following you. And then the other one says, may both of y'all need to be equally yoked. But that is talking about in having the same, y'all on the same page. Verse 1 is where it's saying, if your husband doesn't believe in God, or your wife doesn't believe in God, if they still want to dwell with you, still stay with them, because they can be conformed by dwelling with you.
And so what happens, you're saying that because that's her husband,
that
but she's sanctifying him by the word, she's in subjection.
If she chooses for him to be
think about it though. She can influence him, right?
Yes.
To come back to the Most High.
I agree.
Right? By what she's doing, how she's conducting herself, right? With her words.
Yes.
Right? So if he doesn't agree and she agrees, what do you call that in that instance? Is she in subjection because she's influencing him to change his mind to follow the Most High? What do you think subjection is at that point? Is that how you mean it, to where your wife is challenging your belief system to get you to change it? Is that the subjection that you're also talking about here?
No, it's not subjection still. If I can't change the tire, and my wife, if I can't change the tire, my wife.
I'm glad.
You need to learn how to change the tire.
So process the information, though. Process the information. The fact that the wife can change your scope to get you to believe in the Most High, is she in subjection?
She's still in subjection. Yes.
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 Let me ask you a question.
I just told no. I just hold on, Ham. If I can't change a tire, and my wife allows me to fail, but she goes, babe, you need to learn how to change a tire. She's still listening to what I'm saying. I said, let me finish. And then I go, you know what? I may need to learn how to change the tire. I learned it. I still control my household. But if I said I didn't want to learn it, she's still submitting to me. I'm not gonna learn how to change a house. That's what it's saying. If he chooses not to, still submit to your man. But hopefully through your conversation, he could conform to God. He can still follow the word of God.
The tire is this. She said you need to go learn how to change the tire, right? That's what you said in the poor example. And this is what it's saying is she's showing him how to change the tire.
How is still that a poor example?
Because she said, babe, you need to go learn how to change the tire. Okay, that's what you just said. Maybe you misspoke. But what is actually happening here is she's like, okay, babe, watch out. Let me show you how to change the tire.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Do you see the difference there?
I can say that. That's a mistake.
At the end of the day,
if it was a mistake, no, I give it to you if it was a mistake.
But why?
Those things are different.
But then that's
I didn't know what you were saying, but no, y'all. See, here's the thing: if y'all don't know it, no. See, here's the thing: I don't play with is the Bible. Y'all need to say what you mean and mean what you say. Don't expect me to discern it for you. I'm just saying what you said was what you said, and what I said. Hold on, Ali. What you said was what you said. What I said was what the Bible said.
Okay,
that's the difference.
No, how is that the difference? It's still what the Bible said.
No, what I'm saying is,
I misspoke on the tire part. I gave you that. I misspoke on the way.
Okay, and I didn't know. I thought you were saying how you said it because what you said is kind of what you think the Bible says.
I didn't, and I don't think I said she's supposed to teach him how to. If I said I misspoke, what I'm saying is she said you need to learn how to fix a tire.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. So she's saying you need to submit to God. Him supposed to submit to God. She's still supposed to submit to him, irregardless.
Yeah, but here's the thing: she's doing something to change his mind. Look what the verses say. She's actually doing the thing. So she's with her conversation. If she's living in sanctity, right, following the laws of the Most High, right, she's controlling that situation so that he converts his mind. You see, and in that point, if she's in control, is she in subjection?
It's not so.
No, it's not.
I think the problem I'm having with this is it's not so that he changes his mind. It's that she should listen to him because he's above. But at the same time, there is no real knowing if someone's going to change their mind or ever become a God-fearing person. You can't just bet on it. So if you married someone and they're not God-fearing, and then you're doing all these things expecting them to become God-fearing, you can't be mad when they don't, because at the end of the day, they weren't God-fearing to begin with, and you're just trying something.
If you help brothers out all the time, you help football players out all the time. If I'm a brother that's misleading in my household, I'm not submitting to you. You trying to give me a corrective measure on how to submit to God. He's not submitting to his wife. He's listening to her. She already submits to him and she values him. She's trying to correct his in the way he's moving and how he's maneuvering in regardless to God. He's not submitting to her. So same way, if you my brother and there's things I'm doing wrong in my household, you're not trying to get me to submit to you. You're trying to get me to move correctly as a man.
To the Most High. Yeah, I didn't say he was in subjection. What I'm saying is she is not in subjection because she's getting him and showing him and teaching him the right way to submit to the Most High so that they can be in order.
No,
right?
She's still in subjection. She's trying to get him connected to God. She's following her man and trying to get him connected to God. She's not disobeying him. She's having conversations with him about following God. She's not disobeying him at all, or that marriage is over. She's saying, "Hey, babe, maybe you need to get back connected to the God. You need to get connected back to the Word." He said, "Well, I'm not doing it today." Okay, babe.
Yep.
So then, okay. So you're saying that all she's doing is just mentioning it?
She's trying to get him back on chord with God.
She's trying to put him back on.
It's said through conversation. It's just like what women in the church and in Christianity will do versus the women in Israelite camps is that men will say, "Hey, ladies, you're supposed to submit to your man," and they'll use where the man is supposed to love the woman as Christ loved the church, as if he's supposed to submit to her too. Whereas saying if the woman submits to her man, he loves his wife as Christ loved the church, because the church submitted to Christ and God.
Yeah, no, I know that part. Yeah, they try to twist it like people submit to each other, which is not true.
So in conversation, you're just trying to influence the person to do the right thing. You still didn't submit to that person.
Yeah.
No, I understand what you're saying there, but just in terms of the verses and such. But I think that was a good back and forth.
Of course. We always do that.
So what does that got to do with you mother not knowing how to talk to a woman? What does that got to do with that?
Okay.
Oh, go ahead. Nice. I'm gonna let you.
Ali, you had mentioned earlier, a little bit earlier that, you gave us a scenario whether a woman would rather, be in, her out of orderness and or be with a man of God. A woman that's out of order like that, and on this spaces, how many times have you heard those particular women say they love being checked by their man?
You all the time, but they be contradicting themselves, Kasim.
Let that go.
And that's my point, right? Even though they may say they want to be in their chaos, or they want to be in disarray and disorder, they really want their man to kind of check them and to get them back in order and get them back in balance.
Kasim, till they don't want to be. That's the problem. That's the problem with. So even if we approach women the right way and get marriages, the fact that the government allows women to go, you know what, no fault divorce, I just don't want to be with you anymore, I'm gone. She can still change her mind.
The problem before that is that no man should have to check a woman because of the fact that she should be able to check herself. It's the accountability thing, once again, that we let go. We have to look at the questions that we're putting out here. Nobody should be saying, well, hey, I like someone's going to keep me in line. If you know you're going out of line, why do I need to put myself in here? You're making a direct intention. You're just giving me another shit test, as we like to say.
You shouldn't be able to speak to women?
I didn't say that, man. I said that we should not have to put it upon ourselves to have to check an adult who knows right off the bat, oh, well, I just want to see if he'll check me. Why? Again, shit test. So, again, not the appropriate question or not a worthy question, but I get what you're saying, Kasim.
I agree with John Henry. I agree with you 100%. That's the point of the conversations the brothers are having. I shouldn't have to convince this woman to be a good woman. I shouldn't have to convince this woman to submit. Just like you shouldn't have to convince a man to lead and take care of his family and do right by his children. So that's where we're all the same energy that's applicable to men have to be applicable to the women. Women have to show up as wives, just like men have to show up as leaders. So and all we said, I agree with. And let's make this clear. I agree with you and Aaron. I agree with Kasim about how you should speak to people and show decorum and respect. My point was saying that these women could care less about it. That's all. So even if we had a misunderstanding about it, I apologize. But no matter how men are approaching women today, if the quality of their mind and heart is off, it doesn't matter. Is all I'm saying. It's irrelevant. That's all I'm saying. That's my main point. Was
listen.
And agree. No one is saying that.
And that's their point.
Hold on, I'm about to leave. I agree with y'all 100%, but I'm just letting you know that shit don't work. It's not working. It don't matter about the quality of the woman. It could be all women. Women do not like certain approaches anymore. They want you to approach them the way that they want to be approached. And if you don't know that ahead of time, then I'm sorry. That's why me personally, when I talk to females, I just throw different shit out.
Yo, listen, y'all, real quick. So when I was DJing earlier, if I go past 6 hours, I can't edit it out. They saying I could start it back up. What y'all think? You think everybody still want to keep talking about this shit?
If you want
to start it back up.
We'll come back. It's Friday.
Back up, I'll pull back up. But
all right, let me do this.
Yeah, I was gonna have these motherfuckers. They ain't got no life. They can't get no goddamn women, so they'll be here.
Yo, just because you're a woman rule you, that's why you go.
And you right with us too, right? Go figure.
Be monogamous.
Start a new one real quick.
Love y'all, man. Love y'all.
I'm gonna drop the new link in here. All right.
Worry about me, Ali.
Let's start a new one, y'all.
Let me put it in here.